The Story of the Nations, a series of historical studies intended to present in graphic narratives the stories of the different nations that have attained prominence in history. In the story form, the current of each national life is distinctly indicated, and its picturesque and noteworthy periods and episodes are presented for the reader in their philosophical relations to each other as well as to universal history. 12 degrees, illustrated, cloth, each. $1.50 half leather, each $1.75. NOS 62 and following NOS. Each. Net $1.35, by mail, $1.50 half leather, gilt top, each. Net $1.60, by mail, $1.75 for full list. See end of this volume. Media, Babylon, and Persia arclu.ii-. I, in gl.azed Tilesalen, tough. Palatkjf Darios I, at Susa. Khumd bbir. Thulafoy, in L885. Frontispier. The Story of the Nations. Media, Babylon, and Persia, including a study of the Zend Avesta or religion of Zoroaster from the fall of Nineveh to the Persian War, continued from the story of Assyria, Xena Idea. JRAGOZIN, member of the American Oriental Society, of the Soclefit Ethnologique of Paris, associate of the Victoria Institute of London, etc. He, Carlyle, says it is part of his creed that history is poetry. Could W tell it right? Emerson. Domini, Domini, Siri quatsiendum est. Imitation of Christ. J. Grant that the knowledge I get may be the knowledge worth having. Matthew Arnold S. Translation. New York G. P. Putnam Sons, London, T. Fisher Unwin 1903 49563 *. Entered at Stationers' Hale, London by T. Fisher Unwin Ubedimkli at Bachath Press, Hugh Fure. Classified contents. A notable religious survival, the Parsis. Ain Quitil Duperon 1-16 I. The Parsis, descendants of the Persians and followers of Zoroaster. 2. The Parsis not heathens. 3. Conquest of Persia by the Arabs. 4. Oppression and conversion of the country. 5. Self-exile of the Zoroastrians. 6. Their wanderings and settlements in India. 7. Principal tenets of their religy and G8. Discovery of Parsi manuscripts. G9. Ain Quitil Duperon and his mission. 10. His departure for India. Il. Obstacles and hard slips. 12. His translation of the Zend Avesta. 13. He is attacked L. Y. William Jones. 14. His mistakes and disadvantages. 15. Eugene Bernouv, the founder of Iranian scholarship. 16. Advance and results of Iranian studies. To the Prophet of Aaron the Avesta. 17-33 I. The religions that have sacred books, and their demands. 2. They claim to be supernaturally revealed. 3. The Veda and the Zend Avesta, the sacred books of the Hindus and Iranians. 4. Zend Avesta, a misnomer. 5,6. Pahlavi, the Persian language of the Sasanian period. 7. Uncertainty and obscurity of most points concerning the Avesta. S. Ancient writers on Zoroaster. 9. The Gathas, Angslo, the oldest portion of the Avesta. 10. Scant information on Zarathustra, Zoroaster, in the Avesta. 11. King Vishtaspat, the friend for classified contents. And follower of Zarathustra. 12. Loss of the greatest part of the Zoroastrian literature. 13. Survival of some texts. The parts of the Avesta as we have it. 14. The Bundhesh, its lateness and its contents. 3. Aryan myths 34-55 1,2. Impossibility of invention in a strict sense. 3. Zarathustra not an inventor, but a reformer. 4. The Hindus and Aryan sister nations of the Aryan or Indo-European race. 5. The Aryanabhyajiya, or first Aryan home of Iranian tradition. 6. The Rig Veda, the most ancient sacred book of the Aryan Hindus, and its indications concerning the religion of the primitive Aryas. 7. The powers of nature, the gods of the Aryas. 8. The Aryan sky gods, Dyaus and Varuna. 9. The Aryan light god, Mitra. 10. The Aryan fire god, Agni. 2. Aryan dualism. Gods and demons, light and darkness, rain and drought. 12. Aryan storm myth. 13. Indra, the god of the thunderbolt. 14. Vritra and Ahi, the cloud fiends. 15, 16. Soma, plant, beverage, and drink. 17, 18. Efficacy of sacred texts, mantra and of sacrifice. IG. Crossness of some of these conceptions. 20. Richness of Aryan mythical epos. 2i. King Yama and the Pitris. 22. Aryan reverence toward the spirits of the departed, the Pitris. 23. The Pitris pass into heroic epos. 4 Aryan myths in the Avesta Thedra allegorical transformation. 56 to 94 enervating influence of the Indian climate on the Aryan population. 2. Bracing and hardening influence of the soil and climate of Aran. The nature of Aran all in extremes. 3. It intensifies the feeling of dualism, and develops the battle myth almost exclusively. 4. Spiritual transformation of Aryan myths in Aran. 5. Ahura Mazda, the supreme god and creator, the successor of the classified contents. V. Arjun sky gods. 6. The sacred mountain and paradise of the Aranians. 7. The heavenly sea, the celestial spring, and the tree of life and immortality. 8. Anthropomorphism subordinate in Iranian myth. I9, 10. Mithra, the successor of the Aryan Mitra, transparently mythical. 11. His spiritual transformation, the god of light becomes the god of truth. 12. His allegorical attendants, victory, obedience, uprightness, etc. 13. Allegory, a distinctive feature of the Iranian mind. G14. The Amishaspentas, or bountiful immortals, and their allegorical character. 15. The 7 Amishaspentas and their functions. 16. Ahura Mazda is the first of them and has created the others. 17. Adar fire, successor of the Aryan Agni. 18. The Havarano, or kingly glory. 19. Tishtraya, the chief of stars and Iranian storm god. 20. The Fravishis, the successors of the Aryan Pitris. 21, 22. Desire of the Iranian gods for sacrifice. 23, 24. The Mantra, or sacred text, and the Ahanavarya, and their power over the fiends. 25. Engramenu, or the evil one. 26. Yuma, the successor of the Aryan Yama, history in the Avesta. 27. The fall of Yuma. 28. The Sagdad. V. The Gath as the Asana of 7 chapters, 95 to 11 I Mazdaisnians and Devasnians. 2. Zarathustra's work. 3. Early period of the Gathas. 4. The Prophet's denunciations of the Devasnians, or fiend worshippers. 5. The Aryan, Devas, gods transformed into the Iranian Devas fiends. Ahura and Ajura. 6. Poetical prologue of the Gathas. 7. Proclamation of the new religion. 8. Essence of Mazdaism, moral dualism. 9. The hymn of questions. 10. Simplicity and literalness of the Gathas. 11,12. The Yasna of 7 chapters. Slight deterioration in the spirit of Mazdaism, formation and return to myth. 13. The Mazdaisnian profession of faith. 14. Marriages between near relations. Classified contents. 6. Migrations and foreign influences. The Vendidad Heathen Revival. The Corte Avesta 113-168. 1. Character of the Vendidad. 2. The 3 fundamental principles of the priestly legislation. 3. Power of the priesthood. 4. The Athrivans and Zoroastrian sacrifice. 5, 6. Holiness of an agricultural life. 7. Care of the body enjoined, asceticism denounced. 8. Exposing of the dead. 10. The Dogma. 11. Questions on purity and pollution. 12. Impurity of the Dogmas. 13. Treatment of corpses in winter. 14. Sinfulness of burying a corpse. 15. Impure creatures become clean by dying. 16. On sickness. On 17. Thriftiness. 18. The Nasu, or corpse fiend. Rites of purification. 19. Dangerous sinfulness of carrying a corpse alone. 20. On physicians. 21. Sacredness of the dog. 22. Of the cock. 23. Signs of nomadic life in the Vendidad. 24. 25 Turanian influences encountered by the Aranians in their westward migration. 26, 28. Traces of these influences in the Avesta. 29. Hebrew affinities. 30-31. Puzzling penal legislation. 32. The Corte Avesta. Heathen revival. 33, 34. The Chinvat Bridge, and the trials of the soul after death. 35. High standard and beauty of Mazdaism. Its high place among religions. 7. The last days of Judah. 169-185. I affairs in Syria. 2. Necho 2. Of Egypt plans an invasion of Asia. 3. His campaign in Syria. 4. Battle of Megiddo, and defeat of Josiah of Judah. 5. Battle of Carchemish, defeat of Necho by Nebuchadrezzar. 6. The Median and Babylonian empires. 7. Submission of Syria. 8. The prophet Jeremiah, g. First taking of Jerusalem by Nebuchadrezzar. 10-13. Jeremiah's preaching and unpopularity. 14. Destruction of Jerusalem. 15, 16. The siege of Tyre. Nebuchadrezzar. Classified contents. VU 8. Lydia and Asia Minor. The balance of power in the East. 186-222. 55 1-3. The countries of Asia Minor independent of Babylon. 4, 5. Lydia. Kanda Yules and Gyges. 6. Rock tombs of Lycia. 7. Languages of Asia Minor. 8. The Hittite element in Asia Minor. 9. Indo-European influences. 10. Hellas, the Doric migration and Ionian colonies. 2. Ionian colonies on the shore of Asia Minor. 12. Mutual influence of the Greeks and Lydians. 13, 14. Invention of coinage by the Lydians. 15. Aggrandizement of Lydia. 16. Her wars against the Greek cities on the seashore. 17. War between Lydia and Media. 18. Battle of the Eclipse. Peace and intermarriages. 19. Death of Cyaxares. 9. Babylon the Great. The House Egypti. 223 to 260 I little durability of a balance of powers. 2. Nebuchadrezzar's fear of media. His works of fortification. 4. The Median Wall. 5. His constructions at Babylon. 6. The Great Walls. 7. The Great Bridge and the Embankments. 8. The New Palace. 9, 10. The Hanging Gardens. 11. The Temple of Bel Marduk. 12. Legends of Semiramis and Nitocris. 13. Nebuchadrezzar's greatness. 14. Herodotus' account of some Babylonian customs. 15. Discovery of the banking house of Egypt. 16. Long duration of the firm. 17. Their archive of private transactions. 18. Their business operations. 19. Legal transactions in property. 2022. Tablets of legal precedents. 23, 24. Dignified and independent position of Babylonian women. 25. Private letters. 26. Reading books, and children's exercise books. 27. Late use of cuneiform writing in contract tablets. Ex Media and the Rise of Persia. 261 to 288 1. Astyages succeeds Cyaxares. His insignificance. 2. Splendor of Median royalty. 3. Columnar architecture via classified contents. Introduced by the Medes. 4, 5. The palace at Ecbatana. 5. Uncertainty concerning the Medes. 7. The Median tribes, Aryan and un-Aryan. 8. The Magi, the priesthood of Media. G. Their probable un-Aryan origin. 10. Their political power. 11. The Persians. Uncertainty about their origin. 12. Persia proper, its climate and productions. Character of the Persians. 13. The Persian tribes, Aryan and un-Aryan. Elam and Anshan. 14. Reunion of the tribes under Oxemenes. Beginnings of the Persian nation. 15. The double line of the Oxemenian house, the Anshan line, and the Persian line. 16. The newly discovered cylinders of Nabonidus and Kairos. 17. The rock and inscription of Behistun. 18. The early Achaemenian house reconstructed from these documents. 11. Qrush, the king, the Achaemenian. 289 to 332 I. 2. Fall of the Median Empire. 3, 4. Herodotus' fabulous account of the birth and childhood of Kairos. 5. Explanation of the account. 6. Probable details. 7. Extension of the Persian Empire in the east. 8. Kairos' wise rule. Fusion of the Medes and Persians. 9. The ruins of Pasargadae, Kairos' royal city in Persia. 10. Persian art, as shown in the monuments at Pasargadae, imitated from Assyrian art. 11. The balance of powers threatened by Kairos. 12. Alyattes of Lydia succeeded by Croesus. 13. Croesus prepares to make war against Kairos, and seeks alliances. 14. His embassy and gifts to the Delphic temple. 15. Beginning of the war. 16, 17. The fall of Sardis and capture of Croesus. 18. Attempted self-immolation of Croesus. His rescue from the pyre. 19. Subjection of the Ionian cities and the rest of Asia Minor. 20. First and unsuccessful attack on Babylon. Complete subjection of Elam. Susa, one of the capitals of the Persian Empire. 21. the successors of Nebuchadrezzar at Babylon. Accession of Nabonidus. 22. He indisposes the priesthood of Babylon. First and unsuccessful attempt of Kairos. 23. The priesthood call classified contents. 9 in Kairos. 24. The Jews support him. 25. Surrender of Babylon and triumphal entry of Kairos. 26. He conciliates the priests and delivers the Jews. 27. Obscurity of his last years, and death. Appendix to Chapter 11. 333 to 343 The last discoveries at Susa. 12. Cambyses. 529 to 522 BC 344 to 360 I Accession of Cambyses. 2. His unfortunate nature and jealousy of his brother Bardiya. 3. He plans the conquest of Egypt. 4. Preparations on both sides. 5. Assassination of Bardiya. 6. Battle of Pelusium and conquest of Egypt. 7. Cambyses' religious tolerance and mild rule in Egypt. 8. His reluctance to return and further campaigns. G. Tidings of an impostor personating Bardiya, and of a general revolt. Cambyses confesses his crime and puts an end to his life. 10. Record of the event in the Behistun inscription. 13 Darius I, the son of Hystaspes. 522 to 485 BC. First period, Civil Wars. 361 to 383 1 to 3. Gaumata the Magian slain by the 7 Persian princes. Accession of Darius I 4. The Behistun inscription on the subject. 5. Darius a Mazdaisnian. 6. The Persians not strictly followers of the Vendidad. 7. Breaking out of the civil war. 8. Revolt of 9 provinces. 9. Revolt of Media. 10. Capture of the Median pretender. 11. End of the civil war. 12. Sculptures at Behistun. 13. List of nations. 14 Darius I. Second period, years of peace, 384 to 411 I Darius Y's home rule. 2. His system of taxation. 3. Construction of roads, and institution of a postal seer classified contents. Vice. 4. The Nile Canal and uniformity of coinage. 5. Susa and Persepolis. 6. Great platform at Persepolis. 7. Stairs at Persepolis. 8. The Palace of Darius. 9. The Hall of 100 Columns. 10. The Audience Hall at Susa, in the Book of Esther. 11. Buildings of Xerxes at Persepolis. 12. Conjectures about the walls of the palaces. 13. The royal tombs at Persepolis. 15 Darius I third period, foreign wars. 412 to 433 I Darius begins a series of foreign wars. 2. The knowledge of the Greeks about Scythia. 3, 4. Herodotus' description of Scythia. 5,6. Of the Scythians. 7. Darius bridges and crosses the Bosporus and the Danube. 9h, his campaign in Scythia. 10. His retreat and return across the Danube and the Hellespont. 11. Expeditions in India and Africa. Revolt and chastisement of the Greek cities in Asia and Thracia. Preparations against Greece. Index 435 List of illustrations. Archer frieze. A Parsi gentleman, modern, frontispiece 6. A Parsi lady, modern, 7 page of the Avesta 29 Parsi in praying costume Uspate Idana. -115 Kosti 115, *H-Ga, or fire altar of modern Parsis 116 H-Ga, or fire altar, seen by Ain Til Duparan II-7 sacrificial implements used in Parsi worship II-9 Adakhma, or Tower of Silence. 127. Ancient Documentir Tehran in Persia. I2G View in Azerbaijan 143. View in Azerbaijan 145 Assyrian altar I-49 ruin of H-Ga at Firozabad. SL. Restoration of the same 153. Lishan rock tombs at Myra I-90 Lishan rock tomb at Tel Messis. 19 I Lishan rock tomb at Tel Messis. I-92 facade of Lishan rock tomb at Myra. I-94 rock tomb at Myra reliefs on the so-called Harpy Tower 195. I-97 XLL list of illustrations. Sepulchral monument at Xanthos modern constructions in Lisha granary in modern Lisha granary in modern Lisha rock tomb of Nida city wall of Nida statue of the Artemis of Ephesus ruins of the temple of Didymean Apollo fragment of ornament early and late Lydian coins brick of Nebuchadrezzar hanging gardens of Babylon mountain scenery in Media Persian and Median foot soldiers rock of Behistun. Sculptures and inscriptions on the rock of Behistun gate pillar of Koroz palace bas relief representing Koroz tomb of Koroz at Pasargad supposed tomb of Cambyses I lion frieze, in glazed tiles, at Susa design on archer's robes. Battlemented stair parapet royal seal of the Akhdad-Emanian king's winged bull at Persepolis Persian pillar base and capital double griffin capital double bull capital. Ruined palace at Firozabad Sasanian rock sculptures Darius I on his throne tombs of Achaemenian kings list of illustrations. XL detail of Akhemenian tomb building known as Rustem's tomb 373 Sasanian sculpture 375 Sasanian kings 377 masonry of great platform at Persepolis Z9Z lion attacking bull 396 parapet of stair, Persepolis 397 carved lintel of windows and doors 398 palace of Darius at Persepolis 399 attempt at restoration of south front of palace of Darius at Persepolis 401 Darius fighting a monster 403 door of palace of Darius, Persepolis 405 pillars of the hall of Xerxes 407 general view of the Palace of Darius 409 Scythians after a battle 421 Greek silver vase, found at Kerch 423 116 Principal works consulted. Dunker, Max Geschick des Alter Thumbs. 5th edition. I2th and 4th vol. Leipzig, 1880. Evers, Drive das Emporkommender Persischen Macht unter Cyrus, nach den Neuentdeckten Inschriften. Berlin, 1884. 40 pages. Ferguson, James. Palaces of Nineveh and Persepolis restored. London, 1851. Ibal. Fleugel, Dr. Victor. Cyrus und Herodot, nach den Neugefunden Keilenschriften. Leipzig, 1881. 197 pages. Harles, M. Zend Avesta, Lieber Saker du Zoroastrisme traduit du Text Zend, accompagné notes explicatives, et précède d'une introduction à l'étude de Avesta et de la religion Mazdine, 2e edition. Paris, 1881. Ibal. Les origines du Zoroastrisme. Extrait du Journal Asiatique. Paris, 1879. Du Parties N8. Hogg, Martin. Essays on the Sacred Language, Writings, and Religion of the Parsis. Ibal. 2nd edition. Hublik, Abel. L. Avesta, Zoroaster et l'image, Paris, 1880. Ibal. L'Etienne dans L. Avesta. Les Soins qu'il lui sont dus. Son éloge. Paris, 1876. 56 pages. Les Médecins et la Médecine dans L. Avesta. 21 pages. Jackson, A. B. Williams. A Hymn of Zoroaster Yasna XXXI. Translated with comments, 62 pages, Stuttgart, 1888. Justi, Dr. Ferdinand. Geschichte Alten Persiens. Berlin, 1879. Ibal. Kuhn, A die Herkunft des Führers und des Götter. Tranks. First edition, Ibal. Ionormant, Fran 90is. La Monnaie dans l'Antiquité. Volume 1st Paris, 1878. Les origines de l'histoire, d'après la Bible et les traditions des peuples orientaux. 2d vol. Paris, 1882. Maspero, G. Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient. 3d edition. Paris, 1878. Manent, Joachim. Zoroaster, Essai sur la philosophique religieuse de la Perse, 2d edition. Paris, 1857. Ibal. Meyer, Edward. Geschichte alter Thumbs. Stuttgart, 1884. Volumist. Mills, L.H. The Zend Avesta, Part 3. The Yasna, Visparad, Afranagan, Gauze, and Miscellaneous Fragments. Sacred Books of the East. Series, Vol. XXXI, Oxford, 1887. Ibal. Principal Works Consulted. 17 Muller, F. Max Chips from a German Workshop. New York, 1876. 4 Vol. Lectures on the Science of Language. New York, 1875. 2 Vol. Biographies of Words and the Home of the Areas. London, 1888. Meyer. Remains of Lost Empires, Ibal. Oppert, J. L. E. Pupil et la langue des me, de. L. Honover, L. E. Verbe créature de Zoroaster. Extrait des Annales de Philosophie Chrétienne, John Vere, 1862. 24 pages. Plutarch. De Icide et Osiride. Rawlinson, George. The Five Great Monarchies of the Ancient Eastern World, London, 1865. 3d and 4th vol. History of Herodotus, a New English version. London, 1875. 4 vol. Rial, Gerard de. Agni, Petit Fils des dans l'Evada et Avesta. Paris, 1869. 16 pages. Sayce, A.H. The Ancient Empires of the East. London, 1884. Ibal. Lectures on the Origin and Growth of Religion, as illustrated by the Religion of the Ancient Babylonians. Hibbert Lectures, 1887. Ibal. Schrader, Eberhard. Die Keilenschriften und das Alte Testament. 2d edition. Gießen, 1883. Ibal. Spiegel, Friedrich. Ironisk Alter Thumbskunde. 3 vol. Leipzig, 1871, 1873, and 1878. Die Altpersischen Keilenschriften. 2d edit. 1881 Unger, G. Father Kyaxaries und Astiages. Aus den Abhandlungen XVL der Kahn. Bayerischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, ICI, BD, Ilabth. München, 1882. 85 pages. Vox, WSW Persia, from the earliest period to the Arab conquest. Ancient history from the monuments. Ibal. Vigorou, Abbé F. La Bible et les découvertes modernes en Palestine, en Egypte et en Assyrie. 4th edit. Paris, 1884. 4 volumes West, E. W. Pahlavi texts. Part I. The Bundaj, Bamanyajt, and Shayist La Shayist. Sacred Books of the East. Series, Volume V. Oxford, 1880. Ibal. Whitney, W. M. Dwight. Oriental and Linguistic Studies, New York, 1873. Ibal. 1611 Principal Works Consulted. Windishman, Friedrich. Zoroasteriststudian. Abhandlungen zur Mythologie und Sagengeschichte des Alten Iran. Berlin, 1863. Mithra, ein Beitrag zur Mythengeschichte des Orients Leipzig, 1857. 89 pages. Numerous works on ancient India and comparative mythology, also pamphlets and essays by Sir H. C. Rawlinson, T. H. G. Pinches, W. St. Chad Boscawen, H. Rassam, de Harlez, Spiegel, Hublich, Halaby, Gerard de Rial, E. Lafoy, and others, in Rawlinson's Herodotus, the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and various periodicals, such as Transactions and Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, the Journal of the Victoria Institute, the Museum, the Babylonian and Oriental Record, the Revue Archéologique, Gazette des Beaux-Arts, and others. This volume will surely and deservedly be found fault with by critics on the score of inconsistent spelling of Oriental and Greek names. It is a defect very difficult to avoid in the present transition stage between the spelling sanctioned by old habit, though utterly incorrect and misleading, and the more faithful and rational transliteration which a finer scholarship is rapidly introducing. The author is fully conscious of this shortcoming, which, however, shall be thoroughly eliminated in a final revised edition of the entire work. ZAR principal dates given in this volume. Battle of Megiddo, defeat of Josiah of Judah by Necho II of Egypt, 60 BC Battle of Carchemish, defeat of Necho II by Nebuchadrezzar of Babylon, 605 First taking of Jerusalem by Nebuchadrezzar. 597 Destruction of Jerusalem and beginning of captivity. 586 Battle of the Eclipse, between Aleuts of Lydia and Cyaxares of Media, death of Cyaxares. 585 584 Death of Nebuchadrezzar. 561 Fall of the Median Empire, Astyages, son of Cyaxares, dethroned by Kairos, king of Anshan and Persia, conquest of Lydia by Kairos. 549 546 Conquest of Babylon by Kairos and end of Jewish captivity. Death of Kairos the Great. Cambyses, son of Kairos. 539 529 529 to 522 Battle of Pelusium and conquest of Egypt. 525 Darius I, son of Histisps. 522 to 485, 522 to 515, Civil Wars. 515 to 508, Years of Peace. 508 to 485, Foreign Wars. Battle of Marathon. 490 The story of Media, Babylon, and Persia. A notable religious survival, the Parsis. Ainquitil du Quran. Among the so-called heathen religions which still claim for their own more than one half of mankind, there is none of greater interest and importance than that of the Parsis, more generally known under the graphic but misleading name of fire worshippers. It is certainly not from their number bears the sect derive that interest and importance, for in that respect they form an almost imperceptible unit in the general sum. The entire number of Parsis now living scarcely, if at all, exceeds 100,000, which represents about 1 in 14,000 of the Earth's population. But, small as that fragment of humanity is, it is a chip from one of the world's noblest and mightiest nations, the Persians of old, a nation which, though not extinct, and still counted as one of the greater political powers of the East, has degenerated beyond recognition under the two media, Babylon and Persia. Influence of foreign conquest, enforced change of religion, and mixture of races. and the religion which these exiled descendants of the ancient Persians have preserved along with purity of race and time-honored customs, is that of ancient Aaron, the old and widely spread faith, the prophet of which, Spitama Zarathustra, was vaguely known and reverenced by the writers of Greek and Roman antiquity, as well as by the later scholars of Europe, under the name of Zoroaster. 2. It is customary to sweep under the head heathen religions all except the three great Semitic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islamism, or the religion of Mohammed. It is doubtful how far so comprehensive a designation may be correct in individual instances. In that of the Parsis, at least, it appears decidedly rash, since they earnestly, emphatically profess the worship of the one true God, and a horror of any kind of polytheism, a form of belief which, surely, should win them a place among monotheists, as must be shown by a brief review of their religious tenets and practices. 3. It was in the year 641 AD that the Arab invaders, in the heyday of their fervor for the faith of which their prophet Mohammed had taught them to consider themselves the heaven-sent bearers, won the battle, on the field of Nineveh, 50 miles from ancient Ecbatana, which changed the destinies of Aaron, and turned its people, dreaded and victorious for 4 centuries under their last national kings, the Sasanian dynasty, into a conquered, enslaved, and for a long time ruthlessly oppressed and ill-treated and notable eligious survival. 3. Population. Yezdijerd III, the last Sasanian king, was murdered on his flight, for plunder, and no effort was made to retrieve the lost fortunes of that terrible day, with which closed an heroic struggle of over 8 years, the country's energies were broken. 4. It was but natural that the religion of the Vankayists should be the first object of persecution at the hands of victors whose wars and conquests were all prompted by religious fanaticism. The Persian clergy were persecuted, their temples desecrated and destroyed, their sacred books likewise, and the faithful followers of the ancient national creed subjected to so many indignities and extortions as to make existence not only burdensome, but well nigh impossible. They were made to pay ruinous extra taxes, were excluded from all offices, forgotten all participation in public life, and, worst of all, very nearly deprived of the protection of the law, at all events systematically denied justice or redress whenever they applied for either against a Mussulman. Their property, their lives, their honor, thus were completely at the mercy of the insolent and grasping foreign rulers. From so many and unbearable ills, the only escape lay in embracing the faith of these rulers, doing homage to Mohammed, and abjuring all their own traditions, beliefs, and practices. By this one act they could step at once from the state of downtrodden slaves to a condition if not of equality with their masters, at least of well-protected subjects. It is no wonder that apostasy became rife in the land. Compulsory conversion, however, is scarcely likely to be sincere, and we may take it for Media, Babylon, and Persia. For granted that the first generations of new-made Mussulmans were so only in self-defense and in outer form. Not so their descendants. Habit and associations gradually endeared to them the faith in which, unlike their fathers, they were born and bred, and at the present moment there are no more zealous followers of the Arab prophet than the Persians. 5. But even at the time of the wholesale conversion of the country to Islamism, which was an accomplished fact in less than 200 years after the conquest, great numbers preferred every hardship to apostasy. Only, as life under such conditions had become unendurable at home, the vast majority of these took the desperate resolution of going into exile, to seek some place of refuge in foreign lands, where they would be tolerated as harmless guests, and suffered to practice their religion unmolested. Small remnant only stayed, lacking the courage to sever all old ties and go forth into absolute uncertainty, and of this remnant the fate was most pitiful. In the 10th century of the Christian era, says a distinguished modern Parsi writer *, remnants of the Zoroastrian population were to be found only in the provinces of Fars and Kerman, and the reader will have an idea of the rate at which that remnant has declined even in recent times, when it is stated that, while about 150 years ago it numbered 100,000 souls, it does not at present exceed 7 or 8,000. *Dosabai Framji Karaka, in his History of the Parsis, London, 1884. A notable religious survival. 5-6. The self-exiled Zoroastrians fared better. After wandering for many years somewhat at random, stopping at various places, but not attempting any permanent settlement until they effected a descent on the western coast of India, they reached at last the peninsula of Gujarat, or Gujarat, where they were hospitably received by the reigning Hindu prince. After they had agreed to some by no means onerous conditions, they were to lay down their arms, to give an account of the religion they professed, to adopt the language of the country, to conform to some of its customs. From this time forth and through several centuries the Zoroastrian exiles, who now began to be called Parsis, prospered greatly. Deprived of arms, and with no call to use them had they retained them, they settled into the thrifty, intelligent, industrious ways which characterize them at the present day. Agriculture and commerce became their favorite pursuits, and as they were in no way repressed or restrained, they began to spread even as far as Upper India, the Punjab. Then, about 1300 AD, they were once more driven forth homeless, by a Mussulman invasion, which ended in the conquest of Gujarat. This time, however, they did not stray far, but betook themselves to Nafsari and Assarid near the coast, where they came in contact with Europeans, to the great furtherance of their commercial interests. It was undoubtedly this new commercial intercourse which drew them southwards, to the great centre of the western coast, the city of Bombay, where we find them as early as about Media, Babylon, and Persia. 1650 AD, just before the transfer of the city and territory from the Portuguese to the NHSH Crown. The presidency of Bombay with its capital has since become the headquarters of the Parsis, whose number bears in this part of the country and the whole of India amount to something over 85,500. 7. It has always been known in Europe that the Parsis, or Ghebers, infidels, as the Mussulmans contemptuously call them, followed a religion of which the most peculiar and striking outer feature was the honor paid to fire, that they had sacred fires kept burning always in chapels, and that when they moved from place to place they carried these fires with them. It was, naturally enough, inferred that fire was their deity, their god, and the name of fire worshippers was universally bestowed on them. Only a scholarly few had a deeper and more a Parsi gentleman-wrecked perception of what was, modern, to the mass an absurd superstition, and knew that the Parsis did not worship fire as a deity, but admired and honored it as the pure est and most perfect emblem of the deity. The Parsi writer quoted above, in vindicating his brethren from the charge of heathenism, very aptly cites the words of Bishop Murin, the head of the Roman Catholics of Bombay, of pure and unnotable religious survival. Also knew that the Parsis believe in a number of spiritual beings who take care of the world under the orders and supervision of the Creator, in 6 spirits more exalted still and partaking in their essence of some of the divine qualities, also in the existence and power of sainted souls, and that they invoke all these beings in prayer somewhat as the Roman and Oriental churches do angels, archangels, and saints. Lastly, scholars knew that the Parsis professed to follow strictly and undeviatingly the law of Zoroaster, as it was handed down from their ancestors before the conquest, the Persians of the Sasanian period, who were, in their turn, said to have received it from remote antiquity. Now these assertions are strongly confirmed by a great many passages from Greek and Roman writers of various times, whose accounts, fragmentary as they are, of the beliefs to a Parsi lady, modern, and religious practices of the Persians as they knew them in their time, agree remarkably with the beliefs and practices of the modern Parsis. The name of Zoroaster, too, is mentioned by many classical authors, vaguely, it is true, and with many defiled flame is certainly the most sublime natural representation of him who is in himself eternal light. 8. Media, Babylon, and Persia. Contradictions, but always with reverence, as one coupled with much holiness and mystery. It was, therefore, generally understood among the learned first, that the Parsis must possess sacred books of great antiquity, containing and expounding the laws of one of the oldest and most remarkable religions in the world, *2d. That it would be extremely desirable, in the interests of historical and religious research, to gain access to these books, and, if possibly, to secure copies of them for the great European libraries. 8. Both these points were partially settled by the happy chance which, in the beginning of the last century, put an English traveller and scholar, George Borgia, in possession of a manuscript, which he obtained from Parsi priests during a visit to Surat. It contained the Vendidad Sade, I.C., a compilation of prayers and hymns, in the order in which they are recited at religious services, and was deposited at Oxford. More manuscripts followed, until towards the middle of the century that great university owned a nearly complete collection. But what was the use, when there was no one to read them? The very characters were unknown, and there seemed but little prospect that the puzzle should ever be solved. 9. Fortunately 4 pages traced from one of the Oxford manuscripts found their way to Paris, and there happened to meet the eye of a young Oriental student, Ainquetil Duperouen. Ambitious, eager-minded, and scarcely 22, he saw in this a hint of fate, a great work, worthy of all his energies, a notable religious survival. 9. And enthusiasm, given into his hand, in short, that most desirable of boons, an object in fait. I at once resolved to endow my country with this peculiar piece of literature, he says. I dared to form the design of translating it, and determined to go to the East with that object in view, and learn the ancient Persian language in Gujarat or Kerman. Belonging to a noble family, he could command the influence of high-placed friends, and might, in time, have obtained an appointment at one of the counting houses of the French East India Company. But such a roundabout way and its inevitable delays ill-suited with his youthful impatience, and, taking counsel of no one, he committed the reckless step of engaging as a private in the service of the company, which was sending out a batch of recruits, just to secure an immediate passage. Only when all the arrangements were completed did he inform his elder brother of what he had done, and, unmoved by his dismay and tearful entreaties, marched out with his company one raw November morning of the year 1754-10. Enterprising and brave to foolhardiness as Ainquetil was, from temperament, from national bent, and from the buoyancy which belongs to extreme youth, it is just possible that he might not have embarked in such blind wise on his adventurous errand, had he quite known the number and the nature of the hardships which he was rushing to meet, even though they were greatly mitigated for him by the exertions of his friends, who obtained from the government his discharge from military low media. Babylon, and Persia. Service, a small pension, and PRONs of further assistance even before he left his native soil. The good news reached him at Lorient, the seaport from which the recruits were to be shipped, and he stepped on board the vessel in February, 1755, a free man. It was well for him that it fell out so, for as we read his account of the voyage and of the share of suffering which fell to him as one of the artificers mess, we ask ourselves with a shudder what would have been his fate had he been counted among the wretched rabble of vagabonds, criminals, and scamps of every description, the scum of prisons and regiments, which made up the company's soldiery, and were housed, fed, and generally treated accordingly, on a 6 months' voyage, mostly on tropical seas. 2. Nothing can be more entertaining and instructive, at times more fascinating and thrilling, than Ainquetil's own detailed narrative of his long wanderings and manifold adventures. The book is we but little read nowadays. Accept the results of a great man's self-devotion, and care little to recall at what cost those results were obtained. Yet there are surely some good lessons to be drawn from the career of men whom we see giving up home, friends, prospects in life, for the sake of knowledge, pursuing this, to the great mass of men, most unsubstantial of goods, at the risk of life and health, grudging neither time nor money, or, far more frequently still, working for it without any money, by sheer personal exertion and perseverance, in the face of appalling privation and hardships, and considering themselves repaid beyond any wealth if they succeed in securing a no 7 able religious survival. 2 even but a portion of the knowledge they sought. Such men there have always been, such men there are now, many of them. They work, they succeed, they suffer, they die, too, more of them than the world knows of, victims of their enthusiasm and self-devotion, witness George Smith *, witness the 2 Lenormands, father and son, Charles and Francois, and so many others, all smitten in harness by cruel diseases contracted in distant and uncongenial climes, at their noble tasks. Ainquetil Duperon was emphatically one of the heroic band. Few suffered as many and varied ills, and if he lived to achieve and enjoy, it was solely owing to an exceptionally vigorous constitution. 12 He was absent 7 years. But there was no time lost. When he re-entered Paris, early in 1762, he was barely 30. The most arduous and adventurous part of his task lay behind him, successfully achieved, and before him the best years of his manhood, to be devoted to comparatively easy and certainly pleasant work, that of translating the several books which formed the body of Parsi scripture, and became generally, though incorrectly, known under the name of Zend Avesta. This translation, accompanied by a detailed narrative of his varied wanderings and experiences, was laid before the public as early as 1771, in 3/4 volumes bearing the lengthy but exhaustive title Zend Avesta, the work of Zoroaster containing the theological, physical, added moral ideas of that lawgiver, the ceremonies of the religions worship ** see Story of Chaldea, pages 102 to 105. 12 Media, Babylon, and Persia, Tablet by Jainin, and several important traits bearing on the ancient history of the Persians. The manuscripts from which he worked had already been deposited in the royal library. He had therefore fully redeemed the vow to which he pledged himself 17 years before on first beholding the puzzling pothooks on the Oxford tracing, and now waited anxiously and with natural curiosity to see the impression which his labors would produce on the scholarly world of Europe. 13 Here he was doomed to an unlooked-for and disheartening experience. True, there was here and there a little burst of enthusiasm, but the large majority of scholars held aloof, uncertain, and bewildered, while the English scholars, partly moved thereto by personal feeling against the author, who had been guilty of some very ill-tempered and unwarrantable attacks on the University of Oxford, took a decided hostile stand. Their spokesman was William Jones, then a very young man, but already distinguished as a linguist and Orientalist, who published in French an anonymous letter to Mr. A. Dupy in the form of a pamphlet. Though so abusive as to be decidedly in bad taste, it was very clever, and the French was so perfect that it was some time before the nationality of the writer was suspected. Jones simply accused the elder scholar of forgery, or else of a credulity passing all reasonable bounds. He objected that the W. tidings, presented to the world as the works of one of the greatest thinkers of all ages, half the time, to use a homely expression, didn't make sense, a notable religious survival. And when they did, were insufferably stupid and prosy. Though the whole college of Gebers were to assert it, he says, we should never believe that even the least clever of charlatans could have written the nonsense with which your 2 last volumes are filled. Either Zoroaster was devoid of common sense, or he did not write the book you attribute to him. If the first, you should have left him to obscurity; if he did not write the book, it was impudent to publish it under his name. You have then either insulted the public by offering them worthless stuff, or cheated them by palming off falsehoods on them, and in both cases you deserve their contempt. On this theme the changes were rung for years with little variety and less good breeding. The least reason I shall offer, for rejecting the authenticity of the book, is the uncommon stupidity of the work itself, is the verdict of another English scholar. 14 Time and more advanced scholarship have vindicated the memory of Ainquetil Duperon. They have long ago assigned to him his true place, established the great and real worth of the work he did, and also its shortcomings. For though it would enter nobody's head nowadays to deny the authenticity of the books he undertook to translate, his rendering of them is so faulty, carried out on such altogether wrong principles, as to be utterly unavailable, the monument at once of a great achievement and a great failure. He had neither the right method nor the right tools. He trusted entirely to his instructors, the Parsi desturs, or high priests, and 14 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Their word-for-word translations into modern Persian, never dreaming how unreliable their knowledge was. He was aware, indeed, that the mass of the Parsis hear and recite their sacred texts parrot-wise, without understanding or deeming it needful to understand a single word of them, satisfied with scrupulously performing the ceremonies and rites of the worship they were taught. But he was told that on their higher clergy rested the obligation to study the ancient dead languages of their race, so as to hand down from generation to generation the sense and spirit of their religious law as well as its outer forms. How could he suspect that, in carrying the vessel, they had spilt most of the contents, and that their mainstay was a thread of tradition, continuous, indeed, but growing more and more corrupt and unreliable? So he wrote down every word in modern Persian, as his desturs gave it, then rendered that literally into French, and to do his opponents justice half the time it did 7 make sense. 15 Thus it seemed as though one puzzle had only been exchanged for another, scarcely less hopeless. A great and clear mind was needed to disentangle it and carry on the work which had been dropped from sheer inability to grasp it. Such a mind turned up only 60 years later, in the person of another French Orientalist, Eugene Burnouf. He thought he saw his way to a more correct understanding of the Parsi sacred books, by means of a more rational and exhaustive method, and although the experiment really lay outside of his special line of studies, he undertook it, more to open the road for others and a notable religious survival. One show them how, than with a vive/to follow it to the end himself. True, he brought to the task a tool which Ainquetil had lacked, a perfect knowledge of Sanskrit, the most ancient surviving language of the Aryans of India and the sister tongue of that in which the so-called Zoroastrian books were originally written. Curiously enough, this tool, which was the means of establishing Ainquetil's claim to honor and recognition, even while exposing his shortcomings, was in a measure supplied by his bitter foe and detractor, Sir William Jones, for it was this great scholar who, being called to India to fill a high official position, first took up the study of the classical language of ancient India himself, and inspired his fellow workers and subordinates with the same enthusiasm, earning for himself the title of founder of those Sanskrit studies which were to become so principal a branch of the then dawning science of comparative philology. The great likeness which was discovered between the ancient languages of the Aryans of India and of Iran suggested to Burnouf that by bringing to bear Sanskrit scholarship on the Iranian texts, the traditional but mostly unintelligent rendering of the Parsi desturs might be controlled and corrected, and a closer comprehension of their scriptures attained than they could at all achieve. One chapter was all he worked out according to this plan. But on what scale and with what thoroughness the research was conducted, is shown by the fact that it fills a quarto volume of 800 pages ***, comment Sir L. E. Yafna, published in 1s 3335. L6 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 16 All the work that has since been done on this field was carried out on the lines laid down in this first attempt of Burnouf's a monumental treasury of erudition and ingenuity. But the matter in hand is singularly arduous and obscure, and although patient scholarship has indeed succeeded in restoring the lost religion attributed to Zoroaster in its main features and general spirit, in tracing the various elements which entered into its progressive development, yet many are the points still under dispute, the passages sometimes most important ones of which we have several conflicting versions, among which even the trained specialist finds it impossible to make a decisive choice. In many ways there is less uncertainty even about cuneiform decipherment. Still much is done every year, and even as matters stand now, we know enough to warrant us in pronouncing the religion so almost miraculously preserved by a handful of followers one of the finest, wisest, loftiest the world has seen. As it was the religion of the race which, in the order of history, takes the lead at the point to which our studies have brought us, we shall pause to gain some knowledge of it, and thus be prepared to follow that race's doings more understandingly and appreciatively. To the Prophet of Zend Avesta. The religions of the world, apart from their intrinsic differences, may be divided into two great classes, those that have sacred books, and those that have not. The sacred books of a religion embody all its teachings in matters of faith, theology, and conduct. They tell its followers what they should believe, what they should do and avoid doing, how they should pray, worship, conduct themselves on the momentous occasions of human life. All these instructions the faithful are not to take as simply advice for their general guidance, but as absolutely binding, to be believed without discussion, to be obeyed without demurring. When any occasion arises bearing on religious doctrine in any way, the devout believer ought not to use his own judgment, but to refer to his sacred book, or to its privileged interpreters, the priests. This, indeed, is the most commendable and the safer course, as the layman is liable to mistakes from imperfect training and incomplete knowledge, while the priest must perforce understand what he devotes his life to a study. Doubt as to the absolute truth of any statement, or as to the necessity or righteousness of one Media, Babylon, and Persia. Any prescription contained in the sacred book is mortal sin, entailing punishment in the next world, and, if expressed in acts of insubordination, here on earth, at the hands of the priests and the government which supports them. To such utter surrender of man's most cherished rights, the right of thought and independent action, such unreasoning obedience, amounting almost to the abolition of individual will and intellect, could never be demanded or obtained by mere men, either the wisest or the most despotic. Man will obey his fellow man from choice, and as long as he thinks it to his own advantage to do so, but never admit that such obedience is a paramount and indisputable duty. Every religion, therefore, that has sacred books, claims for them a superhuman origin. They are the divine word and the divine law, revealed supernaturally, imparted directly by the deity through the medium of some chosen man or men, who become the prophets, teachers, and lawgivers of their people, but speak not from themselves, but in the name and, as it were, under the dictation of the deity, with whom they are supposed to have miraculous, face-to-face intercourse. In remote antiquity men were more simple-minded than they are now, and, being devoid of all positive, scientific, knowledge, found no difficulty in believing wonders. Knowing nothing of the laws of nature, deviations from those laws would not startle them in the same way that they do us, but would strike them at most as extraordinary occurrences, fraught with some portentous significance. They were the more will the prophet Aaron. I to admit the divine origin claimed for the law offered to them, that the best of every region, being glimpses of eternal truths, opened by the noblest and wisest thinkers of a race, has always been so far above the average standard of the times as to appear to the mass unattainable by the unisist efforts of the human mind. 3. The two great Asiatic divisions of the Aryan stock or race, the Hindus and the Iranians, both followed religions which, their priests taught them, were revealed to the founders directly and personally by the deity. The Hindus treasured a set of books, which they called Veda, knowledge, as the repository of the divine law, while the sacred book of the Iranians has long been known under the name of Zend Avesta. Neither of these religions is extinct. The former is still professed, in a much altered form, by many millions of the inhabitants of India, while the latter has survived, as we saw, in that handful of descendants of Persian emigrants which forms the Parsi community in India, and the daily dwindling remnant of their brethren in the old country. Between both there are striking resemblances and not less striking differences, as is usually the case between members of one family, be they individuals or nations. But we are, in this volume, directly concerned only with the race which, at the point we have reached, the ever-revolving wheel of history is bringing up to the top, to gather the inheritance of older nations whose greatness is of the past, Assyria, Babylon, and others, lesser in size, power, and influence. See Story of Chaldea, pages 259-260. 20 Media, Babylon, and Persia. For when, on the authority of Ainquetil-Duparan and his first successors in the field of Iranian research, the title Zend Avesta was universally accepted, and Zend given as the name of the language in which the newly found books were written, a misnomer was unconsciously introduced which considerably delayed discoveries and added confusion to an already almost hopelessly obscure subject. In the first place, the title, a compound one, should be Avesta u Zend, which may be pretty fairly translated the law and commentary, for Zend is not the name of a language at all, but a word, which means explanation, commentary. In the second place, the books are not written in one uniform language, but in several Iranian dialects of different periods and, probably, different countries. Now that these facts are distinctly understood, it is becoming more and more usual to call the books themselves simply Avesta, and the language of the original texts Avestan, a name which does not commit to any particular time or country, while the language in which the Zend or commentary and glosses are written, and which is of far later date, as can easily be proved from inscriptions, has been named Pahlavi, the Persian of the Middle Ages. 5. Pahlavi is a most peculiar language, especially in its written form. Not so much from the difference of the characters, which is not greater than the distance of several centuries would naturally warrant, but at first sight it does not seem to be Persian at all, but rather Semitic. That is, an Enor, the prophet of Aaron. 21 Mao's proportion of the words nouns, pronouns, verbs, adverbs, prepositions, conjunctions are Semitic, while the grammar and construction, i.e., the way of using and arranging those words, are Iranian, a proceeding so anomalous as to make it certain that the result could not possibly ever have been the living language of any nation whatever. The solution of the riddle seems scarcely less strange. It is this, that the words which were Semitic to the eye were Iranian in sound, or, to put it more clearly, the reader, in reading to himself or aloud, substituted to each Semitic word its Iranian, or Persian, equivalent. Thus, king would be written Vayakt, an old Semitic word, and pronounced Shah, Makan Malka, king of kings, became Shahan Shah Gozjit, meat, was substituted in reading, to its Semitic equivalent Bisard, which was the we written word. Ourselves do something of the same kind, on a very small scale, when, on meeting, in print or writing, forms like I pound dot, e.g. etc. which stand for the Latin, idest, exempli gratia etc. we fluently read the English words, that is, for instance, and so forth, not to speak of the numeral figures, I, 2, 3, etc., which every language pronounces in its own way. To indulge in the exercise on such a scale as did the readers and writers of Pahlavi Persian implies a knowledge of two languages, which is rather surprising, and would alone go far towards proving the indebtedness of the younger race of Central Asia to the ancient cultures of the West. For where and in what way, if not by constant contact with old Semitic nations, 22 Media, Babylon, and Persia, like those of Nineveh, of Babylon, of Aram, could the Persians have acquired such familiarity with a language than which none could be more different from the Iranian speech, as to keep writing in that language and translating it into their own as they read. 6. The written Pahlavi language, therefore, is composed of two very distinct elements, which have also been distinguished by different names. That part of it which is written one way and read another has been called Huzve Resh, while the purely Persian part goes under the name of Pazend. It is clear that it is quite possible for a text to be written entirely in Huzvarish or entirely in Pazend, but neither is usually the case. Only it has been remarked that, the older the text, the more Huzvarish it contains, so that it may be said that the most ancient Sasanian writings are nearly all Huzvarish, while the latest are almost entirely in Pazend. 7. From what has been said it is evident that the books which we know under the general name of Avesta are composed of parts belonging to very different ages. As the Pahlavi characters differ from the Avestan ones, it is comparatively easy to separate the original text from the Zend, and to assign to the latter its proper time, which is the period of the Sasanian dynasty, 226 to 640 AD. Beyond that, everything is doubt and darkness. It is just the most interesting and important questions to which we have no satisfactory answers. Should like to how know, old is the religion of which the written law has in great part just been recovered? From the prophet of Aaron. 23. Which of the countries of Aaron did it go forth? Was there really a man of the name of Zarathustra, who invented and preached it, and when did he live? And did he invent it, or only reform it and put it into shape? When were the texts containing the doctrine, the prayer, and the law, written down? All these points have now for years been the subject of researches, which have arrived at conclusions in a great measure conflicting, and which their authors themselves do not attempt to give out as final. It is not for a book like the present, meant essentially for general readers, to enter into the details and merits of special controversies. It can only present, in the briefest and clearest possible form, such results as are certain and such as appear most probable, most likely to be confirmed in the course of further study, as being supported by the greatest amount of intrinsic and circumstantial evidence. 8. Most of the Greek and Roman writers whose works, or fragments of them, have come down to us, speak of Zoroaster as of a wise man of the East and teacher of divine things, and also magic, whose existence it occurred to no one to doubt. True, their testimony, taken separately, would not go for much, as neither of these nations was remarkable for great historical sense or critical discernment, and besides, they place him at absurdly varying periods, ranging all the way between 6000 and 500 BC. But the unanimity of the testimony establishes a strong presumption in favor of the real existence of such a person, at some time, as yet not to be determined, although so much can be said with certainty. Even 24 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Now, that both the above extreme dates are equally preposterous, the one for its remoteness, the other for its lateness. More conclusive, however, is the intrinsic testimony we derive from the Avesta itself. 9. There is a small collection of hymns called gathas, literally songs, written in a peculiar Iranian dialect, either older than the Avestan generally, or belonging to a different part of Aaron. They are in verse, and bear the marks of far greater antiquity than any other portion of the book. They evidently present the teachings of a new religion in its earliest and purest stage, and, among sermons, prayers, sayings, loosely strung together in no particular order, contain some of the very few pieces of real poetical beauty which the Avesta can boast. In these songs the prophet stands forth with an unmistakable, living reality. Sometimes he preaches in his own person, expounding to a concourse of hearers the simple and broad principles of his creed. Sometimes he cries out to his God, as a persecuted and homeless wanderer among men, with a pathos that strongly recalls some of the Hebrew Psalms. To what land shall I turn? Whither shall I go? None of the servants pay reverence to me, nor do the wicked rulers of the country. How shall I worship thee further, O Ahura Mazda? I know that I am helpless, for I have few men. I implore thee weeping, O Ahura, who grantest happiness as a friend gives a present to his friend. At other times he speaks hopefully, for he has found friends. A great king has been moved to believe in the prophet and his mission. His first disciples are among the prophet of Aaron. $2 The royal fama and the mighty nobles of the land, the queen herself is his devoted follower. Then, again, his disciples seem to be speaking, for he is mentioned in the third person. But throughout this precious collection, the grand figure stands out most real, most human, appealing to the noblest, tenderest human sympathies, and making you feel sure that Zarathustra has once been a living man, and not an empty name. Lo! But when our curiosity prompts us to inquire for details, for biographical facts, materials fail us entirely. The Avesta tells us the name of his father and of his family or clan Spitama, also those of his wives, his sons, and his daughter, but beyond that nothing definite. Still keeping strictly to the Avestan text, we find that he was born by a great water, probably a river, in a wooded and mountainous country, and a mountain of holy communings is mentioned, surely a lofty forest retreat, where he spent a portion of his life, perhaps a large portion of it, meditating and lifting his soul higher and higher, until he felt himself face to face with the deity, and came down and went forth to teach his people, fully believing that he spoke not out of himself, but from what it had been given him to hear. in answer to his own seeking and questioning of spirit. For solitude, amidst grand natural surroundings, is a great breeder of thought and visions. Mohammed had been for years a driver of camels and a leader of caravans, conning the mighty, silent lessons of the desert and the stars, before he announced himself a seer and a prophet, and he was 40 then. 26 Media, Babylon, and Persia. For years, too, had Moses lived the herdsman's life in the wilds of stony Sinai before he returned to his people, old in years and in heavenly lore, and told his mission and worked it out. Let us, then, be content with such vague glimpses of the Iranian sage in his human truth, without heeding the flimsy finery of signs and wonders with which the puerile fancy of later ages and the injudicious zeal of followers tricked out the reverend and majestic image. WC 2. Further know from the Avesta that the king who honored Zarathustra and believed in him was Sixthaspa, famous in legendary tradition as one of the early hero kings of Iran. But it is scarcely admissible that the whole of Iran should have been united under one ruler in prehistoric times. So Vishtaspa will have to be imagined as king of some one Iranian country, almost certainly in the northeastern region, very possibly Bactria, which was early a prosperous and powerful kingdom, the capital of which is called the beautiful Bakti, with high-lifted banners, a designation evidently implying some great distinction, probably a royal residence. Whether Zarathustra was a born subject of Vishtaspa, or was a native of some other part of Iran and only came thither to preach, is uncertain. Tradition, however, makes him of royal race, and has preserved a long genealogy, which shows him to be descended from one of the very oldest legendary kings. As to the time when king and prophet lived, it is likely that no positive date will ever be reached, and all we can with great probability conjecture, is that it should be placed some the prophet of Iran. 2/where beyond Luba BC. This date, so easily accessible as to be comparatively modern in Chaldea and Assyria, is so remote as to be virtually prehistoric in a land entirely devoid of monuments, and where we have no grounds for even suppositions as to the time when writing was introduced. 12. This latter fact sufficiently shows how impossible it is to ascertain with any degree of precision at what period the Avesta texts as well the Gathas as the later ones were written down. No manuscripts now extant are really ancient. According to Parsi tradition, there once was a large body of sacred books, all indiscriminately and, beyond doubt, erroneously, attributed to the prophet himself. This so-called Zoroastrian literature is said to have consisted of 21 books, written out on 12,000 cowhides, parchment, embracing every possible branch of religious discipline, philosophy, and science, but to have been destroyed at the time of the conquest of Persia by the Greeks under Alexander the Great of Macedon, 3 centuries before Christ. No Greek ever persecuted any religion, but as it is well known that Alexander, in a fit of drunken exaltation after a feast, burned down Persepolis, the capital of the vanquished Persian kings, it is, of course, quite possible that manuscripts may have perished in the conflagration. That an extensive sacred literature did exist at the time is partly confirmed by the testimony of a contemporary Greek writer, Hermippos, who is recorded to have catalogued the Zoroastrian books, and to have stated the contents of each book. After the Great Fire we are 70 Media, Babylon, and P/A told that sacred tradition and law survived only in the memories of the priests for several centuries until, in the Sasanian period, a council of priests was convoked for the express purpose of restoring and committing to writing the ancient texts, and the result is the Avesta text as we now see it, incomplete, fragmentary, confused in the arrangement and order of chapters and even verses. The ancient language had fallen into disuse as early as Alexander's time, wherefore it was found necessary to provide translations and commentaries in the then modern Persian Pahlavi. It is not to be wondered at that the clergy, seeing, from the disposition of the new reigning house, that their day of power had come, remodeled many of the texts in a way favorable to their own overweening claims, nor could they fail to add or fabricate some to suit their purposes and establish their rule. Persia now became what it never had been priest-ridden, and an era of fanaticism to the length of persecution was inaugurated by the proclamation of King Shapur II. Now that we have recognized the law of the world here below, they shall not allow the infidelity of any one whatever, and I shall strive that it may be so. 13. It stands to reason that, of a large mass of religious literature entrusted to the memories of that religion's ministers, only such portions will be preserved in tolerable entirety and uncorruptedness as are in daily use for purposes of worship and observance. Such exactly was the case with the Avesta. The portions that have come down to us are collections of prayers and invocations, which the faithful 3. Page of the Avesta, from the oldest manuscript, written 1325 AD, preserved in Copenhagen. About half the original size. 2930 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Are to recite daily, in a certain order, the service, or liturgy proper, also of hymns of praise to various divine beings whom the modern Parsis regard as subordinate angels or good spirits, which hymns, as well as some short prayers and fragments, are grouped under the title of Lesser Avesta, Khorde Avesta, as being of less vital importance, and to be recited only once a month and on certain occasions. The principal divisions of the Avesta as it has stood since the text was definitively established and sanctioned under the Sasanian king, Shapur II. About 325 AD, are as follows: I the Vendidad, corrupted from a much longer word which means the law against the devas, / r, the demons. It is, properly, a code of laws and regulations tending towards the establishment of righteousness and the defeat of the powers of evil, but includes some interesting mythical legends, traditions, and digressions of various sorts. 2. The Visperd, invocations to all the divine and holy beings, who are honored under the title of chiefs of the good creation, and invited to assist at the sacrifice that is preparing very much in the form of a litany. 3. The Yasna, sacrifice, the prayers and text mantras which are to accompany the very minute and complicated performances that compose the sacrifice, in presence of the sacred fire, to which are presented offerings of meat, milk, bread, and fruit, in small quantities, and the juice of a certain plant, the hauma, which is pressed out on the altar itself with many strictly prescribed ceremonies. The prophet of Aaron. 3 Gathas are comprised in the Yasna, for no particular reason that one can see, and form 25 chapters of it. It also contains forms of confession, invocations, praise, exhortations, etc. These 3 divisions, Vendidad, Visperd, Yasna, are not recited separately, but intermingled, as suits the progress of the liturgy. When written out in this particular liturgical order they form the Vendidad Sade. 4. The Ishts, hymns of praise, containing much interesting mythical matter, indeed distinguished altogether by a polytheistic and mythological character entirely foreign to the early stages of Zarathustra's religion, and clearly showing a far later and greatly corrupted period. These Yishts, together with a few fragments, short prayers for each day of the month and others, form the Khorde or Lesser Avesta, perhaps held somewhat less holy than the other 3 books, as not being in liturgical use at daily worship. It is to be noted that, for the same reasons, very few of the Ishts have been translated into Pahlavi, so that scholars, in reading and rendering them, have the additional difficulty of being entirely unassisted by tradition. 14. It will be seen from this brief review of its contents, that we would vainly look in the Avesta for the cosmogonical legends which usually form a part of a nation's sacred lore, and which we find in such abundance and richness in the sacred records of the Chaldeo-Assyrians and the Hebrews. Such a blank in our knowledge of so great a race as that of Aaron would be an irreparable loss. Fortunately it is 32 Media, Babylon, and Persia. In a great measure filled from sources which, if comparatively modern, are not devoid of authority, since they are beyond a doubt supplied from ancient traditions. These sources are various books composing, a voluminous Pahlavi literature, and all belonging to the Sasanian period, but certainly containing much of the material of which the lost books of the old Avestan literature were made up, even though modernized and greatly transformed by ages of oral transmission and altered conditions of culture. Chief and foremost among these late growths of an ancient and much grafted stem is the Bundhesh, an invaluable collection of mythical and religious narratives, about the beginning of things, and also the end and regeneration of the world, the order that rules the universe, chapters of a fanciful geography and astronomy clearly betraying the same mythical origin, scraps of national heroic epos, and even philosophical digressions. All these rather heterogeneous elements are worked into a system with a symmetry which detracts from the genuine worth of this compilation by giving it a too obviously artificial character. Where everything is smoothed and ordered and fashioned to we fit, may be sure that the original material is marred in the handling. Still, if the handling be modern, the material as certainly is old, as is, moreover, abundantly proved by various hints in the Avesta itself, which become intelligible by the light of the Bundhesh. This is why, although this book by its date is far removed from the time which the present volume is meant to cover, nearly 1,000 years later than the latest the Prophet of Aaron 33 date it will reach, we could not, without referring to it, attempt an intelligent and intelligible sketch of that ancient religion, the moral and philosophical sides of which are mainly represented in the surviving books of the Avesta. As to the capital question, whether the prophet who preached that religion to Aaron was the inventor of it or only a reformer, it is of a bearing too vast, of import too profound, not to claim a separate chapter. 3. Aryan Midpies. 1. In the first place, no religion is ever invented any more than a language. The many and great varieties of both are accounted for by growth and transformation, in every case where searching investigation is brought to bear on sufficient materials, i.e., where we have knowledge enough to enable us to draw a conclusion capable of test and proof. The result is so invariable and uniform as to warrant an a priori conclusion of the same purport, whenever we have to deal with insufficient materials, i.e., we may confidently foretell that, when we do gain more knowledge, the results will necessarily agree with those that have been attained in other similar cases. 2. It follows that man never really invents anything. At least not in the sense commonly given to the word in our approximate everyday speech. Originally the word, which is a Latin one theriptheo, meant simply to find, or more literally still, to come upon something a most correct and precise rendering of the thing it stands for, since an invention is always, in the beginning, an involuntary act, an illumination of the mind. The inventor ACA/VAJV myths. 35 accidentally finds something, stumbles upon an idea, which, if his gifts he that way, he develops and works out into something serviceable, or beautiful, or wise, and in its final form, new. But he in no case, and in no sense, creates. Man never can produce anything absolutely new, that never existed at all, in any shape whatever. He compares, arranges, combines, transforms, but he must have something to work upon. To use a homely but very pertinent simile, the spinner, the weaver, the dyer, and the embroiderer produce articles of marvelous variety in quality, texture, color, and design, but they could do nothing had not the raw material been given in the first instance the flax, or wool, or cotton, or silk. 3. The question with which the preceding chapter closed is virtually answered by what has just been said. Zarathustra was a reformer. And as one of the chief facts about every new religion is its attitude towards its predecessor, the religion from which it sprang, and which it strives to supplant, the next questions that arise are these: what materials did the master find ready to his hand? What did he retain, what reject, what did he bring of his own? And what were the compelling influences that called for the work? An inquiry of this kind is something like tracing a river to its springs. Even when the visible fountainhead is reached high in the mountain wilds, there is much more to find out, for many are the rivulets that ooze their way through hidden underground passages, that dribble and trickle through spongious stone and rocky rifts, until they reach the common gathering point. And it is those unseen 36 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Rills and driblets, tinged and flavored by contact with the various substances through which they pass, that determine the purity and wholesomeness of the waters which are to slake the thirst of thousands. We 4. have hitherto been exclusively occupied with the thoughts and deeds of 3 out of the half-dozen leading races of humanity. Of these, one, the Shumero-Akkads of Chaldea, belonged to the Yellow, or Turanian, race, the second the Peoples of Canaan to the much mixed Hamitic stock, and the third Babylonians, Assyrians, and Jews to the Semitic division of the Great White Family. We saw the moral and intellectual characteristics of each reflected in their religions, while these again reacted on their destinies. The nations of Aaron, which in the course of history next claim our attention, belonging as they do to our own division of mankind, the Aryan, or Indo-European race, present a subject of study in many ways more congenial, and we feel in far more direct sympathy with their spiritual life, the workings of which, from our kinship of blood and mind, we find it easy to follow and to share. It is, however, scarcely possible, in dealing with them, entirely to separate them from their brethren of India. These two Asiatic branches of the Aryan tree are so closely connected in their beginnings, the sap that courses through both is so evidently the same life-blood, that a study of the one almost necessarily involves a parallel study of the other. Must at all events pause here to attempt a sketch of the conditions of Aryan life, from which both those branches originally drew their being. Aryaar myths. 3/5. There was a time when Araneans and Hindus were not yet, but the ancestors of both lived, an undivided nation, in a pleasant country, of which the race retained a dim but grateful remembrance in the shape of tradition, since God himself is made to say in the Avesta, "The first of the good lands and countries I created was the Aryanabhyagia, I see, the Aryan home, Vendidad, I." How delightful this primeval home of the race was supposed to have been is further shown by the statement, attributed to God in the same passage, "I have made every land dear to its dwellers, even though it had no charms whatever in it. Had I not made every land dear to its dwellers, then the whole living world would have invaded the Aryanabhyagia." It would of course be vain attempting to locate this region, to which remoteness of time has lent a mythical vagueness, but on the whole it seems most likely that the primeval areas dwelt somewhere to the east of the Caspian Sea, in the hilly, wooded, and well-watered portions of the high tableland, from which streams of emigrants could freely flow southward and westward. It is very probable that the Indo-Iranians were a large division which, after separating from the main trunk and leaving the primeval Aryan home, the Aryanabhyagia, dwelt for many centuries in another but not very distant region, until their turn came, and they split into the two great branches which were to spread over the lands of India and of Aran. 6. Neither the Indo-Iranians nor their fathers, the primeval areas, have left monuments of any 38 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Kind from which we might gather indications concerning their mode of life and thought, their conceptions of the world they lived in, and the powers that rule it. But we have a collection of a little over 1,000 prayers or hymns, preserved by the Aryan conquerors of India. This collection is the famous Rig Veda, one of the Hindus' 4 sacred books. Il is the most ancient of the 4, and as such, of the greatest value to us. Goodly portion of the hymns are very old indeed, and take us back to the earliest times of Aryan occupation in the northwestern part of India, named from the river Indus and its principal affluents, the land of the 7 rivers, now Punjab, a time probably not very much anterior to Zoroaster and the Gathas. As these hymns beyond doubt embody no new ideas, but those which the settlers had brought from their more northern homes, it is not difficult to reconstruct from them the simple creed of the Indo-Iranians, if not of the Aryas themselves, the creed from which 2 religions were to spring, Hindu Brahmanism and Iranian Mazdaism, religions than which none can differ more widely in scope and character, yet bear more palpable signs of an original common source. 7. At the very earliest stage of their spiritual life at which we can reach them, the Aryas already appear far superior to the Turanians, as represented by those early Shumero-Akkads, who have left such ample records of themselves. This is partly to be ascribed to the difference of time, since Aryan antiquity has nothing to show at all like the prodigious dates as high as 4000 BC authentically established VAJV myths. 39. For Chaldea, and still more to difference of race. If the spiritism or goblin worship of early Shumir and Akkad have at some time necessarily been the religion of mankind in general, as the crudest, rudimentary manifestation of the religious instinct inborn in man, some races took the step to a higher spiritual level earlier than others, while those purely Turanian people who remained uninfluenced by foreign cultures have scarcely taken that step even yet. Our earliest glimpse of the areas shows them to us at the stage which may be called that of pure nature worship, as developed by the particular conditions of land and clime under which they were placed, and the life, half pastoral, half agricultural, which they led. The beneficent powers of nature, the bright heaven, all-pervading light, fire, as manifested in the lightning, or the flame on the altar and the hearth, the sun in all his many aspects, the kindly motherly earth, the winds, the waters, the life-giving thunderstorm, all these were by them adored and entreated, as divine beings, gods. The harmful powers, far fewer in number, principally darkness and drought, were fiends or demons, to be abhorred, denounced, and accursed, never propitiated. And herein lay one of the chief differences between Aryan conceptions and those of Turanian and Canaanitic races. In the ideas of these latter, the powers that do evil to man are to be conciliated and inclined to mercy by prayer and sacrifice. In those of the former they must be fought and vanquished, a duty which naturally devolves on their adversaries. See Story of Chaldea, ch. 3, Turanian Chaldea. 40 Media, Babylon, and Persia. It is the natural business of light to conquer darkness, of wind and storm to gather the clouds driven out of sight by the fiends of drought, and to pour down rain. Hence the Arya's simple and manly attitude towards their deities, praise, thanksgiving, and prayers for help, and a religion so plain and transparent that a sketch of it can be given in a very few pages. 8. There are few facts better established than this, that the oldest known and most exalted Aryan god is heaven, the luminous, the earth enclosing. His name in the Sanskrit of the Rig Veda, which is older than that of any other Sanskrit literature, is Dayas, and, at a somewhat later period, Varuna. Both names originally are really common nouns, and mean the same thing. For Dyaus is the word used in Sanskrit to designate the visible sky, while Varuna, in a slightly altered form Auranos, to this day means sky or heaven in Greek. It is clear that these names carry us back to the primeval Aryan times, the times when those detachments departed which reached Europe in their wanderings. Although the Indo-Iranian religion was frankly polytheistic, yet a certain supremacy seems to have attached to the sky god, and he is preeminently entitled, in the oldest portions of the Rig, both under the name of Dayas and that of Varuna. Azura Lord Varuna frequently also receives the ap, that of all-knowing, omniscient. The sun is his eye, fire, in its celestial lightning form, is his sun, and the visible starry sky is his royal robe. For he is far from being a mere personification of a physical fact. Ajva myths. For he is, on the contrary, endowed with the highest moral attributes. He established heaven and earth, he is the giver and keeper of the order and harmony which are the law of the universe, the cosmos, and which, transferred from the material to the spiritual and moral world, becomes the law of righteousness, deviation from which is sin and the beginning of all wrong and confusion. Hence it is to Varuna that expressions of penitence and prayers for forgiveness are addressed, for he is the punisher, and the sin which he most detests is lying. 9. The name of Varuna is coupled in a great many invocations with that of another bright being, Mitra, Ze, the friend, daylight personified. The association between them is so close, that they present themselves to the mind as an inseparable pair, Varuna Mitra, or Mitra Varuna, who drive the same chariot, think the same thoughts. Together they are the keepers of the cosmic order and the law of righteousness, together they watch the deeds and the hearts of men, equally all-seeing, all-knowing, and the sun is called the eye of Mitra Varuna as often as of Varuna alone. What more natural than this connection? Heaven and daylight, Mitra Varuna, the luminous sky. There are indications of Varuna and Mitra having been associated with several luminous deities of rank somewhat inferior to their own, the Adityas, not only in the Indo-Iranian Pe Ryad, but in the primeval Aryan period, and to have formed with them a company of 7. The sacredness and significance of this number is universal and unspeakably ancient, and it will probably be traced 40 to Media, Babylon, and Persia, to primeval humanity before its first separation. One would be inclined to fancy that these 7 luminous beings were really only pale reflections of Varuna Mitra, they being the first of them, invented for the sake of the sacred number. 10. One of the many old Sanskrit names for lightning, the son of the Asura Vidrana, is Atharvan, literally he who has Athar. Sacred tradition has transformed this mythical Atharvan into a high priest, first bringer of fire to men and institutor of sacrifice in the form of burnt offering. There is to this day a large class of priests in India, those who have the special charge of the sacred and sacrificial fires. 7 who are called Atharvans, and tradition makes them lineal descendants of that first mythical high priest, who on closer inspection resolves himself into the fire god, the personified element of fire, descended from heaven in the shape of lightning, otherwise Athar, the son of Varuna. Athari in Sanskrit means flame atgri, flaming, blas equals ing, is a frequent byword for Agni fire. Athar consequently is one of the oldest Aryan names of fire, if not the oldest, for there is a Greek word, which points farther back than the Indo-Iranian period. That word is Athrajani, the name of a plant, a creeper, the wood of which was used in very ancient times to bring forth fire by friction. Interpreted, it can mean nothing but Zuhate gives birth to Athar. It was obsolete already in the classical Greek times, and the plant has never been identified. As to the sacredness of the element itself, it is as universal and primevally ancient as that of the number Aryan myths. 43 Ber 7. It has always been the object of a peculiarly fervent and, if one may say so, endearing worship, as the friend of man, who sits on his hearth, assists in his tasks, the substitute for the light of day, for the warmth of the sun, the conqueror and disperser of all evil things that lurk in darkness, of phantoms and bad dreams, lastly as the messenger between the two worlds, whose flames, leaping aloft, carry up to heaven the prayers and offerings of men. 2. In its original celestial form, as lightning, fire, the son of heaven, plays a prominent part in the war which the bright Devas, the givers of light, life, and plenty, are forever waging with the demons of darkness and drought, and the battleground of which is the intermediate region between heaven and earth, the atmosphere. It is in the poetical descriptions of this warfare that the Aryan race displayed all its gifts of imagery, its exuberant epic genius. The eternal conflict, which to us is a series of meteorological phenomena, spiritualized only in rare poetical moods, and always consciously, was to the early Aryas, the most impressionable and imaginative of races, a thrilling drama carried on by living, superhuman beings, mighty for good or for evil. Or rather 2 distinct dramas, with 2 different protagonists. The 2 supreme goods, which give all the others, are light and rain. The arch-enemies of mankind are those powers that rob them of these treasures. Now the war with the fiends of darkness and night is comparatively a simple affair, which is naturally left entirely to the Sunday. Still, the inexhaust 44 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Table imagination of the Aryas filled it with a variety of incidents replete with gorgeous or delicate poetry, creating that fund of sun myths to which fully 1/2 of the stories and poetry of the world are traceable. This, however, is not the place to enter into a study of them, for we are now in search of the sources of Iranian religion and epos, and the sun myth somehow never much caught the fancy of that particularly stern and practical race, and so is but feebly reflected in its spiritual life. 12. Far more complicated is the storm myth, the story of the struggle for the waters of heaven, far more varied and exciting too, because, through its many stages and incidents to its culmination in the final battle scene, the thunderstorm, the success often seems doubtful, the advantage frequently remains for a long time with the hostile powers, even though the victory can never be theirs in the end. Numberless are the wiles of the fiends to gain and keep possession of the waters, and desperate their acts of violence and resistance, numberless also the shapes they assume, and no wonder, since they are chiefly the personifications of different kinds of clouds. For there are clouds, and not all by any means bode or bring rain. If some generously pour down the precious, pure liquid that is life and drink to the parched pining earth, others keep it back, wickedly hide it, swell and spread with the treasure they cover and enclose, and will not give it up, until pierced and torn asunder by the lightning spear of the angry thunder god. This difference in clouds, which does not strike us except on reflection, suage vaj myths. 45 Superficial as our attention to the outer world has become, could not escape the observation of people who, so to speak, lived on nature's lap, whose simple mode of life fostered the closest, most watchful dependence on her every mood, while the unparalleled vigor and fertility of their poetical fancy not only suggested to them 1,000 similes, as striking as varied, but straightway transformed each of these into a person and a story. Let us examine a few of these creations, in which one hardly knows what most to admire: the childlike, naive simplicity, or their unfailing appropriateness. Very few, for the reason expressed above, reserving a thorough exploration of this veritable fairyland of our race's childhood for another volume, to be devoted to ancient India, where it bloomed more luxuriantly than in any other land. 13 It must have been one of the earliest, because the most natural flights of fancy, which compared the light and fleecy clouds to herds of kine lazily moving across space, as across a broad pasture, and pouring down their milk the rain, to feed the earth and all living things. Somewhat more elaborate and far-fetched, but still perfectly intelligible, is the poety we call effort, which likens them to graceful women. Thus have the heavenly water maidens, and the divine waters, wives of the gods, the Asuras, and more especially of the supreme Asura, Varuna. As such they are the mothers of lightning, one of whose most sacred names is, very consistently, son of the waters, Apamnapat. The fiends, therefore, who withhold the rain and bring on the earth 46 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The horrors of drought and famine, are, in mythical speech, stealers of cows or of women. They either spirit them away altogether out of sight, or shut them up in dark mountain caves, or in strongholds, these being standing designations, in Aryan mythology, for the dark, lowering clouds which rise at the end of the sky in the shape of mountain ridges or fortress walls, with battlements and towers. Then Indra, the god of the thunderbolt, resplendent in his golden armor, mounts his chariot, drawn by fleet dappled steeds, the racing clouds of the storm, together with his inseparable companion Vayu, the wind that ever moves in the heights of the atmosphere. After them ride the troop of the STR-6NG storm winds, and the battle begins. Not long can the mountain or the fortress hold out against their onslaught. After repeated blows from Indra's fiery mace, the rocks, the walls are burst open, the cows are brought forth and pour down their longed-for milk, or, if the other image be adopted, the maidens, the wives are delivered. 14 But there is no end to the suggestiveness of clouds, as whoever has spent idle hours at sea or in the mountains watching them will not need to be told. There is not a child who has not discovered in the sky likenesses, animal shapes, fantastic forms of monsters and giants, landscapes, and cities. To our Aryan ancestors the cloud that gave no rain was the most malignant of fiends. It was to them Vritra, the coverer or enfolder, and killer of Vritra. Vritrahan is the highest term of praise, the most triumphant title bestowed on the devas who sue Aryan myths. 47 Seed in piercing his shaggy hide, and letting out the imprisoned waters. This epithet became a special byword for Indra, as being the demon's most constant adversary, whose own particular weapon, the lightning spear, alone can end the fray. Another and still more popular cloud demon is Ahi, the serpent who sits on the mountain and defies the devas. It is the dark storm cloud of many coils, which it slowly winds and unwinds on top of the mountain, clouds banked up against the horizon. It is usually the indefatigable Indra who fights and kills him, and the story is told in 100 more or less dramatic versions in the Rig Veda. This same serpent fiend is one of the most active and ubiquitous, and we find him again and again, in epos and story, in a variety of situations and combinations, where his original nature as cloud and storm demon is forgotten. A15. Notable peculiarity of the Aryan conception of nature, earthly and divine, is the extremely dignified attitude apportioned to man in his relations to the higher powers. As in every religion, prayer and sacrifice are required, but in a somewhat different spirit. He does not passively entreat favor, he in a measure also grants it. He is supposed to jiggle his bright devas in the good fight against the demons. His songs of praise and thanksgiving encourage them, the sacrificial offerings to which he bids them as guests, and of which they partake as friends partake of a feast in the house of a friend, increase their vigor, just as food increases that of men. Above all, the drink offering, the exhilarating soma juice, fills 48 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Them with glee, strength, and valor. Nay, they are actually dependent on it for victory, and would be unable to overcome the fiends were they not liberally supplied with the wonderful liquid. It is especially Indra who is said to consume enormous quantities of it, after which his onslaught is irresistible. 1-6. The Indian soma is a plant with soft and flexible stem, which contains a milky juice. This juice, being pressed out and allowed to ferment, gives an intoxicating liquor, the use of which at sacrifices is one of the very earliest customs of the Aryan race. It was poured into the fire, which burned the brighter for the alcohol it contained, and the priests drank it themselves, probably in quantity sufficient to feel the intoxicating effects. Nothing extraordinary so far. But the strange and distinctively Aryan feature of this observance is that the soma plant and the soma juice were not only held sacred, but actually worshipped as a divine being, a god, so that soma came to be not only one of the devas, but one of the mightiest, most dread, and most beneficent. There is in the effect of stimulants, when used in moderation, an elevating, exhilarating virtue which seems to have struck the discoverers of the plant and its properties as supernatural. The strange lightheartedness, the temporary oblivion of cares and sorrows, the heightened vitality manifested in greater courage, in loosened, eloquent tongue, nay, frequently in poetical, even prophetical, inspiration, made them feel transfigured, as by the presence of a foreign and higher element. A god, they thought, must have descended and entered into them, and that god Aryan myths. 49 dwelt in the consecrated plant of sacrifice the god Soma, the friend alike of gods and men, for in their crude anthropomorphism they could not but imagine that their devas would be affected in the same manner as themselves, to a proportionately higher degree. So when they bade them to the sacrificial feast, they did not forget to provide their due treat of Soma, and sent them, rejoicing and invigorated, to do battle against Vritra and Ahi and the cow-stealers with their bands of fiends. 17 Great as is the power of prayer which is supposed to help the deity, the Aryas went even further. They imagined that in prayer, or rather in the recitation of certain prayers and sacred texts, lay a force that could compel the devas' assistance, nay, almost their submission, and defeat the demons by their own inherent virtue. The mantra, sacred word, text, thus became a weapon of attack and defense against the demons, a weapon of irresistible might. At a late period of development, this idea of the compelling power of prayer was carried to incredible lengths of absurdity, claiming nothing short of omnipotence for certain peculiarly endowed mortals, but in its origin the notion has nothing impious or unnatural. Man's prayer, says one of our most eminent mythologists, is generally in accordance to nature. He asks for rain in times of drought, and rain must follow on drought. He asks for light in darkness, and light must come after darkness. Seeing that his prayer is invariably heard, he ascribes to it posver to effect its object. The few other things Darms Tedder, Ormazd et Araman, page 114, note I-50 Media, Babylon, and Persia. That the Aryas prayed and sacrificed for in those primitive times, a numerous and healthy posterity, increase of cattle, health, and long life for themselves, and victory in their wars with the natives of the countries they occupied, were the very things that could not fail to come to them in the conditions in which their life was passed, and with their superiority of race. So there was nothing to shake, and everything to confirm, their excessive faith for, man, unenlightened by scientific culture, consequently believing in powers, not laws, is ever prone to admit rather supernatural than natural agencies. 1-8. From this conception there was but one step and not a wide one either to making of the hymn, the sacred text, mantra, a person, an independent deity, to be individually invoked and adored, as being not only beneficent in a general way, but like Indra, Soma, and other devas, essentially demon-killing Vritrahan. It is to be noted that, in order to ensure its full power and effectiveness, the mantra was to be recited at the proper time, in the proper way, with the proper intonations of voice, all strictly determined by rules numerous, complicated, and infinitely minute, governing also every step of the sacrifice which usually accompanied the recitation. If these rules be perfectly complied with, the mantra, the sacrifice will take effect, quite independently of the disposition of mind of the worshipper. If departed from in the smallest particular, prayer and sacrifice both are worse than useless, they most likely will act the wrong way and bring down disaster on the worshipper's head, though his soul may be filled with Jajivat myths. 51. The purest and most fervent piety, it is, therefore, safest for the layman not to meddle with these matters at all, but leave them in the hands of the priests, who are qualified by right divine to wield the spiritual power, and will, if meetly remunerated, perform for the layman the necessary ceremonies, instruct him as to his own share in them, and see that he does not come to harm, through ignorance or over-officiousness. 19. It will be seen that so material a conception and use of prayer and sacrifice are more like conjuring, in spirit and object, than anything else. They may be considered as a remnant, slightly transformed, of that grossest and most primitive stage of religious consciousness which every race must start from, and which we saw amply illustrated in the most ancient practices and conjuring feats of the Shumero-Akkad sorcerer priests. The old Aryas and Indo-Iranians had by no means shaken themselves free of this primitive materialism. The gods whom they worship often bewilder us by their mixed nature, made up of material and spiritual attributes in such a way as to make it very difficult to know where to draw the line. While at one time Varuna, Mitra, Agni, Soma, are beyond a doubt praised and invoked as the visible, material sky, light, fire, the plant that is brought from the mountains, cut up and pressed, and as the fermented intoxicating beverage, at others they are addressed as the most spiritual beings and invested with the loftiest abstract properties. Varuna becomes the lord that dwells in or above the sky, whose robe the sky is, the hater of 52 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Lies and the punisher of sins, together with Mitra, all-seeing, all-knowing, he is the keeper of the cosmic order and the law of righteousness. Soma is the healer, the giver of life and immortality, the god of inspiration and heroism. This second, half-material stage in the evolution of religious feeling, is closely matched in ancient Chaldea by the period of those beautiful hymns to the sun, to fire, to the moon, etc., which have been aptly compared with those of the Rigveda *A20. Mythology so rich in dramatic incidents and personages is a very hotbed for the growth of mythical epos, which every race creates for itself by the simple trick of transferring the various scenes of the atmospheric drama, be it sun myth or storm myth, from heaven and cloudland down to earth, transforming the gods into heroes, the sun maidens and water maidens into mortal women, the cloud cattle into herds of real kine, and the demons into wild beasts or monsters, or giants and dragons. Each nation, of course, weaves into this common fund of mythical romance the names and dimly outlined forms of its own ancient heroes, together with such circumstances of its real history as tradition has preserved. Many are the divine champions of the Aryan myth which reappear in such new garb in the epos of India and that of Iran, and consequently must have passed through the Indo-Iranian period. Of these semi-heroic, semi-divine myths, the most important and interesting is that of Yama. 21. Yama was originally one of the names of the *C story of Chaldea, chapter 3, from p. 170. Aegean myths. 53. Setting sun, in the particularly sad and solemn aspect of the departing, dying god, which, however, contained the consoling suggestion of resurrection and immortality. He was the first to go the way that all must go, to show the way to many, in the language of the Rig hymn. He was gradually transformed into the first man, the first who lived, and, consequently, the first who died. Being the first to arrive in the vasty halls of death, he becomes master and host there, receiving those who join him in succession, and, by a natural transition, king of the dead. Then popular fancy goes to work to complete the transformation by picturesque touches of appropriate detail, unconsciously borrowed from the same inexhaustible treasury of myth. So Yama is given 2 dogs, brown, broad-snout, 4-eyed, whose business it is to go forth into the world each day, to send out those whose hour has come, and drive them like sheep to the dread king's presence. Yet King Yama is by no means an image of terror, but rather an auspicious and gracious presence, as he sits with the gods in the highest heaven under the wide-spreading tree, the cosmic tree of life, drinking the soma that drops from its foliage, and surrounded by the Pitrals, fathers / the glorified souls of the righteous dead. 22 For the Aryas held their departed relatives in great love and reverence, and did not believe that the mere fact of dying, going from the midst of his *C Story of Chaldea, pages 337-339 F. Matthew Arnold, in Requid Escat. 54 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Family, severed a man's connection with it. Each individual family honored its own patres, assembling at stated times to commemorate their earthly lives, by speaking of them, calling to mind their deeds and good qualities, invoking their protection, and setting out for them offerings of simple food, milk, and honey, and cakes. Families on these occasions partook of a common meal, to which the supposed invisible presence of the patres lent a mysterious solemnity. These commemorative festivals were the strongest possible bond between the members of each particular family, and the right to assist in them was strictly limited and determined by custom so sacred, that it became law and the standard for the regulation of the right of succession. The patres were supposed to be very powerful to do good or evil to their descendants, but, on the other hand, to depend for their own happiness and comfort on the affectionate remembrance of the living. 23 It stands to reason that the remote ancestors of a group of families connected by blood relationship, of a clan or tribe, must have been revered by all the branches of the clan, that festivals on a larger scale must have been kept in their honor, which were the occasions of general meetings of the clans, and kept alive the feeling of kinship and fellowship. Such ancestors frequently became tribal heroes, fit subjects for story and song, which eked out whatever tradition had preserved of their real exploits with mythical traits, the true import of which was soon lost sight of. Such is the origin of most of those demigods, beings mortal yet more than human, Aryan myths. 55 Who crowd the borderland between myth and history, whose disembodied spirits were worshipped as tutelary deities, and whose earthly careers, haloed with the glory transferred to them from the divine champions of sky and cloudland, are the materials out of which races weave their national epos and heroic poetry. The epos of Aaron is rich with such mythical heroes, and knows of whole dynasties of them, the reputed ancient kings of the race. But a presentation of them does not lie within the scope of the present work. If some of them confront us and claim our attention, we shall account for them as we go. PV4. Aryan myths in the Avesta, their allegorical transformation, The myths of a race as apart and distinguished from its region being reducible to physical phenomena, animated into personal life by poetical and epic treatment * necessarily convey some indications as to the physical conditions under which that race was placed. Now the influence of India on its population is, on the whole, enervating, both as regards climate and soil. The latter is very rich and produces a great deal in exchange for very little work. The forests, indeed, abound in nourishment, fruits and berries and roots which grows wild, for man or beast, while the rivers are numerous and seldom dry up, the larger ones, like the Indus and Ganges, never. There is therefore, on one hand, little incentive to hard labor, and on the other, the needs of men are few, as regards either shelter, clothing, or food, owing to the climate, which is so hot as to make exertion unwholesome and a spare vegetable diet the only rational one. The Aryan conquerors, as they spread through the land and dwelt in it, see Story of Chaldea, pages 294, and ff 56 Aryan myths in the Avesta. 57 come to these influences, lost much of their original hardiness and active vigor, and were gradually transformed into a race of, physically, somewhat effeminate men, of dwindled stature and delicate proportions, in whom leisure and habitual idleness of body developed an extraordinary faculty for spiritual contemplation and an inordinate exuberance of fancy, which two qualities combined give color and tone to their entire mythology, religious and philosophical speculation, and poetry. Two very different were the influences to which that branch of the Aryan family was subjected which wandered into the region west of Central Asia, the different countries of which come under the general name of Aran. Their westward migrate 58 Media, Babylon, and Persia. After taking them through pleasant lands of hills and valleys and streams, of woods and pastures, little differing from their older home, and where they founded prosperous settlements and states, Bactria being the chief of them, brought them to a region of novel and forbidding aspect, a region of sharp contrasts, nay contraries, where nature seemed at war with herself, and of which nothing could give a more vivid picture than an admirable page from Max Dunker's Ancient History, which we will proceed to borrow. The center of Aran was formed of a vast desert to the north and south stretched far away arid tablelands, the favored districts might almost be called oases. Immediately on the most fertile valleys and slopes bordered endless steppes, blooming plains, densely shaded by groves, were encompassed by sandy wpstes. If the mountainous countries of the northeast possessed the stateliest forests, the richest pastures, the snow fell early, the winters were severe. If the vegetation was most luxuriant along the edge of the Caspian Sea, sickness and venomous reptiles dwelt in the marshy lowlands. The people of Aran suffered not only from the heat of summer, but also from the cold of winter. The scorching winds of the desert were not more to be dreaded than the snowstorms of the northern tablelands. Here pastures and cornfields were buried under snow during many weeks, their sand drifts destroyed culture. Here the camels died of cold and slipped down the icy steeps into precipices. There the winds from the desert choked up the wells and springs. Here was winter, with the worst of its plagues, cold for the waters, cold for the earth, cold for the trees. Vendidati, 9-12, there the cattle were tortured by gadflies in the heat. Here bears and wolves invaded the herds, their snakes had to be guarded against and the fiercer wild beasts. Life was in this land a fight against heat and against cold, a fight for the preservation of the flocks, and as soon as single tribes had begun to settle in the more favored districts, and to attend to agriculture, it became a fight against the desert and drought. Here the dry soil had to be vajv myths in the Avesta. 59 supplied with water. There the crops had to be protected against the hot winds and sand drifts from the desert. To these hardships and contrasts of nature must be added the contrast between the populations. Most of the native tribes of the central tableland, and many of those who held the surrounding highlands, were debarred by the nature of the country from leading any life but that of nomadic herdsmen. To this day a great portion of the population of Aran consists of nomads. So while the settlers labored lustily, in the sweat of their brow, the others roved about idly with their flocks. There could be no lack of raids into the agricultural districts, of plundering and robbing. * 3. The influences which such conditions of life must perforce have exerted on a naturally gifted and high-spirited race, brave, doughty, and robust, are incalculable. It is entirely owing to them that the Aranians became what we find them at their entrance on the stage of history, a people of most noble presence, of manly beauty, of the heroic cast, indomitable fighters, earnest and honest of mind, of a serious and practical turn, far more given to the work of life than to its graces and amenities, who thought agriculture and cattle raising the highest and holiest of occupations, and art a very secondary matter, in which, indeed, they reached proficiency only at a very late period, and that as imitators. It is evident that their moral and religious sense must have been vastly modified and shaped by the same influences. It was deepened in one particular channel, intensified in one particular direction. The strife which pervaded their existence in the land which they had made their own, became to them the main fact of nature generally, pervading the whole creation. The opposition between light and darkness, and, Cons Geschichte. Alter Thumbs, Volume 4, pages 105 and FF60 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Quently, between the powers of light and darkness, the gods and the demons, is a prominent ground feature of the primeval Aryan conception of nature, as of every primitive religion in the world. With the Araneans that opposition became the one fundamental law, to the absorption and almost exclusion of the many picturesque mythical details and incidents with which the poetry of other Aryan nations is adorned to overloading. The hard struggle for a life hedged in with dangers, crowded with hardships and difficulties, had weaned them from the idling contemplation, the toying with fancies and images, which is the essence of a myth-making poetry. They drew the great battle myth down to the earth, and embodied it in the contrasts with which their own land teemed, thus preparing the way for the dualism which is the keynote of their national religion. For there was no need of inventing new symbols to express this tendency. It was sufficient to emphasize the conflict, which formed the groundwork of the oldest Aryan mythical religion. The ancient sky god and his everlasting foe, the cloud serpent the obscurer of light, became the chief persons in whom all good and all harm were embodied, and gradually drove the other mythical agents into the background. As we trace the ancient myths in what is left us of the Avesta, we are struck with the great development given to the spiritual meaning of them, which, in the sister race of India, is only occasional and subordinate, the physical significance decidedly predominating. 5. Thus we shall have some difficulty at first in Aryan myths in the Avesta. 6. Leaders identifying Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, the creator of the world and of the other gods, the master of all, the inspirer and maintainer of holiness and righteousness, such as he appears throughout the Avesta, with the old Aryan sky gods Dios and Varuna. It is only long and attentive study, bringing out little touches scattered through the texts, few and far between, that enables us to trace this grand spiritual conception to its first physical source. And when these touches are found, they are such as to place the original identity beyond a doubt. The very name of the one is a combination of titles given to the other. The Sanskrit Ahura becomes, by the law of Iranian pronunciation, Ahura * with the same sense of Lord. And of all the bynames given to Varuna, that of omniscient, all-knowing, was adopted as one of the names of the deity Mazda. Thus Ahura Mazda literally means the Lord of great knowledge. The material attributes with which he is invested at once betray his origin. In one of those conversations with Zarathustra, which are the accepted form of revelation throughout the Avesta, he is made to say, I maintain that sky there above, shining and seen afar, and encompassing the earth all around. It looks like a palace that stands built of a heavenly substance, firmly established, with ends that lie afar, shining in its body of ruby over the three worlds. It is like a garment inlaid with stars, made of a heavenly substance, that Mazda puts on, and on no side can the eye perceive the end of it. F*** There is the same exchange of letters in Greek and Latin. Greek == hepta, Latin septum, 7, Greek herpetone, Latin serpens, etc. Fusht xil 62 Media, Babylon, and Persia, to whom but a sky god can this magnificent description apply? Aside from the star-broidered garment, which also belongs to Varuna. CP 40. The sky is also poetically called his body, and so he is said to be the one of all whose body is the most perfect, the finest of body, and homage is paid to his most beauteous body, we worship his entire body. Still more conclusive is the text in which homage is paid to the resplendent sun, the eye of Ahura Mazda *, see pages 40, 41. Adder, fire, originally the celestial fire lightning, see pages 40, 42, is invariably spoken of and addressed as son of Ahura Mazda, alone of all the Yazatas or divine beings, while the sacred waters are invoked in a hymn as follows: We worship this earth which bears us together with thy wives, O Ahura Mazda. O ye waters! We worship you, you that are showered down, and you that stand in pools and vats, ye female Ahuras Ahuranes of Ahura, that serve us in helpful ways, well forded and full flowing. See pages 45, 46. Lastly, his name is joined with that of Mithra, the pure daylight, of whom more anon, in a manner and with a persistence which makes the couple correspond exactly to the Varanamitra of the Rigveda, CP 41. I announce and complete my sacrifice to the two, to Ahura and to Mithra, the lofty, and the everlasting and the holy, Yasnael, 2. I desire to approach Ahura and Mithra with my praise, the lofty, eternal, and the holy 2, Yasnael, 11. And before the battle the worshipper addresses to Yasnai, 2, Ajiva myths in the Avesta. 63. The divine couple the following poetical invocation: May Mithra and Ahura, the high gods, come to us for help, when the poniard lifts up its voice aloud, by clashing with another, when the nostrils of the horses quiver, when the strings of the bows whistle and shoot sharp arrows. It is most instructive thus convincingly to trace out step by step the proofs of the material and mythical origin of the great Iranian god, than to follow the process of evolution which raised him into the loftiest, purest, most immaterial abstraction. But we must leave him a while before the race's religious consciousness reaches that highest point, to follow up more traces or transformations of Aryan myths in the Avesta. It will be pleasantest to seek the gods in their luminous homes, and, to find our way thither, we shall have to look up a bit of celestial geography. 6. Far away in the east, beyond the ridges that rise in tiers upon tiers, marking the stations of the race's immemorial migrations, in its descent into the plains of later Ariana, is the holy mountain, the Harabarazide, lofty mountain, known in the Pahlavi period and to the Parsis in the corrupted form of Alborje. It rises from the earth, beyond the sphere of the stars and that of the sun, into the sphere of endless light, Ahura Mazda's own, where he dwells in the shining Garonmana, the abode of song. This is the mother of mountains. The 2,244 mountains that are on the earth have grown out of it, and it is connected with the sky. Its summit is bathed in eternal glory and is a seat of everlasting bliss. There come neither night nor 64 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Darkness, no cold wind and no hot wind, no deathful sickness, no uncleanness made by the devas, demons, and the clouds cannot reach up unto the Hariti Berza. It has several notable peaks. That of Tira is the center of the world, and around it the stars, the moon, and the sun revolve. Hence the hymn up. Rise and roll along, thou swift horse sun, above Haro Barazide, and produce light for the world, and mayest thou, man, rise up there, if thou art to abide in Garonmana, along the path made by Mazda, along the way made by the gods, the watery way they opened. Watery because of the clouds. Up. Rise up, thou moon, rise up above Harabarazide, the rest as above. Up. Rise up, ye stars, rise up above Harabarazide, the rest as above. Vendidat XXI*, 7. At the foot of the celestial part of the Hara, towards the south, stretches the Sivarakasha, which is no other than the old Aryan heavenly ocean or cloud reservoir of the waters which descend on the earth as rain. The same hymn contains an invocation to the waters, which shows a remarkable comprehension of the continual interchange of moisture between the sky and earth, as the Sivarakasha is the gathering place of waters. Rise up, Alborje, still further modified into Alberts, became the name of an earthly mountain range, that which skirts the southern coast of the Caspian. This is a patent instance of a proceeding familiar to all nations when they reach the stage of transition from myth to reality, that of transferring mythical, heavenly geography to earth, a proceeding which goes hand in hand with the transformation of gods and myths into epic heroes and mythical legend. The Alberts, with its towering peak, Mt. Dimavend, is shrouded, in the Iranians' eyes, with a mysterious sacredness and awe. it is the scene of various superhuman adventures in the Iranian epos. Aryan myths in the Avesta. 65 Go up the aerial way and go down on the earth, go down on the earth and go up the aerial way. Rise up and roll along. This sea is, moreover, everlastingly replenished by the bountiful flow of the celestial spring Artvisura Anahita, which rushes from the peak Hyukarya, of the Harabarazite, and supplies all the rivers of the earth with pure, abundant, and wholesome waters. The large river, known afar, that is as large as the whole of the waters that run along the earth, that runs powerfully from the height of Hyukarya down to the sea Vaurakasha. All the shores of the sea Vaurakasha are boiling over, all the middle of it is boiling over, when she runs down there. And the waters of this same celestial sea everlastingly feed and protect the tree of life and immortality, the white Hauma or Jayokarana, which God himself planted on high Hariti, the same as Harabarazite, and placed in the center of Vaurakasha together with another divine tree which contains the seeds of all the plants that grow on earth. Of this heavenly and immortal Hauma, Aryan Soma, the Hauma that grows in the mountains of Aran and from which is pressed the golden-colored liquor used at sacrifices, is the earthly representative, and from it derives its healing and death-removing properties. As for the seeds of the plants, they are carried down to earth by the rain. The summits of Harabarazite being the abode of the gods, who have their several man-scions there, it is but right that there also should be the storehouses of the choicest blessings which the gods bestow on men, the waters and vegetation. Anthropomorphism, in its most direct, rank, Media, Babylon, and Persia est form, is the very essence of Indo-Iranian and later Hindu speculation, so that, among the areas of India, mythology entirely outgrew and, during a long period of time, almost smothered religion. In the sober, earnest-minded sister race, the tendency was all the other way from anthropomorphism to spiritual abstraction. Therefore Aryan divinities, when they turn up in the Avesta, generally retain only a few characteristic features, while the mythical exuberance of incident and description is greatly cut down. Thus we saw the sun entitled the swift horse. That the sun has a chariot and horses is an understood thing ever since poetical forms of speech first began to crystallize into myths. Aaron retained the standing byword, without, however, playing on it the infinite variety of changes which we shall find in the Rig Veda on this one theme. There is only one short, insignificant yisht, hymn, to the undying, shining, swift horse sun, and all the worshipper finds to say in praise of it is the matter-of-fact remark that its light purifies creation, and that, should it not rise up, the devas, demons, would destroy all things, and the heavenly yazatas, good spirits, would find no way of withstanding or repelling them. Again, the dawn opening the gates of heaven and preceding the sun on her golden chariot drawn by fleet horses, is an image as old as the first attempts at imaginative poetry and the theme of 100 stories, for, in her character as the fairest of heavenly maidens, she is the favorite heroine of Aryan nature myth. The Iranian has preserved only the shortest *C story of Chaldea, pages 331 to 334. Aryan myths in the Avesta. 6 and driest mention of her, in a prayer to be recited at break of day, and where she is called the beautiful dawn, the shining, of the fleet and glittering horses, and is said to wake men to their work and to give light within the house. 9 Far more accentuated and developed is the mythical individuality of the Iranian Mithra, when separated from his original companion. One of the longest and finest hymns, Yisht X, is devoted to him. In order to fully comprehend the mythical traits in it, it must be borne in mind that Mithra, like his Aryan namesake, is light, the pure light of day, which fills the space apart from the splendor of the sun, whence his standing surname Lord of Wide Pastures, heavenly space, whence, also he is said both to precede the sun at his rising and to follow him after his setting. He is the morning and evening twilight, the dawn, and the gloaming, the first of the heavenly gods who reaches over the Hara, before the undying, swift horse sun, who foremost, in golden array, takes hold of the beautiful summits, and from thence looks with a beneficent eye over the abodes of the Aryans, where the valiant chiefs draw up their many troops in array, where the high mountains, rich in pastures and waters, yield plenty to the cattle, where the deep lakes with salt waters stand, where wide flowing rivers swell and hurry. Who goes over the earth, all her breadth over, after the setting of the sun, touches both ends of this wide, round earth, whose ends lie afar, and surveys everything that is between the earth and the heavens. He who moves along all the Karshvars *Yazida unseen, and brings glory. The earth is divided into 7 regions or Karshvars, of which Aaron is the largest and central one. 68 Media, Babylon, and Persia. For whom the Maker, Ahura Mazda, has built up a dwelling on the Harabarazide, the bright mountain around which the many stars revolve, and he surveys the whole of the material world from the Hariti Berza. With his arms lifted up towards immortality, towards the abode of the immortals, Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, drives forward from the shining Garonmana, in a beautiful chariot wrought by the Maker, Ahura Mazda, inlaid with stars and made of a heavenly substance. 4 stallions draw that chariot, all of the same white color, living on heavenly food, and undying. The hoofs of their 4 feet are shod with gold, the hoofs of their hind feet are shod with silver. All are yoked to the same pole, and where the yoke, and the crossbeams of the yoke are fastened with hooks of metal, beautifully wrought low. Mithra, being in his essence light, is the natural foe of the Devas, the fiends of darkness, who flee from before him in fear, or fall under the strokes of his never-failing weapons. He is the protector and rescuer of the heavenly cattle which the demons are forever stealing and driving into their robber holds. This most primeval of Aryan myths is reproduced with beautiful entirety in a verse of Mithra's Yisht. The cow driven astray invokes him for help, longing for the stables. When will that bull, Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, bring us back and make us reach the stables? When will he turn us back on the right way from the den of Druj, a name for demon, whither we were driven? He is therefore essentially a warrior, the mightiest of warriors, and a patron of warriors, who gives victory in a righteous cause, a warrior, with a silver helm, a golden cuirass, who kills with the poniard, strong, valiant. The warrior of the white Aryan myths in the Avesta. 69 Whom horse, of the sharp, long spear, the quick arrows. Ahura Mazda has established to maintain and look over all this moving world, who, never sleeping, wakefully guards the creation of Mazda, he who stands up upon the earth as the strongest of all gods, the most valiant, the most energetic, the swiftest of all gods, the most fiend-smiting of all gods. 2 So much for the obviously physical part of the myth. The transition to the spiritual side is wonderfully easy and logical. Mithra is light, and light is all-pervading, therefore Mithra is all-seeing and all-knowing. Ahura Mazda gave him 1,000 senses and 10,000 eyes to see. He is the undeceivable watcher of men, or else he has 10,000 ears and 10,000 spies. Mithra is light, and light is truth, and truth is good. The Devas are darkness, and darkness is lie, and lie is evil. This most simple and primary conception, perhaps the only absolutely universal one, and, in all probability, the very first, because the most obvious, equation between the visible and invisible that occurred to thinking man all the world over, at once transfers the struggle, the championship, and the victory from the material into the spiritual world. He who is the light of absolute truth is of his nature the foe and destroyer of deceit, and faithlessness, and wrong, and all the evil brood of darkness, and, as a practical application, the protector in open warfare of all whose cause is righteous, and, above all, the supreme guardian of covenants and punisher of bad faith. He who eludes or breaks the bonds of a contract is a deceiver of Mithra, but Mithra is the undeceivable. His wrath and the curse of all good men is Media, Babylon, and Persia. Sure to light on the foolish evildoer, whom he routs and paralyzes, on whatever side there is one who has lied to Mithra, on that side Mithra stands forth, angry and offended, and his wrath is slow to relent. Those who lie unto Mithra, however swift they may be running, cannot outrun him, riding, cannot outride him, driving, cannot outdrive him. The spear that the foe of Mithra flings darts backward, and even though it be flung well, even though it reach the body, it makes no wound. The wind drives away the he spear that the foe of Mithra flings. Takes away the strength from their arms, the swiftness from their feet, the eyesight he from their eyes, the hearing from their ears. Gives herds of oxen and male children to that house wherein he has been satisfied, he breaks to pieces those in which he has been offended. Sad is the abode, unpeopled with children, where dwell men who have lied unto Mithra. The grazing cow goes a sad, straying way, driven along the vales of the Mithra deceivers, they stand on the road, letting tears run over their chins. This is why Mithra is said to be both good and bad to men, to keep in his hands both peace and trouble for nations. He stands a watchful guardian of the covenant, spoken or unspoken, which rules the relations between friends and kindred, between partners, between husband and wife, master and pupil, father and son, between nations. The man without glory, led astray from the right way, thinks thus in his heart, that careless Mithra does not see all the evil that is my done, nor all the lies that are told. But I think thus in heart, should the earthly man hear 100 times better, he would not hear so well as the heavenly Mithra, who has 1,000 senses and sees every one that tells a lie. Nor is the faithful observance of contracts or * compare story of Chaldea, p. 171. AJ, VAJV myths in the Avesta. J. Promises confined to fellow Mazdaisnians, worshippers of Mazda. It is expressly said, break not the contract, neither the one that thou hadst entered into with one of the unfaithful, nor the one that thou hadst entered into with one of thy own faith. For Mithra stands both for the faithful and for the unfaithful. *A12. Spirited picture is that which the great Yasht brings before us, of Mithra going forth in his heavenly chariot, escorted by his helpers and friends, to do battle against the powers of evil and their human followers. His chariot is embraced and uplifted by holiness. The law of Mazda opens a way, that he may go easily, for heavenly steeds, white, shining, seen afar, beneficent, endowed with knowledge, swiftly carry him along the heavenly space. At his right hand drives the good, holy Sriasha, obedience to the law of Mazda. At his left drives the tall and strong Rashku, uprightness, justice. On all sides of him, the Fravishis of the faithful, the spirits of the departed. Behind him drives Adder, fire. All in a blaze. Before him and close by him run two dread beings, Varethrakna, victory, and the strong cursing thought of the wise, both described in identical words as wearing the shape of a sharp-toothed, sharp-jawed boar, that kills at one stroke, pursuing, strong and swift to run, and rushing forward. Mithra is well armed for the fray, swinging in his hands a club with 100 knots, 100 edges, that rushes forward and fells men down, a club cast out of red brass, the strongest of all weapons, the most victorious of all weapons. It is noteworthy that Mithra at last becomes a common noun, meaning contract, and used as such in everyday speech. 72 Media, Babylon, and Persia. His chariot, too, is a well-supplied armory. There are 1,000 bows with their arrows, vulture-feathered, with golden points, 1,000 spears and as many steel hammers, 1,000 two-edged swords and as many maces of iron. All these weapons are described as well made, and as going through the heavenly spaces and falling on the skulls of the Devas. It would seem, from the way it is put, that they fly of their own accord, self-sped, to do havoc on the fiends. Such self-acting divine weapons are very plentiful in the Aryan mythology of India. Well may the worshipper exclaim, oh! May we never fall across the rush of Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, in his anger. 13. This picture of a god riding to battle, with a full description of his armor, his chariot, his band of followers, etc., is a thoroughly Aryan one. Each Aryan god has his own turnout, and not one is passed over in the Rig Veda. The anthropomorphism of the conception is rank. But in the case of the Iranian Mithra, it presents a feature characteristic of the race, and which, in its development, caused a complete revolution. It will have been observed that the followers of Mithra are no mythical persons, i.e., no phenomena of nature turned into persons but, consistently with the spirit, transformation of the myth, they are abstract ideas, or moral qualities personified, holiness, uprightness, obedience to the religious law, lastly, the curse of the wise. This is not myth, it is allegory, and one such instance is sufficient to illustrate the difference between the two notions and Aryan myths in the Avesta. 73. The meaning of the two words. In one of Mithra's band, myth and allegory meet, or rather it is shown how easily and smoothly myth can glide into allegory. Varethrachna, the genius of victory, is certainly an allegorical personage, an abstract idea which a capital initial converts into a person, for the word Vikratjiragna is a common noun which means victory. But that word itself has a mythical import, being none other than the Iranian transliteration of the Vritrajidn, Vritra killer, of the Rig Veda, the title of honor given to various fiend-smiting deities, but most frequently to Indra, the champion demon killer of them all. CP 46. This original meaning must have been quite forgotten before the name changed into a common noun meaning victory in general, and became personified once more, no longer mythically, but allegorically. 14. This tendency to close the eyes to the ever-varying play of physical nature and turn them inward, to the contemplation of high moral abstractions, till these seem almost tangible realities, is the indication of a very serious mind and the key to the transformation which the myth religion of the ancient Aryas underwent at the hands of their sterner Iranian descendants. The most notable instance of such allegorical transformation is that practiced on Ahura Mazda himself. The original identity with the old sky god once having subsided out of sight, preserved only in a few traditional and unconscious forms of speech, his spiritual nature became the subject of earnest and profound speculation. They sought to express his various attributes by a variety 74 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Of names, such as perfect holiness, creator, or maker of the material world, keeper and maintainer, the best of sovereigns, the bestower of health, all-will, he who does not deceive and is not deceived, etc. Lastly, the beneficent spirit, Spentamenu, a name which is used preferably to all others, as fully designating his essence and nature, and opposing him to the other one, the spirit of evil. Certain qualities and properties seemed especially to belong to him, or to be awarded by him, such as, I. Good thoughts, 2. Perfect holiness, 3. Excellent sovereignty, 4. Piety, 5. Health, 6. Immortality, and by dint of being prayed _r, as Ahura Mazda's Z/Zi, came to be prayed / as his ministering spirits, created by him. This, the inevitable anthropomorphic tendency asserting itself, brought about one of the most characteristic institutions of Mazdaism, the heavenly council of the bountiful immortals, the Amshaspentas, the Amshaspands or archangels of the modern Parsis. They are 7 in number, Ahura Mazda being one of them, though he is said to have created the others. When they are invoked or referred to, it is often quite difficult to distinguish whether their names are used in their literal sense or as persons. The former, however, is most frequently the case in the earliest period, that of the Gathas, where the allegory is always very transparent. It is only in time that it hardens into solid personifications, when the Amshaspentas are not only separate and individual spirits, but have certain clearly defined functions assigned to them in the general guardianship of the world. A/VAA myths in the Avesta. 75:15. Before we examine into the nature of the Amshaspentas as a body and their relations to their chief and maker, it will be well to review them individually, specifying their original meaning and later development. First, Ahura Mazda, Spentamenu, the beneficent spirit, uncreated, creator of all things. Second, Vohumano, the good mind or benevolent mind, that state of mind which is conducive to peace and goodwill toward men generally, and gives the wisdom of moderation, of conciliation. At a later period he became the protector of cattle, cattle raising being an essentially peaceful and kindly avocation, which, moreover, can prosper only in times of peace. Third, Ashavahishta, best, or perfect holiness, that conforms in every particular, in thought, in word, and in deed, to the law of Mazda, especially as regards religious observances, later the protector of fire, as the embodiment of purity and worship, of ritual and priestly functions, in reality the law itself, the order which rules the world. Fourth, Kshatravarya, excellent sovereignty, the power which comes from God, and therefore is beneficent, merciful, and the guardian of order and law. Becomes the protector of metals, possibly because royalty has always been in the habit of reserving to itself the wealth drawn from the earth, especially gold and silver. Fifth, Spenta Armati, holy piety, patient and humble simple-mindedness. Also earth personified, or the spirit of earth, and that at a very early J6 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Period, as early as the Gathas. The only female Amshaspenta, whose sex, name, and attributions are easily explained as a reminiscence of a rather misty Aryan deity, whom we find in the Rig Veda under the name of Aramati, and who, like her younger Iranian namesake, personifies both the earth and the virtue of devotion. Sixth and seventh, Orvathat and Amarita, health and immortality, a divine couple almost never mentioned or invoked separately, and who, by a process at once logical and poetical, remained closely united in the functions assigned to them in the material world, that of guardians of the waters and the plants on earth. The wholesomeness of pure running water, both in itself and as provoking and fostering vegetation, and its healing properties, naturally commended it to the care of the genius of health, while the trees and plants, with their latent, and ever-replenished vitality, have always been a meet symbol of immortality. And one must have traveled or lived in lands of drought and barrenness, where the course of the tiniest streamlet is marked by its fringe of verdure or foliage, sometimes no wider than itself, where not a spring or well but is shaded by its palm or plane tree, fully to realize the aptness of the conception which unites the running water and the growing plant into the inseparable couple, Orvathat and Amarita, who are also said to give food its rich and pleasant taste. 16. It is quite evident from several passages that the Amishaspentas were originally one with Ahura Mazda, who, on being asked by Zarathustra which Aryan myths in the Avesta of all holy words is the strongest, the most effective, the most fiend-smiting, replies, "Our name, O Spitama Zarathustra." Who are the Amishaspentas? That is the strongest part of the holy word, that is the most victorious, that is the most glorious, the most effective, the most fiend-smiting, that is the best healing. Yashtai. The most decisive evidence is contained in the following passage. The luminous ones, who are all seven of one thought, who are all seven of one speech, who are all seven of one deed, whose father Aud commander is the same, namely, the Maker, Ahura Mazda. Who see one another's souls, thinking of good thoughts, thinking of good words, thinking of good deeds, thinking of Garonmana, and whose ways are shining. Who are the makers and governors, the shapers and overseers, the keepers and preservers of the creations of Ahura Mazda. Yashts 13 and 19. The lines in italics have clearly been added when the conception of Mazda's supremacy had reached the height of an almost absolute monotheism, and no power or being could be allowed to exist who was not created by him, even though they share the act of creation with him. In the same spirit Ahura Mazda, in one hymn, is made to present the immortals to his prophet, singly and by name, thus, "Here is Vohumano, my creature, O Zarathustra. Here is Ashavahishta, my creature, O Zarathustra," etc., Yashtai. It is in consequence of the same afterthought that he is made to say of Mithra, originally as much his companion and equal as the Aryan Mitra is of Varuna, "Verily, Zvayan I created Mithra, lord of wide pastures, I created him as worthy of sacrifice, as worthy of prayer, as myself." 78 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Ahura Mazda. Thus again, and consistently with what gradually became the leading idea of Mazdaism, the name of every god, however powerful, however exalted and reverenced, is frequently accompanied, as a reminder, by the epithet created by Ahura. Therefore it is that all the created gods ceased in time to be thus styled, and, together with all beneficent spirits, were gathered under the designation of Yazatas, the Azeds, angels, of the modern Parsis. Mithra, Varethrakna, Srasha, Atar, etc., are Yazatas, so are the sun, the moon, and all good spirits, whether representing natural forces or abstractions. Their number is unlimited. When the light of the sun waxes warmer, then up stand the heavenly Yazatas, by hundreds and thousands. They pour its glory upon the earth made by the Ahura. They all dwell in the endless light, eternal and uncreated, the Garonmana, the abode of Ahura Mazda, the abode of the Amishaspentas, the abode of all the other holy beings. 17 As Ahura surely was himself, once on a time, the original one, bountiful, immortal, so this title was probably bestowed on other beneficent beings, before the ancient sacredness of the number 7, and, possibly a dim reminiscence of the Aryan Adityas, of whom Varuna was the chief, CP 41, confined it to Ahura and his 6 doubles. In one passage Atar is called the most helpful of the Amishaspentas, but it is a sohari, queer survival. His proper titles are, Son of Ahura Mazda and Most Great Yazada. As the one who is nearest to man, who sits on his hearth, the kindly bond of family Aryan myths in the Avesta. JG and state, he is addressed and spoken of with a respectful tenderness, an affectionate familiarity, which is sometimes very pretty in its 7 ayat. Atar, the son of Ahura Mazda, lifts up his voice to all those for whom he cooks their evening meal and their morning meal. From all those he wishes a good offering. Atar looks at the hands of all those who pass by. What does the friend bring to his friend? What does he who comes and goes bring to him who stays motionless? And if the passerby brings him wood holily brought, then Atar, the son of Ahura Mazda, well pleased with him and not angry, and fed as required, will thus bless him, may herds of oxen grow for thee, and increase of sons. Mayest thou live on in joy of thy soul all the nights of thy life. This is the blessing that Atar speaks unto him who brings him dry wood, well examined by the light of the day, well cleansed with godly intent. For if to the Athrivans the of Chali instituted class of priests was committed the care of the sacred fires in the public places of worship, each householder's first religious duty was to tend the fire of his own hearth, to trim and clean it, and never suffer it to go out. This was a more arduous task than appears at first sight, as the flame was to be fed not only constantly, but daintily, with small quantities, continually renewed, of driest, finely cut chips of the best, and in part fragrant, wood, such as sandal, well examined by the light of the day, and well cleansed, so that no impurity of any kind should pollute the sacred element, besides which a good Mazdayasnian had to get up 3 times in the night, as the Parsis do now, for that matter, to look after it. In the first part of the night, Atar, the son of Ahura Mazda, upcalls the master of the house for help, saying, Arise, thou master of the house. Put on thy girdle and thy clothes, wash thy 8 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Hands, saw wood, bring it unto me, and let me burn bright with the clean wood, carried by thy well-washed hands. Here comes Aji, the fiend serpent, darkness, made by the Devas, who is about to strive against me and wants to put out my life. And so in the second, and in the third part of the night. 1-8. In the persistent enmity between the demon Aji and Atar, which endures throughout the Avesta, with the exception of the Gathas, we easily recognize the struggle between the Aryan fiend serpent Ahi and the storm god, as embodied in his principal weapon the lightning. In one of the Iranian versians of the conflict, very dramatic in form, the latter even resumes his Vedic name of son of the waters, and is called indiscriminately Atar, or Apannapat, CP 45, it is where the 2 everlasting adversaries do battle for the light which hides in the sea Vaurakasha, the cloud sea. The transformation which the simple myth, one of the oldest, undergoes from the spiritualizing process of Iranian thought is very remarkable. The light, originally meant in a literal sense, becomes a subtle and sacred splendor, the Haverino, or glory, a peculiar and visible golden sheen, which must be imagined as surrounding the head and shoulders of persons endowed with it, after the manner of the halo around the heads of saints and angels in modern paintings. This awful kingly glory, probably a portion or reflection of the eternal, uncreated endless light wherein God dwells, belongs, in the first place, to Ahura Mazda, to the Amishaspentas, and to all the Yazatas, then to the Aryan myths in the Avesta. 8 nations, born and unborn, and lastly to every lawful Aryan king as a sign of divine grace, and perhaps, in mythical times, of divine descent. He to whom it cleaves is assured of wealth, of power, prosperity, and victory, himself unconquerable, he exterminates his enemies. But the Haverino cannot be seized by violence or usurped by aliens, and, if a king endowed with it tells a lie, it straightway passes away from him. Certain yashts give instances of both these occurrences, taken from the rich store of the national mythical epos. The most amusing is the story of that most crafty Turanian Ruffian, Frangratian, who thrice stripped himself naked and plunged into the sea Vaurakasha, wishing to seize that glory that belongs to the Aryan nations. But the glory escaped him every time, until at last he rushed out of the sea Vaurakasha, thinking evil thoughts, and was fain to confess, I have not been able to conquer the glory that belongs to the Aryan nations, born and unborn, and to the holy Zarathustra, most ingenious, half mythical, half allegorical rendering of unsuccessful Turanian invasions. 19. But the Iranian storm god par excellence is Tishrya, the star Sirius, known also as the dog star. The Iranians very curiously associated rain with certain stars, which are said to contain the seed of the waters. Over these and, indeed, it would appear, over all the stars Tishrya is set as chief Ratu. We sacrifice unto Tishrya, the bright and glorious star, who moves in light with the stars that have in them the seed of the 82 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Waters, whom Ahura Mazda has established as a lord and overseer above all stars. Yashtate. This star presides over the dog days, which, in hot chins, are immediately followed by heavy rains. Hence its rising is invoked with passionate longing by the people of a region where the streams are all rain-fed and dry up in the rainless season, while most of them do not flow into other streams, or lakes, but are greedily and profitlessly sucked up by the sand of the desert. We sacrifice unto Tishrya, the bright and glorious star, for whom long flocks and herds and men, looking forward for him and deceived in their hope. When shall we see him rise up, the bright and glorious star Tishrya? When will the springs run with waves as thick as a horse's size and still thicker? Or will they never come? We sacrifice unto Tishrya, the bright and glorious star, for whom long the standing waters, and the running spring waters, the stream waters, and the rain waters. When will the bright and glorious Tishrya rise up for us? When will the springs, with a flow and overflow of waters, thick as a horse's shoulder, run to the beautiful places and fields, and to the pastures, even to the roots of the plants, that they may grow with a powerful growth? We sacrifice unto Tishrya, the bright and glorious star, whose rising is watched by men who live on the fruits of the year, by the chiefs of deep understanding, why the wild beasts in the mountains, by the tame beasts that run in the plains, they watch him as he comes up to the country, for a bad year or for a good year, thinking how in themselves, shall the Aryan countries be fertile. The dog days are the hottest and driest of the year, it is the time of Tishrya's great conflict against Apesa, the drought fiend, a conflict in which he is several times worsted before he comes off victorious at the last. The god appears in 3 Aryan myths in the Avesta. 83 different shapes for 10 nights in that of a beautiful youth, for 10 in that of a golden horned bull, and for the last 10 as a beautiful white horse with golden ears and golden caparison. It is in this shape that he gives the final battle to his demon antagonist, who rushes down to meet him by the cloud sea Vaurakasha, in the shape of an ugly black horse, with black ears and tail. They meet together, hoof against hoof. They fight together for 3 days and 3 nights. And then the Deva Apesa proves stronger than the bright and glorious Tishtraya, he overcomes him. And Tishtraya flees from the sea Akasha. He cries out in woe and distress. Yashtate. He cries out for sacrifices to be offered him, to bring strength to him, and, having received them, rushes back to the sea Akasha. But it is only at the third encounter that he finally routs the black horse, he makes the sea boil up and down, he makes the sea stream this and that way. All the shores are boiling over, all the middle of it is boiling over. And vapors rise up above the middle of the sea Akasha. Then the wind blows the clouds forward, bearing the waters of fertility, so that the friendly showers spread wide over, they spread helpingly and friendly over the 7 Karshvars. Yashtate. But there is not water enough for all the Aryan countries, and the distribution of it becomes the occasion of another conflict between the warriors of heaven, the Fravishis of the faithful, departed spirits, corresponding to the Pitris of the Hindus, CP 53-54, the good, strong, beneficent Fravishis of the faithful, with helms of brass, with weapons of brass, with armor of brass, who 84 Media, Babylon, and Persia struggle in the fights for victory in garments of light, arraying the battles and bringing them forwards, to kill thousands of devas. When the waters come up from the sea Akasha, then forwards connectly awful Fravishis of the faithful, many and many hundreds, many and many thousands, many and many tens of thousands, seeking water for their own kindred, for their own boruv, for their own town, for their own country, and saying thus, may our own country have a good store and full joy. They fight in the battles that are fought in their own place and land, each according to the place and house where he dwelt of yore. They look like a gallant warrior, who, girded up and faithful, fights for the hoard he has treasured up. And those of them who win, bring waters to their own kindred, to their own borough, to their own town, to their own country, saying thus, may my country grow and increase. 20 As the Fravishis are also supposed to help their own people in their earthly wars, and to perform all sorts of good offices for the material world in general, it will be seen that prudence no less than affection prompted their living descendants to pay them honor and offer them gifts. Nor are they difficult to propitiate. For they are gentle, and ready to confer benefits, their friendship is good, and lasts long, they like to stay in the abode where they are not harmed by its dwellers, and they never do harm first, though their will is dreadful unto those who vex them. The last few days of the year, ith-20th of March, are specially devoted to them, and at that time they come and go through the borough, they who go along there for 10 nights, asking thus, will praise us? Who will offer us a sacrifice? Who will meditate upon us? Who will bless us? Will receive us with meat and clothes in his hand, and with a prayer worthy of bliss? Of which of us will the name be taken Fox invocation? And the man who offers AJV myths in the Avesta. 85 Them up a sacrifice, with meat, and clothes in his hand, and a prayer worthy of bliss, the awful Fravishis of the faithful, satisfied, unharmed, and unoffended, bless thus, may there be in this house flocks of animals and men. May there be a swift horse and a solid chariot. May there be a man who knows how to praise God and rule in his assembly. 21 It is not the Fravishis alone who ask thus, we openly and eagerly for gifts and offerings. Saw the storm god Tishtraya crying out for sacrifices to bring him strength, when sorely pressed by the drought fiend Apesa. So does Mithra, wishing for strength to perform his appointed work, ever cry out to Ahura Mazda, whom he will offer a sacrifice. If men would worship me with a sacrifice in which I were invoked by my own name, as they worship the other Yazatas, I would come to the faithful at the appointed time of my beautiful immortal life. Ardvisura Anahita, as she drives forward on her chariot, drawn by 4 white horses, and holding the reins, longs for the worship of men, and thinks in her heart, who will praise me? Will offer me a sacrifice, with libations cleanly prepared and well strained, together with the hauma and meat? 22 The old Aryan conception of the efficacy, the compelling force of sacrifice, asserts itself with great emphasis in the Avesta, where we see not only the famous mythical heroes sacrificing hundreds and thousands of bullocks, horses, and sheep to various deities, principally Hauma, Ardvisura Anahita, and Vayu, when asking for some special boon, but the gods offering sacrifices to each other on the heights of the Harabarazide. Nay, Ahura Mazda himself 86 Media, Babylon, and Persia is no exception, and is said to offer a sacrifice to this or that divinity by him created, to request his or her assistance in the protection of the material world against the evil powers. This glaring inconsistency can be explained only by the different stages of a religion, in which Ahura Mazda was a god among other gods before he became the one supreme god and creator. 23 Nor has the belief in the conjuring efficacy of prayers and sacred texts the mantra at all abated in the Iranian period. The mantra is again and again spoken of and invoked as a divine person. So are the gathas, and also certain prayers which are considered as particularly holy and wonder-working. But the most potent spell of all, the most healing, most fiend-smiting, lies in a prayer known under the Parsi name, corrupt, of Honover, called in the Avesta the Ahanavarya, a prayer which a devout Parsi even now repeats dozens of times every day on every possible occasion of life. This famous prayer is written in so obscure a language that a final and satisfactory rendering of it has not yet been achieved, though every Avestan scholar has attempted a translation. The discrepancies between these translations are so great and the sense remains so uncertain still, that it is scarcely possible to make a selection between them, and to give them all would be confusing and unprofitable. The most extravagant magic powers are ascribed to this sacred text, which Ahura Mazda is said to have first uttered before the creation of heaven, before the making of the waters, and the plants, and the J/Evaa myths in the Avesta. 87 four-footed kine and the holy biped man, and before the sun, and to have revealed to Zarathustra, who recited it first to mortal men. This word, Ahura Mazda is made to say, is the most emphatic of the words which ever have been pronounced, or which are now spoken, or which shall be spoken in future, for the eminence of this utterance is such a thing, that if all the corporal and living world should learn it, and learning it should hold fast by it, they would be redeemed from their mortality. The sacred names of Ahura Mazda, the Amishaspentas, and some others, share this power of incantation, as we saw above. CP 76. 24 The process of allegorical transformation which gradually permeated the whole mythic system of Aaron, here found a most grateful field. The conjuring spell hurled against the physical fiends representing the evil powers of material nature, were changed into the spiritual weapons of prayer and obedience to the holy law, used with infallible success against the spiritual fiends, anger, rapine, sloth, and, above all, the spirit of lies, who dwell in every man's own breast. That is the club, ever uplifted against the devas, which the Yazadasrasha carries, the personified obedience to Mazda's law, he whose very body is the law, and who therefore is the most actively militant adversary of the devas. It is in this sense that the Ahanavarya is said to smite the fiends as hard as a stone large as a house. When he hears it recited, the arch-fiend himself cowers and writhes and shrinks, and hides in the bowels of the earth. 25 For the serpent, Ahi, the mythical Aryan 88 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Dragon that guards the fastnesses where the stolen cows or maidens are locked away, now called Ijl or Ajidahaka, the biting snake, touched by the same magic rod of spiritual transformation, henceforth personate moral evil in all its odiousness and ugliness, and began to be called Ngramenu, the destructive spirit, in direct opposition to Spentamenu, the beneficent or life-giving spirit. By this time system-making had become a habit of the Iranian mind, and as every system, being an artificial construction, requires symmetry, Ngramenu, better known under the corrupt later form, Ahriman, from being one of the names of the original serpent, grew into a separate abstraction, an arch-fiend, the exact counterpart of Spentamenu or Ahura Mazda, the one all light, truth, life, and good, the other all darkness, lie, death, and evil. and henceforth the world was divided between them. Both being possessed of creative power, all that was good in it, material or spiritual, was the work of Spentamanu, all that was evil, of Ngramanu. In this manner those profound but simple-minded thinkers got out of the terrible puzzle of accounting for the existence of evil in the world, for they could not comprehend the necessity of it, and therefore would not admit that it could have been created by the all-good and all-wise being. The two spirits must have existed from the beginning, independent of each other, and the world and life, as we see them, are nothing but the manifestation of their eternal enmity and conflict. When moral speculation had attained this height, the race was ripe for Aryan myths in the Avesta. 89. A prophet, to give the gradually evolved new consciousness the form and consistency of a faith, to purify it and separate it from the dross of ancient myth that still clung round it and clogged the spiritual progress of the aspiring but inconsistent popular mind. 26. To carry out the title of this chapter, it should end with a review of such Aryan myths as became the groundwork of the Iranian heroic epos, one of the richest in the world, so far as they have found a place in the Avesta. There are many such, but in a very fragmentary condition and too much out of the scope of the present work to be considered. One, however, is given with great completeness, although the different traits and incidents are scattered in many places of the book, and is too important and interesting to be overlooked. It is the myth of Yama, the first king, the Iranian rendering of the Aryan myth of Yama, originally the setting sun, then the first mortal and king of the dead, see pages 52 to 53. The story, ancient in itself, shows traces of a late rehandling in the way it is told, but must be given as we find it, as it would be spoiled by being picked to pieces. O maker of the material world! Zarathustra is made to ask of Ahura Mazda, who was the first mortal before myself, with whom thou didst converse, whom thou didst teach the law. Ahura Mazda answers, the fair Yuma, the great shepherd, and proceeds to tell that he offered Yuma to be the preacher and bearer of his law to men, but Yuma declined, not deeming himself fit. Then Ahura 90 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Mazda bade him rule his world, and watch over it, and make it thrive. Yuma accepted the task, and Ahura Mazda brought him a golden ring and poniard * he sacrificed on the sacred Hydyukarya to Ardvisura Anahita, Hauma, Vayu, asking for Various boons which they granted. He became the sovereign lord of countries, and ruled not only over men, but over the Devas, and Mazda's kingly glory, Varano, was around him. That was the golden age of the world. In his reign there was neither cold nor heat, neither old age nor death, neither hot wind nor cold wind, and there was great fatness and abundance of flocks in the world created by Mazda. Herds and people were free from death, plants and waters were free from drought, fathers and sons walked about equally perfect in shape, which was that of youths of 15 years. So were things while Yuma ruled, he of the many flocks, and that was during 1,000 years. Of these, 300 years had passed away, and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, with men and dogs and birds, and red, blazing fires, and there was no more room for flocks, herds, and men. Then Yuma, being warned by Ahura Mazda, pressed the earth with the golden ring and bored it with the poniard, speaking thus, Spenta Armati, CP 75, kindly open asunder and stretch thyself afar, to bear flocks and herds and men. And the earth, at Yuma's bidding, grew 1/3 larger than it was before, and there came flocks and herds and men, at his will and wish, as many as he wished. When 600 years of * Sodarms Tedder. De Harles renders a golden plough and an ox goad. /EVAJV myths in the Avesta. 9 his sway had passed away, Yuma again bade the earth open and stretch, and again when 900 years had passed away, and each time the earth grew by 1/3 of its original size. When he had reigned 1,000 years, Ahura Mazda called a great meeting in Aryanabhyagia, and came thither with all the gods, thither also came Yuma with the most excellent mortals. And Ahura Mazda spake unto Yuma, saying, O fair Yuma, son of Bipin God! Upon the material world the fatal winters are going to fall, that shall bring the fierce, foul frost, that shall make snowflakes fall thick and lie deep on the highest tops of mountains. And all the three sorts of beasts shall perish, those that live in the wilderness, and those that live on the tops of the mountains, and those that live in the bosom of the dale under the shelter of stables. Before that winter those fields would bear plenty of grass for cattle, now with floods that stream, with snows that melt, it will seem a happy land in the world, the land wherein footprints even of sheep may be seen. Therefore make thee a vara, an enclosure. Here follow minute instructions, thou shalt do so and so, which, being complied with, are repeated word for word with change of tense past instead of future, after the manner of ancient epic narrative. We give the narrative as the more lively form, and Yuma made a vara to be an abode for men, to be a fold for flocks. There he made waters flow in a bed through along, about a mile, there he settled birds by the everlasting banks that bear never-failing food. There he established dwelling places. There he brought the seeds of men and women of the to be put in the ground and grow in due time. According to the later cosmogony of the Bundhesh, the first human couple grew up in the shape of a shrub, then blossomed into human form and separated. So are the different kinds of animals supposed to have we come from seed. Saw above that the stars are said to contain the seeds of the waters. 92 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth, there he brought the seeds of every kind of cattle, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth, there he brought the seeds of every kind of tree, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth, there he brought the seeds of every kind of fruit, the fullest of food and sweetest of odor. All those seeds he brought, too of every kind, to be kept inexhaustible there, so long as those men shall stay in the vara. And there was no humpbacked, none bulged forward there, no impotent, no lunatic, no poverty, no lying, no meanness, no jealousy, no decayed tooth, no leprous to be confined, nor any of the brands with which Ingramenu stamps the bodies of mortals. Every 40th year, to every couple two are born, a male and a female. And thus it is for every sort of cattle, and the men in the vara, which Yuma made live the happiest life. Some commentators say they live there 150 years, others, that they never die. The latter come near est to the mythical truth of the story, as there can be no doubt that Yuma's vara originally answered to Yama's seat of bliss, and its inhabitants to the Pitris, the souls of the departed. The Avesta narrative adds, evidently a late appendage to the old myth, that a wonderful bird brought the law of Mazda into the vara and preached it there. The mythical legends of India know of several such wise and speech-endowed birds. 27 There is another version of the end of Yuma's rule, a more human and very tragical one, which has been adopted in the heroic epos of Aaron. It is also mentioned in the Avesta. There came a day when Yuma fell and sinned. He began to find delight in words of falsehood and untruth. In fact, it is stated plainly, that he told a lie. But what the lie was the Avesta does not inform us. Epic tradition however does. Seeing both men and devas subject a/ivajv myths in the Avesta. 93 To his rule, his heart was lifted up in pride, and he declared himself to be a god. From this moment Mazda's kingly glory, the Varano, flew away from him in the shape of a raven, one of the visible forms which Varethrachna, the genius of victory, is said to assume. Yuma also taught men to kill innocent animals and eat their flesh, which was another grievous wrong. 3 times the glory flew away from him, he lost his sovereignty, wandered about an outcast, and finally perished miserably, being sawed in two, according to the Avesta, by his own brother, according to the heroic legend, by his mortal foe, the wicked usurper Zohak, the Persian corrupt form of Ajidahak, the primeval serpent being, like the other personages of the heavenly drama, brought down to earth and presented in a human incarnation. 28 It is very curious that one detail of the old Aryan myth of Yama should have survived in Aaron, in the practical form of a religious ceremony, which is enjoined on the followers of Zoroaster, and strictly observed by them to this day. The reader will remember Yama's dogs, brown, broad-snout, Furid, who sent out those who are to die and drive them to the presence of the dread king, at the same time guarding them from the dangers and fiends that beset the dark road they travel. CP 53. The Avestan law prescribes that a yellow dog with 4 eyes shall be brought to the side of any person that has just died, and made to look at the corpse, as the look of the 4-eyed dog is supposed to drive away the impure demon, Nasu, that strives to enter 94 Media, Babylon, and Persia it and take possession of the clay tenement, which, from the moment that life leaves it, becomes the property of Ngramanu, in order thence to work contamination and harm on all who approach it. As it may be supposed that some difficulty was found in procuring the animal in question, the law makes the following qualifying concession: yellow dog with 4 eyes, or a white dog with yellow ears. The latter variety being more generally on hand, there is nothing to prevent conscientious Parsis from performing this time-honored ceremony, which they call the Sagdad, and of the mythical origin and import of which they are, of course, profoundly ignorant. *** For the quotations from the Vendidad and the Lesser Avesta, the translation of Mr. James Darmstetter has been and will be used throughout 96 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Misses his footing, and is dragged down into the abode of lie, which is endless darkness. 2. Towards this loftiest and purest, while also simplest, of all the doctrines that the ancient world has taught, tended the evolution of the primeval Aryan dualism of nature, as it was effected in the Iranian spiritual consciousness, molded and directed by the peculiar conditions of Iranian life. That this evolution did not waste itself in vague and profitless repinings and speculations, like the streams of Aran in the barren sands, but culminated in a positive faith, fruitful in works, like cloud-fed springs that are gathered to a head and flow forth, a mighty and life-giving river, into the haunts of men. This is due to the genius and preaching of Zarathustra. He laid before his people their own thoughts in all the pure transparency of crystal waters cleared from muddiness and unwholesome admixtures in the filter of his own transcendent and searching mind. He guided their groping hands, and made them grasp the truth for which they were blindly reaching. Such is the mission of every true prophet. Had the people not been ripe for his teaching, he could not have secured a hearing, or made himself understood. The people, on the other hand, could never have worked out unaided the ideal to which they were vaguely and only half-consciously drawn. They listened and understood, and were won, because, to use the expression of a great writer Voltaire says of the hero of one of his stories, that he reflected profoundly on a certain idea, of which he seemed to have the seed in himself. The Gathas 9/ had in themselves the seed of the thoughts which the prophet expounded to them. 3. Even if we lack data to determine the time of Zarathustra's life and work, there is sufficient intrinsic evidence in the Gathas, which were most probably taken down partly from the prophet's own words and partly from those of some of his immediate 8 disciples, to show that he lived at a period which must be considered an early one in the history of his race. In their slow advance to the west, the Iranians were continually harassed by fleetly mounted Scythian hordes, Turan, and encountered scattered tribes of the same hostile race all along the broad and irregular track of their migration. These savage nomads, ubiquitous with their small, untiring steppe horses and their unerring lassos, were the standing terror of the Iranian settlers, whose paturs and farms were not for one moment secure from their raids. In the national heroic epos, which is the battle myth of the skies transferred to earth, the Iranian hero kings answer to the Aryan gods, whose names they ofttimes bear, and their Turanian adversaries, lawless invaders, iniquitous usurpers and tyrants, to the Aryan demons *, and in the time of the allegorical transformation of myths, which already approaches the historical period, we see violence, lawlessness, and rapine, equals * compare Yuma, son of Vivangat son of Vivasvat. Also, 3 Tahana, son of Athwayar equals Trita, son of Aptiat. In the epos 3 Tahana becomes the famous Persian hero King Feridun, equals who vanquishes the wicked usurper Zohak Ajidahaka, and chains him under Mt Demavend in the Alberts. 98 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The characteristic features of the Turanian nomads and raiders, embodied in the person of Ishmetava, the first and worst of devas after the archfiend himself, as Sriyasha, the personified obedience to Mazda's holy law, is the first of the Yazatas. The prayer, deliver us from Ishma, therefore has a twofold purport: deliver us from the raids of the Turanians, the foes of the honest herdsman Aud tiller of the land, and also, deliver us from the temptation of ourselves committing violence and robbery. For that the Turanians were accounted Devasnians, worshippers of fiends, is self-evident. But not they alone. Scarcely less hated of Zarathustra and his followers are such communities of their own Aryan race as resisted the progressive movement towards spiritual and enlightened monotheism, and persisted in sacrificing to the gods of the old Aryan nature worship. There were doubtless many such, and it is certainly to them, their leader, and their priests, that Zarathustra alludes when he speaks of the evil teachers that corrupt the people's mind, of the persecutions which made him and his followers homeless wanderers, CP 24. Nor can the prophet be said to advise his own disciple to deal with these unbelievers exactly in a spirit of charity. Not only are they bitterly, wrathfully denounced throughout the Gathas, but their extermination is demanded in no equivocal terms. He who hurls from power or from life the evil ruler who opposes the progress of righteousness in his province, will treasure up a store of sacred wisdom. Anyone who brings, the Gathas, 99 harm on the settlements of the prophet's followers, let his evil deeds recoil on himself, let his prosperity be blighted, let him perish and no help come to him to keep him back from misery. And let this happen as I speak, Lord. On the other hand, none, not even Turanian tribes, if they will be converted, are excluded from the community of the pious. An important and authentic precept for this triumph of religious brotherhood over race feeling is established by the following explicit statement: when from among the tribes and kith of the Turanians those shall arise who further on the settlements of piety with energy and zeal, with these shall Ahura dwell together through his good mind, Vohuanano, which will abide in them, and to them for joyful grace deliver his commands. Yasna XLVI. 12 LH Mills Translation. 5. There can be little doubt that the feelings of hatred and contempt with which Zarathustra inspired his followers against those of the old Aryan religion were amply reciprocated by the latter, not only by such as still lived or roamed side by side with them in the cultivated regions or the wilds of Aran, but also by those who had already descended into India. This supplies us with the most natural explanation of some facts which would otherwise be difficult to account for: the use by the Zarathustrian Aranians of the word deva with the meaning of demon, fiend, while Sanskrit deva continued in the sister nation of India to denote the gods of light, the bright and beneficent powers, as it had done in the joint Indo-Iranian period, and probably in the primeval Aryan times, together with the Khorslu Media, Babylon, and Persia. Ponding use by the Aryan Hindus in the same evil sense of the Sanskrit as7ira, equals Iranian ajurd. This latter fact derives its significancy from the circumstance that the older Aryan Hindus gave to the word the same meaning as the Aranians, that of Lord, divine, and used it as the loftiest title of several of the deities, especially of their sky gods, the primeval Dios and his successor Vidruna, to whom a certain notion of supremacy or overlordship seems to have attached from the earliest times. Astira is used in this wholly reverential sense in the greatest part of the Rig Veda, but the change has taken place already in the later hymns of the collection, where the Asuras appear as the fiends and devils, powers of evil. They remain throughout the later literature of India, religious and profane. Now, these hymns were gathered in their present form and order, according to the latest and most moderate calculations, between 1500 and 1000 BC. This gives us an indirect but not unimportant hint as to the probable time of Zarathustra and his reform. 6. Nothing can be more impressive or majestic than the purely fanciful scene in which the prophet and his mission are introduced to the world. It is a sort of prologue in heaven, enacted by the denizens of the spirit world. Jashurvan, literally soul of the sphere, the guardian spirit or chief rati, of animal creation, and especially domestic cattle, raises up his voice to heaven and complains of the ill treatment and sufferings which he and his kind endure at the hands of men, while it had been foretold him that they would be benefited by the Insti the Gathas. Loitushan of agriculture. Asha, righteousness and order, personified as one of the Amishaspentas, replies that, though no really benevolent man will be hard on his cattle, yet people in general don't always know in what manner they should behave to their inferiors, and adds, Mazda knows best the deeds of devas and men, both those that have been and those that are to be. He, the Lord, Ahura, has to decide, as he wills, so shall it be. Mazda then speaks, and his decision brings scant comfort to the guardian of the flocks, for he informs him that there is no special protector for cattle, since they have been created for the use of the tiller and herdsman, whom, by his own Mazda's and Asha's ordinance, they are to supply with meat and drink, by giving him their milk and their flesh. Jashurvan, in despair, then asks, Hast thou no one among men who would take kindly care of us? Whereupon Mazda answers, and here lies the gist of the poetical apologue, I know on earth only one man who has heard our decrees, Zarathustra Spitama. He will announce from memory my and Asha's teachings, when I endow him with sweetness of speech. Then the spirit of the flocks moaned aloud, Woe is me! And is the powerless word of an unwarlike man all I am to look to, when I wished for the protection of a mighty hero? When will he ever come, he who is to lend my cattle efficient help? But I know that thou, Mazda, knowest best. Where else should be justice, benevolence, and power? And thus the spirit of the flocks departs, more disappointed than Conid to Media, Babylon, and Persia. Sold, nor knows that the word is far mightier than the sword. 7. After this preamble, we are prepared to see the prophet enter on his mission. There is no thread of narrative to inform us of the course of events, but the text speaks for itself, and as we read the famous chapter XXX of Yasna, we have no difficulty in imagining the preacher addressing an assembled multitude of men, people and nobles in the presence, as can be inferred from one passage, of the king, who had believed in him, probably Kava 6 Shtaspa. As this discourse is to Mazdaism, in its first and pure stage, what the Sermon of the Mount is to our own religion, we shall give it almost uncurtailed. Fi. Now shall I proclaim unto you, O yet all that here approach me, what the wise should lay to their hearts, the songs of praise and the sacrificial rites which pious men pay the Lord, Ahura, and the sacred truths and ordinances, Asha, that what was secret until now may appear in the light. To hear with your ears that which is best, and test it with a clear understanding, before each man decides for himself between the two teachings. 3. The two spirits, the twins, skillfully created, in the beginning. Good and evil, in thought, in speech, in deed. And, between these two, the wise have made the right choice, not so the senseless. 4. And when these two spirits had agreed to institute the springing up and the passing away of all things to create life and death, and to decree that in the end the lot of the followers of Lidrajavan, i.e., holders of the false gods and religion, should be the worst life, and that of the followers of Truthashavan, of the true religion, should be the happiest mental state, freely given from the translation of Bartholomew, in Forskungen, IILF from Bartholomew's translation in Forskungen, IL the Gathas. IO 3:5. Then of these two spirits the lying one elected to do evil, while the holiest spirit Spenia Manu, he who is clothed with the solid heavens as with a robe, elected the right Asha, and with him all those who wish to do right in the eyes of Ahura Mazda. 6. And to his side came with Kshathra, Vohumano, and Asha, and Aramati the Eternal, who made the earth her body. In these mayest thou have a share, that thou mayest outdo all others in wealth. 7. The Devas also made not the right choice, between good and evil, for, as they were debating, folly overcame them, so that they chose the worst mind Ako Mano, opposed to Vohu, Nano. And they assembled in the house of violence, Juna, to destroy the life of man, they joined with the enemies of the Zarathustrians, the plunderers and destroyers of their settlements, farms, and cattle. 8. But when the vengeance comes for their deeds of violence, then, O Ahura Mazda, surely the sovereignty will be given by thy good mind to those who will have helped truth Asha, to overcome lie druj. 9 Therefore will we belong to those who are in time to lead this life on to perfection. Grant us then, O Mazda, and ye gods, your assistance, and thou O also, Asha, that every man may be enlightened whose understanding, as yet, judges falsely. 10 For then the blow of destruction shall fall on the liar, while those who keep the good teaching will assemble unhindered in the beauteous abode of Bohumano, Mazda, and Asha. 11 If, O men, you lay to your hearts these ordinances which Mazda instituted, and the good and the evil, and the long torments which await the followers of falsehood, Drujavan, and the bliss that must come to the holders of the true faith, /Iyavadi, it will go well with you. We 8. Have here the essence of Mazdaism in its sublime simplicity, its absolute purity, as it shaped itself in the mind of the founder. All further devil *. This last sentence would seem to be addressed to the king. The benediction, in plain words, amounts to this: mayest thou be endowed with the sovereign power, the peace of mind, and the piety that go hand in hand with the true religion, and thus deserve a share in the dominion of the earth, and outdo all other kings in wealth. 104 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Oppments as given in the rest of the Gathas may well be said to be but commentary. The dualism here announced is absolute, the two spirits are twins, not hostile in the beginning, nor separated, and together create the world, material and spiritual, visible and invisible. The result is of necessity a mixture of opposites, for we can know a thing only by its contrary. How should we know light, warmth, health, but from their contrast with darkness, cold, sickness? Life, then, must be balanced by death, truth by falsehood, in other words, good by evil. So far there is no right or wrong, only necessity. But now comes the choice. Now the twin spirits, having each taken his part, become the spirit which is all life and the spirit which is all death, life and death being considered the supreme express signs of good and evil, to be foes for evermore. And now begins the warfare in which nothing is indifferent or purposeless, but every move tells for one or the other, and in which all mankind, without exception, each man for himself, must freely choose his side, fight on it, and abide the consequences. It is noteworthy that even the Devas, the uncompromisingly abhorred fiends and demons of later Mazdaism, are not presented by the prophet as evil originally and in themselves, but only from the evil choice they 7 when, as free agents, the choice is before them as before the two supreme twins. So absolute is his belief in the free will and responsibility of every being, whether of the spirit world or the material world. 9 Little could be added to the great declaration the Gathas. IO5 of faith known as chapter XXX. Of Yasna, in point of doctrine, by ransacking the rest of the Agathic poems. Profound conviction of his heaven-sent mission: I am thy chosen one from the beginning, all others I consider as my opponents. Outpourings of personal feelings in the days of persecution and distress, appeals for help and enlightenment often worded with great pathos and tenderness. To thee I cry, behold, O Lord, and grant me assistance, as a friend grants it to a dear friend. Such is the strain that runs through all these ancient hymns, lending them a thoroughly human, living interest. One of them, chapter XLIV, especially breathes the purest poetical feeling, and keeps on a lofty level rarely maintained for so long a stretch in these often crude literary efforts. The questionings, the doubts, the longings of the prophet's spirit are put in the form of a series of questions addressed by him to his evenly friend and teacher. Some bear upon points of doctrine, some on the issue of a coming struggle. O me this I will ask, tell it right, Lord, Ahura, will the good deeds of men be rewarded already before the best life comes? The best life, future life, for the good. O this I will ask thee, me tell it right, Lord, are those things which T will proclaim really so? Will the righteous acquire holiness by their good deeds? Wilt thou award them the kingdom of heaven Kshatra, through the good mind? Vocommands, how my will soul attain to bliss? Will piety dramati come to those, O Mazda, to whom thy faith is declared? O me this I will ask thee, tell it right, Lord, who of those to whom I am speaking here is a friend of truth, asht, who of falsehood dritij? On which side stand the wicked? And are that not wicked, the unbelievers, who make thy benefits vain? By attacking and robbing the followers of Ahura Mazda, I-06 Media, Babylon, and Persia. How shall I turn from us the spirit of lie? Druj, how shall I procure the triumph of righteousness, as/ia, over the spirit of lie, Druj, so that it may, according to the promise of thy teaching, inflict on the unbelieving a fell defeat, and deal unto them death and destruction? O this I will ask of thee, tell it me right, indeed protect me when the two hosts meet. The two wilt thou give the victory? Lord, canst thou? To which of some of the questions are a poetical form of homage to the Creator of all things, whose glory they indirectly proclaim, O who this I will ask thee, tell me it right, Lord, sustains the earth here below, and the space above, that they do not fall? Who made the waters and the plants? Who to the winds has yoked who the storm clouds, the two to eatest of things? Skillfully created light and darkness? Who sleep and wakefulness? Who the noontide and the night, and the dawns that call the wise to their work? Who created the blessed Armadi and Kshatra? Asterisk, who made the Son to be the image of the Father? O I will proclaim, O Mazda, that thou, beneficent Spirit, Spentamanu, art the maker of all things lo. These specimens of the Gathic hymns are sufficient to show, besides the doctrine, the characteristic drift and the tone of Zarathustra's own teaching, a great directness of speech, a studied avoidance of even the familiar language of poetical imagery, as tending to perpetuate that spirit of mythical redundancy which it was the object of his reform to eradicate. Nor are passages wanting where he denounces in direct terms the false and evil teachers, doubtless the priests of the nature deities of India and the unbelieving Iranian tribes. Asterisk, earth and heaven in this place. See Bartholomew, Arisk Forskungen, 2, p. 163. The Gathas. I-07 most noticeable is the fact that the prophet scarcely ever lapses even into the religious allegory which supplanted the Aryan mythology in the later development of Mazdaism, peopling the unseen world with a theological hierarchy of archangels, angels, and saints, Amishaspentas, Yazatas, and Fravishis, in the place of the ancient nature deities. The Fravishis do not occur at all in the Gathas, nor the Amishaspentas as a body of spiritual we persons. See good mind, righteousness, piety, vohu iua, io, as/ia, drinaity, used as common abstract names, in their direct and proper meaning, not as names of allegorical persons, even in a remarkable passage where all six are mentioned as the gifts of Ahura Mazda. Thus obedience to the law of Mazda Sriyasha, the cardinal virtue of the Mazdaisnian, is spoken of only as such, and not yet allegorized into the chief of the Yazatas, the champion fiend smiter, a sort of Iranian Saint Michael. Nor, on the other hand, is Ishma, the later leader of all the demon host, Ishmadaba, the special opponent of Sriyasha, the leader of the Yazatas, mentioned in any sense but the direct one of violence or spirit of violence. There is no faintest trace of superstition or idolatrous worship in the reverence paid to Ahura Mazda's fire, the symbol and rallying sacrament of a pure faith. Sacrifices and meat offerings are spoken of, but there is no insisting on a tiresomely minute ceremonial, no mention of either Mithra or Haumathaheth. Enish rites connected with the use of the intoxicating drink of the same name are not encouraged. I-08 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Indeed, there is one passage, Yasna, Slail, Lo, which is interpreted as expressing abhorrence of those rites, and classing them with the sacrifices to the Devas, the seed of evil, as an act of impiety. When, O Mazda, shall the men of perfect mental come? And when shall they drive from hence this polluted drunken joy whereby the Karpans, hostile priests, with angry zeal would crush us, and by whose inspiration the tyrants of the provinces hold their evil rule? And though the prophet repeatedly speaks of the open Chinvat bridge, bridge of the gatherer, which the soul of the righteous cross with ease on their passage into Ahura's own abode of bliss, the Garonmana, while the wicked fall from it into the abode of life forever. He abstains from imaginative descriptions that might too easily slide back into mythology and polytheism. In short, to use the words of an eminent scholar, the latest translator of the Gathas asterisk, in the Gathas all is sober and real. The Karpans, etc., are no mythical monsters, no dragon threatens the settlements, and no fabulous beings defend them. Zarathustra, Jamaspot, Frasheostra are as real, and are alluded to with a simplicity as unconscious as any characters in history. Except inspiration, there are no miracles. All the action is made up of the exertions and passions of living and suffering men. 2. With the Yasna of 7 chapters, re*LH Mills, in Vol. XXXI of the Sacred Books of the East F2 great nobles and chiefs of Vishtaspa's following, ardent and powerful supporters of Zarathustra, whose daughter one of them married. The Gathas. IO9 marks the same scholar, which ranks next in antiquity to the Gathas. We already pass into an atmosphere distinct from them. The dialect still lingers, but the spirit is changed. The fact is that all history shows how impossible it is for any religion or doctrine to maintain itself on the level of absolute loftiness and purity on which it was placed by the founder or reformer. He is one man in a nation, above and ahead of his time, his race, nay, mankind in general, so are, in a lesser degree, his immediate followers, his first disciples. But the mass of those who learn from him and them the herd is composed of average minds, which, after the first enthusiasm has cooled and the novelty has worn off, feel but ill at ease on an altitude that makes too great demands on their spiritual powers. Then there are the old habits, which, as the strain is irksomely felt, reassert themselves with all the sacredness of early nay, ancestral, association, all the sweetness of familiarity. Then begins the work of adaptation. The new religion is half unconsciously fitted to the old. There is a gradual revival of ancient ideas, ancient poetry, ancient forms and usages, and scarce a lifetime has elapsed after the reformer has passed away, when his work is changed beyond recognition, and the doctrine and practice of those who still call themselves his followers, have become a medley of what he taught and the very things against which he rose in protest. Still, the whole, there is real progress, the new spirit remains, the standard has been raised, and a new step taken towards the ideal, a step which can never be retraced. No Media, Babylon, and Persia. 12 of this process of adaptation, the collection of prayers in Gathic dialect, set apart in the body of the Yasna liturgy under the name of Yasna of 7 chapters, offers a striking illustration, though it is of course impossible to surmise how long an interval separates them from those older Gathas which may be said to embody the Zoroastrian revelation. Set forms of invocation and a regular working ritual, presupposing a strictly organized class of priests, have gathered round the substance which alone engrossed the prophet. His abstract speculations have become greatly materialized, and the allegorical forms of speech in which he but sparingly indulged have crystallized into personifications solid enough to start a new myth development. The attributes of the deity and the qualities it vouchsafes to its pure-minded followers, good mind, righteousness, piety, etc., have become the fully organized body of the Amishaspantis. Fire has become the object of a special worship somewhat idolatrous in form and surest sign of future decadence. The mythical taint begins to crop up in the worship and sacrifice expressly paid to natural objects. We sacrifice to the hills that run with torrents, and the lakes that brim with waters, to both earth and heaven, and to the stormy wind that Mazda made, and to the peak of high Harite, and to the land. And we all things good have here the whole Aryan nature pantheon in subdued form. Indeed, so strongly does the old mythical habit of speech reassert itself, that the waters are called the wives of Ahura and female Ahuras, CP 62. The Fravishis, the Gathas, not once mentioned in the original Gathas, are here invoked and worshipped together with Ahura Mazda himself and the bountiful Immortals, although their number is restricted to those of the saints, of holy men and holy women, followers and propagators of the new religion. Lastly Hauma reappears, Hauma golden flowered that grows on the heights, Hauma that restores us. We that driveth death afar shall see, however, that the rites of this, one of the most primeval Aryan deities, were not restored in the coarse form which Zarathustra seems to have particularly denounced, CPIO 8. 13. The Yasna has preserved to us an important document, the profession of faith which was required from each Mazdaisnian convert, the true Avestan creed. Although too long to be reproduced here entire, some of the principal verses will prove of interest. I curse the Devas. I confess myself a worshipper of Mazda, a follower of Zarathustra, a foe to the Devas, a believer in Ahura, a praiser of the Amishaspentas. 2. I believe in the good, holy Armady, may she abide with me. I forswear henceforth all robbing and stealing of cattle and the plundering and destruction of villages belonging to worshippers of Mazda. 3. To householders I promise that they may roam at will and abide unmolested wherever upon the earth they may be dwelling with their herds. Humbly with uplifted hands to Asha I swear this. Nor will I hereafter bring plunder or destruction on the Mazda Yasnian villages, not even to avenge life and limb. 81. I confess myself a worshipper of Mazda, a follower of Zarathustra, professing and confessing the same. I profess good thoughts, good words, good deeds. 112. Media, Babylon, and Persia. 9. I profess the Mazdaisniae religion which, while girded with armor, resorts not to weapons, and the righteous marriage among kindred, which religion, as established by Ahura and Zarathustra, is the highest, best, and most excellent among those that are and that are to be. This is the profession of the Mazdaisnian religion. 14. The last verse contains an allusion to a singular custom, sanctioned, if not originated, by Mazdaism, and which has drawn much censure on its followers, the custom of intermarriage between kindred, even so near as brothers and sisters. It is not only permitted, but absolutely enjoined and invested with a peculiar sanctity. This notion possibly had its source in the necessity of drawing the family ties, the clanship, as closely as possible in self-defense, and also of fostering matrimonial alliances within the circle narrow at first of the faithful. Anyhow, the defenders of this to us abominable custom claim that, if mankind be descended from one couple, the first marriage must have been one between brother and sister. Besides, it should be remembered that it was not regarded with uniform horror by remote antiquity, and was in general use as late as among the Egyptians, that most intellectual and certainly not immoral people. The probabilities are that it was a very ancient Iranian custom, confirmed by the new religion on practical grounds. Translation of Mr. A.V.W. Jackson, of Columbia College, New York. Happy Face, 114. Media, Babylon, and Persia. The rubbish of priestly discus phone. Moreover, we must bear in mind that Mazdaism in this particular form was not by any means adopted by all the followers of Zarathustra, and, indeed, seems to have been at first confined to the northern Iranians, especially the Medes, and to have become generally enforced only at the revival of the national religion under the Sasanian kings. 2-3 fundamental principles underlie this priestly legislation, and make it at once intelligible, even in its extravagances. There is only one thoroughly noble and honorable calling, and that is agriculture and cattle raising, for as much land as is reclaimed and made productive or used for pasture, just so much is wrested from Ngramenu and his devas. 2. The entire creation is divided into the good and the bad. Ahura Mazda made all useful creatures foremost and holiest among these, are cattle, the guardian dog and the vigilant cock. It is a duty to tend them and a sin to neglect them. Ngramenu made all the noxious creatures. It is a duty to destroy them on all occasions. They are classed under the generic name of Stras, and we are surprised to see the most harmless insects, and animals like the frog, the lizard, included in the doom of destruction together with wolves, serpents, flies, and ants. Heretics and wicked men also sometimes come under this denomination. 3. The elements air, water, earth, and fire are pure and holy, and must not be defiled by the contact of anything impure. The priest, therefore, while officiating before the fire, wears a cloth before his mouth, that 5. Parsi in praying costume. 6. Pate idana, pinam, cloth worn by the Parsis before their mouths in presence of the sacred fire. 7. Kosti sacred girdle worn by Parsis while praying or during any sacred ceremony. II 6. Media, Babylon, and Persia. His breath may not sully the supremely holy element. Such a cloth is worn to this day by every Parsi while tending the sacred fire of his own home altar, or even saying his prayers. 3. Everything in the Vendidad, as well as in the later purely liturgical portions of the Yasna, and the litany known as the Visperd, CP 30, betrays the authority of a long-established and all-powerful priesthood. This would be obvious enough, even 8. Hgot or Phi Reali.vkg modern Parsis. Without the evidence of a passage Fargard i.e., chapter 9, where Zarathustra is made to complain to Ahura Mazda of the harm that is done by any person layman or heretic who, not knowing the rites of purification according to the law of Mazda, presumes to perform the ceremony for any of the faithful who have incurred uncleanness. Ahura Mazda expressly states that sickness and death, the Vendidad, the lesser Avesta, WJ and the working of the fiend, are stronger than they were before in consequence of such sacrilegious interference, and, on being asked what is the penalty that he shall pay, gives the following directions: the worshippers of Mazda shall bind him, they shall bind his hands first, then they shall strip him of his clothes, they shall flay him alive, they shall cut off his head, and they shall give over his 9. Hgot or fire altar, seen by Ainquitil Duparan at Sijrat. Corpse unto the greediest of the corpse-eating creatures made by Ahura Mazda, unto the ravens * with these words, the man here has repented of all his evil thoughts, words, and deeds. If he has committed any other evil deed, it is remitted by his repentance forever and forever. F*** although there is no worse pollution than touching a corpse, these birds are made by Ahura Mazda, i.e., pure, because they are necessary to remove the pollution from the face of the earth. The punishment atones for all offenses, and the soul goes fo paradise free from taint or guilt. Il 8 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 4. The Athravan Firkprixt is indeed a majestic figure, as he stands forth, in flowing white robe, the lower part of his face veiled, beside the Xjigji, or fire altar, a metal vessel placed on a low stone platform and filled with ashes, on top of which burns the fire of dry, fragrant chips, continually trimmed and replenished. In one hand he holds the Krafstrachna, the Krafstrakiller, an instrument of unknown form for killing snakes, frogs, ants, etc., in the other the Bersma, a bundle of twigs, uneven in number 5, 7, or 9 probably divining rods, without which the priest never appeared in public. Near the Hga stands a stone table, set forth with the sacred utensils for the performance of the daily Hauma sacrifice, which, though ignored and probably abolished by the Prophet, has resumed its place of honor in the religious practice of this essentially Aryan people. It should be mentioned, however, that the sacrificial drink was prepared from another plant than the Hindu soma, one that grows in Aran, and the juice of which is far less intoxicating, nor is it subjected to a process of fermentation. Besides, only a small quantity was drunk by one of the officiating priests, after the liquor had been consecrated by being raised before the sacred flame, shown to the fire. The mystic rite is thus shorn of its coarsest and most ob*. Originally the twigs for the barksma were to be cut, with certain ceremonies, from either a tamarind or a pomegranate tree, or any tree that had no thorns. The modern Parsis have, very prosaically, substituted flexible rods of brass wire. This is the identical Hauma sacrifice of the modern Parsis, as witnessed and described by Dr. Martin Hogg. Tongs to trim sacred fire. Saucers for milk and fruit offerings, Mayasda. Cup for holy water, Zayathra. Ladle for ablutions and purifications. Hauma knife. Hauma mortar and pestle. Hauma strainer. Bersma, Barsom, withstand low. Sacrificial implements used in Parsi worship. I20 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Noxious feature, the intoxication in which it too often ended in India, and becomes purely symbolical. Such, too, is the character of the other offerings, consisting of a few bits of meat, to which the modern Parsis have substituted a little milk in a cup, some small cakes, and some fruit, all of which, moreover, representing the various kinds of human food, are not consumed in the fire of the altar, but only held up before it, presented, so to speak, as a symbolical offering and for consecration. The Yasna and Visperd continually invoke and glorify these parts of the daily sacrifice, the Hauma, the Mayazda, offering of meat or milk, cake, and fruit, and the Zaothra, holy water, together with the Bersma, bundle of sacred twigs, and the sacrificial vessels mortar and pestle, strainer, cups, etc. are exalted as the most fiend smiting of weapons. The sacred mortar, the sacred cup, the Hauma, the words taught by Mazda, mantras, these are my weapons, my best weapons. Zarathustra is made to say, Vendidad, 19. Nay, in a poetical introduction to the long and elaborate hymn to Hauma, Yasna, 9, the heavenly Hauma, the Holy One who driveth death afar, appears to Zarathustra, incarnate, in human form, clothed with a body of marvelous beauty, at the sacred hour of sunrise, while the prophet is tending the sacred fire and chanting the Gathas. Whereupon a dialogue ensues, in which Hauma bids Zarathustra pray to me, O Spidama, and prepare me for the taste, press and strain the juice of the plant Hauma, and tells him of the heroes who, the first of men, prepared him for the incarnate world, the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. 121 and obtained as a reward glorious and renowned sons. The first of these was Vibangad, father of the great Yuma, see pages 89-93, the king of the Golden Age and the last Purushaspa, the father of Zarathustra himself, who, having heard the wondrous revelation, speaks, praise to Hauma. Good is Hauma, well endowed, healing, beautiful in form, gold nude, and with bending sprouts. This long narrative is one of the few passages in the Avesta which are brimful of ancient mythic lore. 5. Which is the first place where the earth feels most happy, asks Zarathustra of Ahura Mazda, who replies, Vendidad. 3. It is the place whereon one of the faithful steps forward with the holy wood in his hand, the Bersma, the holy meat, the holy mortar, fulfilling the law with love. The description of the other places where the earth feels most happy presents the complete Iranian ideal of a prosperous and holy life. It is where one of the faithful erects a house with cattle, wife, and children, and where the cattle go on thriving, the dog, the wife, the child, the fire are thriving, and every blessing of life. Where one of the faithful cultivates most corn, grass, and fruit, where he waters ground that is dry, or dries ground that is too wet, where there is most increase of flocks and herds, and where they yield most manure. It is the perfection of a farm. He who would till the earth, it is still Aliura who speaks with the left arm and the right, with the right arm and the left, unto him will she bring forth plenty, like a loving bride unto her beloved. Oh! Unto him thus says the earth, thou man who dost till me with the left arm and the right, with the right arm and the left. Here shall I ever go on bearing, bringing forth all manner of food, bringing forth profusion of corn. 122 Media, Babylon, and Persia. He who does not till the earth, O Spidama Zarathustra, with the left arm and the right, with the right arm and the left, unto him O thus says the earth, thou man. Ever shalt thou stand at the door of the stranger, among those who beg for bread, ever shalt thou wait there for the refuse that is brought unto thee, brought by those who have profusion of wealth. 6. He who sows corn sows holiness, Vendidad, 3, 31. Where there is plenty and prosperity there is no room for wickedness, no room for envy, violence, rapine, and all evil passions. Besides, honest toil leaves no time for evil thoughts, evil words, and evil deeds. This great truth is thus expressed in quaint, truly Avestan phrase: when barley is coming forth, the devas start up; when the corn is growing rank, then faint the devas' hearts; when the corn is being ground, the devas groan; when wheat is coming forth, the devas are destroyed. In that house they can no longer stay, from that house they are beaten away, wherein wheat is thus coming forth. It is as though red-hot iron were turned about in their throats, when there is plenty of corn. Therefore, to sow corn is more meritorious than 100 acts of adoration, 1,000 oblations, 10,000 sacrifices. 7. But, sowing corn and hollands and rooting the devas by the toil of the left arm and the right arm and the left, requires bodily strength and endurance. So this most practical and rational of religious laws proceeds, with admirable consistency, to enjoin proper care of that necessary servant the body. Then let the priest teach his people this holy saying: no one who does not eat has strength to do works of holiness, strength to do works of husbandry. By eating every material creature lives, by not eating it dies away. The Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. 12. Not only are practices of abstinence and asceticism, the so-called mortification of the flesh, not praised or encouraged, but and herein Avestan Mazdaism differs from almost every other religion. They are condemned, denounced as a foolish and wicked error, that strengthens the hands of the arch-enemy. Verily I say unto thee, O Spitama Zarathustia, the man who has a wife is far above him who begets no sons; he who keeps a house is far above him who has none; he who has children is far above the childless man. He who has riches is far above him who has none. And, of two men, he who fills himself with meat is filled with the good spirit much more than he who does not do so. It is this man who can strive against the onsets of the death fiend that can strive against the winter fiend, with thinnest garments on, that can strive against the wicked tyrant and smite him on the head, that can strive against the ungodly Ashimoah, heretic, false teacher, who does not eat. Vendidad. 4. 8. Symmetry, that inevitable characteristic of a system of universal dualism, pervades the Vendidad. Herodotus tells us that in his time prizes were given in Persia by the king to those who had most children, while sacred texts of the Pahlavi period expressly declare that he who has no child, the bridge of paradise shall be barred to him. Astovidhotu, the bone divider, who has a noose round every man's neck, and is the immediate cause of death. So that we are told, Vendidad, v. that water and fire kill no man, the holy elements could not do the work of Ungramenyu. No, it is Astovidhotu who ties the noose, then the flood takes the man up or down, or throws him ashore, or the fire burns up the body, usly killed by the fiend. This thrust, if the passage be comparatively ancient, BC, may be pointed against the Hindu Brahmin, or Buddhists, both great adepts at ascetic practices. If belonging to Sasanian Mazdaism, it would be directed against the Manichaeans, a Persian sect, which enjoined fasting and abstinence of every sort. 124. Media, Babylon, and Persia. In form and substance. Every set of definitions, of queries and answers, is exactly matched by its corresponding opposite set. So, after ascertaining from Ahura Mazda what are the places where the earth feels most happy, Zarathustra proceeds to inquire what are the places where she feels sorest grief, and receives, among others, the following replies. It is the place wherein most corpses of dogs and men lie buried. It is the place whereon stand most of those dakamas, whereon corpses of men are deposited. The dakama, also called by the modern Parsis the Tower of Silence, is the burying place, or rather, the cemetery, for the name of burial would ill become the singular and, to us, revolting way in which the Mazdaisnians of northern Iran disposed of their dead, religiously followed therein by their Parsi descendants. This brings us to the contemplation of the most extraordinary refinement of logical consistency ever achieved by human brains. 9. Given the two absolute premises, first, that the elements are pure and holy and must not be defiled, 2d, that the essence of all impurity is death, as the work of the Ungramenyu, the spirit who is all death, and who takes undisputed possession of the human body the moment that the breath of life, the gift of Ahura Mazda, has left it. The question, what is to be done with the dead, becomes an exceedingly complicated and difficult one. The presence of a corpse pollutes the air. To bury it in the earth or sink it into the water were equally sacrilegious. To burn it in the fire, after the manner of the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. 125 The Hindus and so many Indo-European nations, would be the height of impiety, an inexpiable crime, involving no end of calamities to the whole country. Only one way is open, to let the bodies of the dead be devoured by wild animals or birds. Such, indeed, is the law. The corpses shall be taken to a distance from human dwellings and holy things, if possible into the wilderness, where no men or cattle pass, and be exposed on the highest summits, where they know there are always corpse-eating dogs and corpse-eating birds, and there be fastened by the feet and by the hair with weights of brass, stone, or lead, lest the dogs and birds carry portions of the flesh or bones to the water and to the trees and thus defile them. The worshippers of Mazda are enjoined, if they can afford it, to erect a building for the purpose of exposing the dead, of stone and mortar, out of the reach of the dog, the wolf, the fox, and wherein rainwater cannot stay. If they cannot afford it, they shall lay down the dead man on the ground, on his carpet and his pillow, clothed with the light of heaven, naked, and beholding the Sunday. 10 Such is the origin of the dokimas or towers we of silence. Give the description of one of these unique cemeteries in the words of the dis*. This last clause, like many other minute prescriptions, is founded on the very correct conclusion that it is moisture which retains and carries pollution infection, and must be considered as a sanitary provision. Corpse of a year's standing and dried up does not pollute, even the sight of a dokima is pure once more, when the bones are reduced to dust, for it is said, the dry mingles not with the dry. 126 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Tingished Parsi writer who has been quoted once already. A circular platform about 3 feet in circumference, entirely paved with large stone slabs and divided into 3 rows of exposed receptacles, called /AJ/J, for the bodies of the dead. As there are the same number of pavas in each concentric row, they diminish in size from the outer to the inner ring, so that by the side of the wall is used for the bodies of males, the next for those of females, and the third for those of children. These receptacles, or pavas, are separated from each other by ridges which are about 1 inch in height, and channels are cut into /HQ pavas for the purpose of conveying all the liquid matter flowing from the corpses and rainwater into a bandar, or deep hollow in the form of a pit. The bottom of Oljich is paved with stone slabs. This pit forms the center of the tower. When the corpse has been completely stripped of its flesh by the vultures, which is generally accomplished within an hour at the outside, and when the bones of the denuded skeleton are perfectly dried up by the powerful heat of a tropical sun and other atmospheric influences, they are thrown into the pit, where they crumble into dust, the rich and poor meeting together after death in one common level of equality. 4 drains are constructed. They commence from the wall of the bandar and pass beyond the outside of the tower down into 4 wells, sunk into the ground at equal distances. At the mouth of each drain charcoal and sand are placed for purifying the fluid before it enters the ground, thus observing one of the tenets of the Zoroastrian religion, that the Mother Earth shall not be defiled. The wells have a permeable bottom, which is covered with sand to a height of 5 or 7 feet. These dokimas, or towers of silence, are built upon one plan, but their size may and does vary. When the Parsis begin to build a dokima, they fix nails in the ground and enclose it by a thread, indicating thereby *Dosabai Fram G. Karika, History of the Parsis, Vol. I, pages 200 and FFF. Dimensions of the dokima at Nafsari: interior diameter, 62 feet, outer diameter, from the outside of the wall, 70 feet, diameter of the bandar, 20 feet, maximum height of the tower, 16 feet, height of granite platform, 8 feet. Section. Total height about 6 feet. View of the interior. Outer diameter about 70 feet. The PABI. 2. A Dakama, or Tower of Silence. 128 Media, Babylon, and Persia. That only that particular portion of the ground shall be set apart for the dead. Iron nails are used. The structure is separated from the adjoining ground by digging a trench all round it, about 1 foot deep and wide. It is evident from the tone of this passage that the author entirely approves of this peculiar treatment of the dead. Certain it is that the Parsis contemplate it without repulsion for themselves, and claim that it is at all events the most perfect solution of the sanitary question, which it undoubtedly is, especially in hot, yet moist, tropical climes. As a solemn reminder of the equality of all men before the laws of nature, and an efficient preventive to the vanities of funeral pomp and posthumous distinctions, the custom is also entitled to respect. 2. The attempt to carry out the exaggerated notion of the purity of the elements and the impurity of death with the most rigorous consistency, involves the priestly lawgivers in endless contradictions, places them in the most puzzling predicaments. They become conscious that so many occasions of pollution arise which are wholly beyond their control, that existence threatens to become impossible, unless they draw the line somewhere on this side of what may be termed the reduction ad absurdum of their doctrines. This they do in the form of an extra revelation, contained in a special chapter of the Vendidad, Fargard v., wherein Zarathustra is made asterisk. Thus also the stretcher on which the dead are carried must be of iron. Metal is supposed to retain infection less than any other substance. According to the laws of purification, a tainted vessel of metal can be cleansed, while one of wood cannot, but remains UV clean forever and ever. 130 Media, Babylon, and Persia. To propound nice and puzzling points, in the form of hypothetical cases, for Ahura Mazda to solve. Give the first part of this curious dialogue whole. As a specimen, there dies a man in the depths of the vale, a bird takes flight from the top of the mountain down into the depths of the vale, and it eats up the corpse of the dead man there, then up it flies from the depths of the vale to the top of the mountain. It flies to some one of the trees there, of the hard-wooded or the soft-wooded, and upon that tree it vomits, it deposits dung, it drops pieces of the corpse. Now, lo! Here is a man coming up from the depths of the vale to the top of the mountain. He comes to the tree whereon the bird is sitting. From that tree he wants to have wood for the fire. He fells the tree, he hews the tree, he splits it into logs, and then he lights it on the fire, the son of Ahura Mazda. What is the penalty that he shall pay? Ahura Mazda answered, There is no sin upon a man for any dead matter that has been brought by dogs, birds, by wolves, by wines, or by flies. 4. Were there sin upon a man for any dead matter that might have been brought by dogs, by birds, by wolves, by wines, or by flies, how soon this material world of mine would have in it only peshed the 7 IUs, people guilty of death, shut out from the way of holiness, whose souls will cry and wail. After death, being driven away from paradise. In like manner the agriculturist is not to be held responsible for any dead matter that any animal may have brought into the stream that waters his field. Zarathustra next takes Ahura Mazda himself to task for apparent violation of his own laws. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One! Is it true that thou, Ahura Mazda, sendest the waters from the sea Vaurukasha down with the wind and with the clouds, and makest them flow down to the corpses? That thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow down to the Dakamas, to the unclean remains, to the bones? And that thou, Ahura Mazda, makest them flow back unseen? The Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. I3:1, to which Ahura Mazda answers, It is even so as O thou hast said, righteous Zarathustra. But explains that, when the rainwater, thus polluted, returns unseen to whence it came, by evaporation, it is first cleansed in a special heavenly reservoir, called the sea Puitika, from which it runs back into the sea Vaurukasha as pure as ever, and as fit to water the roots of the sacred trees that grow there, the Jayokarana and the tree of all seeds, CP 65, and to rain down again upon the earth, to bring food to men and cattle. 12. The same inevitable inconsistency shows itself in the feeling about the Dakamas. Although the existence of these constructions is a matter of absolute necessity, we saw above that the sites on which they are erected are numbered among those places where the earth feels sorest grief. Nay, they are denounced, on unimpeachable hygienic grounds, as the trysting places of all the fiends where the troops of devas rush together, to kill their 50s and their 100s, their thousands and their tens of thousands. Thus the fiends revel on there as long as the stench is rooted in the docamus. Thus from the docamus arise the infection of diseases, fevers, humors. Their death has most power on man from the hour when the sun is down. And, although the building of docamus has at all times been considered a meritorious act of piety, we are told that the man who gladdens the earth with greatest joy is, first, he who digs out of it most corpses of dogs and men, and, second, he who pulls down most of those docamus on which corpses of men are deposited. 132 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Urge everyone in the material world, O Spitama Zarathustra Ahura Mazda is made to say, to pull down docamus. He who should pull down thereof, even so much as the size of his own body, his sins in thought, word, and deed are atoned for. Not for his soul shall the two spirits wage war with one another, and when he enters the blissful world, the stars, the moon, and the sun shall rejoice in him, and I, Ahura Mazda, shall rejoice in him, saying, Hail, O man! Thou who hast just passed from the decaying world into the undecaying one. Vendidad, 7. 13. And yet such is the tyranny of circumstances, not only must the earth endure the pollution of docamus, and men go on building them, but there may arise even worse complications, which have to be met in some way. There is no desecration, no calamity equal to the presence or vicinity of a corpse, but men die at all seasons, and what is to be done in winter, those terribly severe winters of Central Asia, when the docama, built at a more or less considerable distance from the villages, cannot be reached? Zarathustra places the case before Ahura Mazda, Vendidad, Fargards v. and 8, O Maker of the material world, thou Holy One. If in the house of a ma/die a dog or a man happens to die, and it is raining or snowing, or blowing, or the darkness is coming on, when flocks and men lose their way, what shall the Mazdaisnians do? Ahura Mazda's instruction is, to choose the most sequestered and driest spot near the house, at least 30 paces from the water, the fire, and the inhabited parts of the dwelling, and there temporarily to place the body in a grave dug half a foot in the ground if it be frozen hard, or half the height of a man if it be soft, covering the grave with dust of bricks, stones, dry earth, the Zend/dad. The Zend Avesta. I-33 And they shall let the lifeless body lie there until the birds begin to fly, the plants to grow, the floods to flow, and the wind to dry up the waters off the earth. Then the worshippers of Mazda shall make a breach in the wall of the house, and they shall call for 2 men, strong and skillful, and those having stripped their clothes off, shall take the body to the building of clay, stones, and mortar, where they know there are always corpse-eating dogs and corpse-eating birds. In another place, Fargard v. Ahura Mazda directs that in every borough there shall be raised, in the provision of such an emergency, 3 small houses for the dead, large enough that a man standing erect in such a house should not strike his skull, nor, should he stretch out his hands and feet, strike the walls with them. 14 Proportionate to the merit of relieving the earth from the pollution which is sorest grief to her, is the sin of willfully inflicting such grief on her by burying the corpse of a dog or of a man, and as any sin or guilt is removed by the former act, so no punishment, not even death in this world, can atone for the latter, if the offender does not repent and disinter the corpse before the end of 2 years, for that deed there is nothing that can pay, nothing that can cleanse from it. It is a trespass for which there is no atonement forever and forever, which means that the offender's soul must go to hell and stay there until the general resurrection. Provided always that he is a professor of Mazdaism and has been taught the law, for contrariwise he does not know that he is committing a sin, and cannot in justice be held responsible for it. 15 This principle, sound as it is in itself, Culmi 134 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Nates in strange anomalies, when applied with the tenacious but one-sided logic of the race, thus it is only the corpses of Mazdaisnians and animals belonging to the good creation of a hero which defile the elements and endanger the living. The corpse of a craftstra is harmless, as its life was incarnate death, the spring of life that was in it is dried up with its last breath, it killed while alive, it can do so no more when dead, it becomes clean by dying. The same is said of an Ashimoa or heretic. Vendidad, v. 1:6. Very nearly one half of the Vendidad is filled with prescriptions about purification and atonement for every kind of uncleanness, involuntary or unavoidably incurred. Sickness of every kind is looked upon in the light of possession, and the sick, accordingly, are treated more like criminals than suffering brethren, sequestered in rooms built for the purpose, away from the fire, from the light of the sun, nourished sparingly, as the food they took would strengthen the fiend who has taken up his abode in them, scarcely permitted to touch water even to drink, for fear of defiling the pure element, unapproached by the inmates save in case of absolute necessity. And with humiliating precautions, such as having the food passed to them in ladles with very long handles, and covered with coarse clothes thriftily kept on purpose for such occasions. 17. Thriftiness, indeed, is enjoined on the faithful as a matter of salvation. Ahura Mazda does not allow us to waste anything of value that we may have, not even so much as a small silver coin's weight of the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. I-35 thread, not even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning. Whosoever throws any clothing on a dead body, because it would be wasted, as nothing could cleanse them of the pollution of such contact, even so much as a maid lets fall in spinning, is not a pious man whilst alive, nor shall he, when dead, have a place in the happy realm. He shall go away into the world of fiends, into that dark world, made of darkness, the offspring of darkness. The modern Parsis, indeed, do clothe their dead, but the dot shroud must be made of old, worn-out material, the older the better, only well washed. 18. But the most horrible and dangerous of fiends is the fiend of corruption and contagion, personified in the Druj Nasu, who takes possession of the body at the very instant that the breath leaves it, rushing upon it from the regions of the north * in the shape of a raging fly, the foulest of craftstres, and thence, as from a citadel, deals infection, pollution, and uncleanness on all around, even to the 10th row of those near the corpse, and further still, for each man imparts the uncleanness to his neighbor, only it grows weaker with each remove from the center of infection, the corpse. It has been very plausibly remarked that in the fly which is attracted by the smell of dead flesh they saw the fiend which takes possession of the corpse in the name of Ungramenu. Justi, Geschichte Perser. It is to exorcise the Nasu that the Sagdid ceremony is performed, see pages 93 to 94, and those same four-eyed or yellow-eared dogs must be made to pass several times along the way by which * hell lies in the north, where its entrance is in the mountains of the Devas, Mount Arezora. 136 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The corpse has been taken to the Dakama before men or flocks are allowed to tread the same way. As for those who have been compelled to touch a corpse, whether of a dog or a man, the dog being an eminently sacred animal, they have to undergo a thorough process of purification, by means of repeated ablutions. As the good waters reach this or that part of the body, the Druj Nasu is supposed to leave that part and rush to the next nearest, until from spot to spot, beginning with the forepart of the skull, the left toe is reached, from which the Nasu at length flies off to the regions of the north in her proper shape as a hideous fly. The enumeration of these different spots of the human body, together with the repetition of the formula of expulsion, all in the usual dialogue form, continues through several pages, and strikes one, it must be confessed, as the most ludicrous and puerile piece of absurdity. It is in reading such passages as this that one understands the objections raised by Ainquetil Duperon's enemies, see pages 12 to 13. The purifications prescribed and regulated in the Avesta, and still observed by the Parsis, are very peculiar and exceedingly disgusting. Their essential feature is the ablution with gumsh, the urine of cows or steers, a liquid equally held sacred and cleansing by the Brahmanic Hindus. The person to be purified washes his or her entire body / Gomez, then rubs it dry with handfuls of earth or dust, and lastly washes it again, this time with water. The performance is repeated several times. The great purification takes 9 nights, the Barasjimai. Of course these ceremonies are the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. 137 performed and directed by priests, and we saw above, p. 116, how jealously, even fiercely, the clergy guard the privilege. Gumke is used to purify houses, clothes, drinking vessels, just as we use a disinfectant. The lips of newborn children are moistened with it, and the mothers are made to swallow a considerable quantity mixed with ashes before they are allowed to touch water. 19. Never is the corpse fiend so dangerous as when it finds one of the faithful alone, unprotected by the presence and prayers of another Mazdaisnian. Therefore a man who would carry a corpse alone were irretrievably lost. The Nasu would rush upon him, and enter into him, and make him unclean forever and forever. He would become, so to speak, a Nasu incarnate, and must be set apart from all human intercourse. The directions concerning the treatment of a carrier alone are the following: an enclosure shall be erected on a dry and barren spot, at a distance from the fire, the water, and all holy things. There the carrier alone shall be established and shall be supplied with the coarsest food and the most worn-out clothes, and there he shall live until he attains an advanced old age, when he shall be put to death in the same manner as the unlicensed purifier, cp 117, his death atoning for his obtance both in this world and the next. The words used in both passages are identical. 20. Although diseases are looked upon in the Avesta as forms of demoniac possession, yet we find a short chapter of the Vendidad on physicians, their modes of treatment, and the fees they are entitled. 138. Media, Babylon, and Persia. 2. As might be expected, the precedence is given to the treatment by spells, the reciting of sacred texts mantras. If several healers offer themselves together, namely 1 who heals with the knife, 1 who heals with herbs, and 1 who heals with the holy word, it is this one who will best drive away sickness from the body of the faithful. A late commentator, with the skeptic shrewdness born of more fastidious times, remarks, it may be that he will not relieve, but he will not harm, so advises to give the conjuring doctor a trial by all means. As to the surgeons, the healers with the knife, they do not seem to have enjoyed unlimited confidence, as they were allowed to practice subject to a sort of examination which does credit to the shrewdness of that eminently practical people, the Araneans. They were to try their skill first on aliens, followers of false religions, who were abandoned to the tender mercies of the graduating students, much as condemned criminals were sometimes used in the Middle Ages for experiments / Aniand. Vili on worshippers of the Devas shall he first prove himself. If he treat with the knife a worshipper of the Devas and he die, and a second and a third, he is unfit to practice the art of healing forever and forever. If he shall ever attend any worship, of Mazda, and wound him with the knife, he shall pay for it the same penalty as is paid for willful murder. If he treat with the knife a worshipper of the Devas and he recover, and a second and a third, then he is fit to practice the art of healing forever and forever. He may henceforth at his will attend worshippers of Mazda and heal them with the knife. At all events this is a notable improvement on the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. 139 treatments in use in ancient Chaldea and later Babylon. The fees are all valued in kind: oxen, asses, mares, camels, sheep, and graded according to the rank and wealth of the patient, so that while he shall heal the lord of a province, a king, for the value of a chariot, and he shall heal a sheep for the value of a meal of meat, for the duties of a physician were not separated from those of a veterinary surgeon. The only fee required of a priest was a holy blessing. 21. Not the least peculiar feature of the Vendidad legislation is the exceeding honor paid to the dog. We have repeatedly seen the dog associated with man, as equally sacred, possessing equal rights to respect, in such phrases as, the corpse of a dog or a man, the murder of a dog or a man. Rut that, is not enough, we find several chapters devoted to the treatment of the animal in health or sickness, and the explanation of this extreme solicitude is placed in the mouth of Ahura Mazda himself, the dog, O Spitama Zarathustra. I, Ahura Mazda, have made self-clothed and self-shod, watchful, wakeful, and sharp-toothed, born to take his food from man and to watch over man's goods. I have made the dog strong of body against the evildoer and watchful over your goods, when he is of sound mind. And whosoever shall awake at his voice, neither shall the thief nor the wolf steal anything from his house without being warned. The wolf shall be smitten and, torn to pieces, he is driven away, he flees away. If those two dogs of mine, the shepherd's dog and the house dog, pass by the house of any of my faithful people, let them never be kept away from it. For no house could subsist on the earth. See Story of Chaldea, p. 163. I40 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Made by Ahura, but for those two dogs of mine, the shepherd's dog and the house dog. It is because of his dependence on man and his disinterested service, watching goods none of which he receives, that the dog should be tended and fed with milk and fat with meat, and giving bad food to a dog is accounted as great a sin as serving bad food to a guest. Nay, it is a sin of the first magnitude to give a dog too hard bones or too hot food, so that the bones stick in his teeth or throat and the food burns his mouth or his tongue. And if a man shall smite a house dog or a shepherd's dog so that it gives up the ghost and the soul parts from the body, not only will that man be severely punished for the deed, but his soul shall not in the other world be defended from the howling and pursuing devas by the dogs that guard the Chinvat bridge. If there is in a house a scentless dog or a mad dog, they shall attend to heal him in the same manner as they would do one of the faithful, and if they fail, they shall put a wooden collar round his neck and tie him to a post, lest he come to harm and the owners of the house be held responsible for his death or wound. In like manner a dog mother must be looked after exactly as a woman she, and her litter must be supported by the man on whose property the whelps were born, until they are capable of self-defense and self-subsistence, and if he fails in this, he shall pay the penalty as for willful murder. Young dogs, it is explained, ought to be supported for 6 months, children for 7 years. Lastly the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. I4 If a man shall smite a shepherd's dog or a house dog so that it becomes unfit for work, if he shall cut off its ear or its paw, and thereupon a thief or a wolf break in and carry away sheep from the fold or goods from the house without the dog giving any warning, the man shall pay for the lost goods, and he shall pay for the wounds of the dog as for willful wounding. The stray dog who has no home or master is ranked somewhat below those canine aristocrats, the shepherd's dog and the house dog. Still he is entitled to respect as he is more especially used for the Sagide. He is compared to a holy man of the wandering class, a sort of begging friar, remarks Darmstetter. The same author informs us that the young dog enters the community of the faithful at the age of 4 months, when he can smite the Nasu. 22 other animals are mentioned in the same chapters as varieties of dogs, but the passages are fanciful and obscure. Of greater interest are those that refer to the merits of the cock, the bird of Srasha, the router of Devas, the messenger who calls men to the performance of their religious duties, the bird named Paradarsh, that lifts up his voice against the mighty dawn. Arise, men lo! Here is Bikayansta * the long-handed, coming upon you, who lulls to sleep again the whole living world, as soon as it has awoke. Sleep, Sheo says, sleep on, man, the time has not yet come. And then bedfellows address one another, rise up, here is the cock calling me up. Whichever of the two first gets up, shall first enter paradise, whichever of the two shall first, with well-washed hands, bring clean wood unto the fire, the son of Ahura Mazda. And whosoever will kindly and piously present one of the faithful with a pair of these my Paradarsh birds, male, and fea * female fiend, personifying sloth, immoderate sleep. 142 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Male, it is as though he had given a house with 100 columns. And whosoever shall give my Paradarsh bird his till of meat, I, Ahura Mazda, need not interrogate him any longer, he shall directly go to paradise. 23. The merest perusal of the Vendidad suffices to show the threefold alteration which Mazdaism had undergone from the lofty simplicity of the Gathic period. First, an excessive development in the direction of dogmatism and discipline. 2d. The revival of certain old heathen associations and tendencies. 3d. The adoption of certain foreign elements. The latter fact is easily accounted for, if we remember that the race of which the Avesta is the memorial did not work out its spiritual life as a compact, permanently settled nation, but while still in a nomadic, fluctuating, migrating condition. This is abundantly seen by such passages as, for instance, that which prescribes, Vendidad, 8, what should be done with the corpse of a dog or a man, if there is no dakama within reasonable distance. If they find it easier to remove the dead than to remove the house, they shall take out the dead, they shall let the house stand, and shall perfume it with sweet-smelling plants. If they find it easier to renove the house than to remove the dead, they shall take away the house, they shall let the dead lie on the spot, and shall perfume the house with sweet-smelling plants. What can such a movable house be but a hut of branches or a tent, the nomad's temporary shelter? 24. Now we know not only what, in a general way, the direction of the Iranian migration was from east to west, but we also know about what time they began to reach the term of that migration. 144. Media, Babylon, and Persia. The eastern spurs and valleys of the Zagros region, and the still more rugged highlands between the Caspian Sea and the Great Lakes of Urumia and Van, the district now known as Azerbaijan, corrupted from the classic Atropatene, itself a transformation of an older Iranian name meaning dominion of fire. We have monumental proof that the Iranian branch then already known as Medes, Mate, were dislodging the tribes among the eastern ridges of Zagros, and were themselves attacked by the Assyrian arms as far back as the 9th century BC under Raman Narari 3**, and were probably mentioned already under that king's wee grandfather, the great Shalmaneser II. Are further led to suppose that portions at least of the advancing Medes must have passed through or near the territories of various savage and semi-barbarous people in the vicinity of the Caspian Sea, the region known to later, classical antiquity as Hyrcania. All this knowledge enables us to do more than guess at the origin of certain observances prescribed and certain conceptions inculcated in the Vendidad, and flowing from no Aryan sources assuredly, the use of the barksma, the treatment of the dead, the treatment of diseases by conjuring spells, the exaggerated reverence paid to the elements, the belief in numberless hosts of fiends always on the watch to pounce on men and draw them to perdition. Now all these customs and conceptions, foreign to the Aryan spiritual bent, are in perfect accordance with what we know of the Turanian religious system. See Story of Assyria, p. 194. 146. Media, Babylon, and Persia. Some of them indeed are extremely familiar to us from the texts and spells of Shumir and Akkad, ancient Chaldea *, and the presumption is very strong that the populations of the Zagros and Caspian regions which the Medes, in the course of some 300 years, dislodged or reduced under their rule, belonged in great part to the division of mankind which the Iranians sweepingly designated as Turan, the yellow race, in opposition to themselves. 25. There is nothing unnatural in the fact that the Aryan conquerors should have been influenced by the people amongst whom they came. Indeed, the contrary would have been rather remarkable, since they were comparatively few in number, and it was no more than sound policy to conciliate the new subjects, whom a military rule unsoftened and unaided by moral influence would surely have been insufficient to keep under control. For the conquerors to impose on them their own religion was the first and most necessary step towards asserting that moral influence, but it was a step which could not be achieved without *. See Story of Chaldea, chapter 3. This presumption would now be considered an established fact but for the violent opposition it has met from the Assyriologist and Semitist, Mr. Halaby, who strenuously denies the Turanian element in the tribes conquered by the Medes and even in ancient Shumero-Akkad itself. For a long time Mr. Halaby stood entirely alone. He was, however, joined by the late Esquillard, and another French scholar, Mr. Pognon, now supports his views. Still this minority, however eminent, will scarcely prevail in the end. Besides, the views held by the two opposing camps are not, in some cases, as irreconcilable as they seem at first sight, at least as respects the Median conquests. The Vend/Dad. The Lesson Avesta. 147 Numerous concessions to the local, already long established, religions. No new religion, however superior, ever supplants an older one without such concessions. In making them, it grows familiar with the lower standard, and such is the innate propensity of things to deterioration, inevitably becomes tainted with the very beliefs and practices which it is its loftier mission to abolish. Thus we saw the rudimentary goblin worship of Shumir and Akkad with all its train of degrading superstitions, conjuring, divining, spellcasting, etc., incorporated into the far higher and nobler religious system of Semitic Babylonia. Moreover, the Araneans were notoriously fond of novelty and prompt to imitate. 26. This question of Turanian influences traceable in the Avesta, a question so important for the comprehension of what we might call the geological stratification of the religion that grew out of the Gathic revelation, has been made the object of exhaustive research by manager C. de Harlez, the French translator of the Avesta. F. can do no better than follow his conclusions, point by point, as far as the peculiar character of a popular work will allow. First, the incantations, of which the Vendidad supplies a few specimens, assuredly have their origin in Shumir and Turanian media. Such long and monotonous enumerations as the following recall the Akkadian formulas: to the sickness, I say avant; to the death, I say avant; to the pain, I say avant; to the fever, I say avant; to the disease, I say avant. 1 * See Story of Chaldea, pages 235 to 237. F. Les Origines du Zoroastrisme. See also the same writer's monumental introduction to his translation of the Avesta. 143 Media, Babylon and Persia. I drive away sickness, I drive away death, I drive away pain and fever, I drive away the disease, rottenness, and infection which Ingramenu has created by his witchcraft against the bodies of mortals. Vendidad, XX. The multitude of devas in the Avestan world, the belief in their unremitting action, in their continual attacks, in the necessity of incantations and conjuration to defeat them, the superstitions such as that about the parings of nails being turned into weapons for the devas. This dark and gruesome side of Zoroasterism is certainly the product of Chaldean and Turanian habits of thought. To the Chaldeans disease was the work of the fiends, magic words were the surest cure. Just so the Avesta tells us that the best physician is he who heals with the holy word, mantra. 2d. The Bersma is probably due to the same influences. All Turanian peoples have used divining rods, and the peculiar direction to the priest to hold the bunch of twigs extended before him during divine service points to the notion that it keeps the evil spirits from his person and from the altar. This would also explain why the Median priests, the Magi, were never seen in public without the Bersma. Here another question suggests itself in connection with the outer forms of the Mesopotamian religions, about which so little is known from lack of documents. There is, on Assyrian sculptures, a very peculiar object, which frequently recurs in scenes of worship and sacrifice, where it appears deposited on * for this and all that follows. Compare Story of Chaldea, ch. 4, Turanian Chaldea. Every Mazdaisnian is directed to bury the parings of his nails in a hole dug on purpose in the earth, reciting certain prayers at the same time. If he neglects this precaution, the nails shall be in the hands of the devas so many spears, knives, bows, falcon-winged arrows, and slingstones. The combings of hair and the hair that is cut or shaved off are to be buried in like manner. Vendidad, 17. The Vendidad - the Lesser Avesta. 149 The altar. The use of it, or the nature, has never yet been explained. But on close inspection it looks extremely like a bundle of twigs, uneven in number, tied together with a ribbon. Is it not rather likely that it may represent the sacred divining rods and be the original of the Avestan Bersma? It were a question certainly well worth investigating. 15 Assyrian altar, compare illo, lyre esma withstand. 3d The belief in the Druj Nasu, or corpse fiend, in the irremediable pollution caused by corpses and all that follows therefrom concerning the funeral rites and purifications, the setting out of the dead to be devoured by wolves and vultures. These conceptions and customs belong neither to the Aryas, nor to the Chaldeans, nor to the Akkadians. They must have originated in a mountainous country, very little civilized, and under the inspiration of a Turanian people. The Greeks expressly tell us where they were in force. They have ascertained that only the Bactrians and Caspians followed them, the former partially, the latter entirely. The later name of this region, Hyrcania, has become a byword for savage fierceness, and it was un I50 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Dulibly a portion of the vast extent known as Turan. Mgr. de Harles further points out that the Nasu closely corresponds to those evil spirits of Shumir and Akkad from whose persecution men are never safe, who fall as rain from the sky, who spring from the earth, who creep in at the door like serpents, who steal the child from the father's knee, who withhold from the wife the blessing of children. Besides, the Nasu Druj is not alone, here, as in Turanian Chaldea, their name is Legion. Chapter 11. Of the Vendidad, which is entirely composed of incantations and exorcisms to repel the evil influence from the house, the fire, the earth, the tree, the cow, the faithful man and woman, etc., gives a long list of fiends whose names have not yet been identified or explained. Here, as there, too, the north is the fateful region. In the north lies Mount Arzura, the meeting place of the Devas, with its gate of hell opening from the west. 27 The excessive reverence shown to fire and expressed in observances so strict and ritualistic as to have gained for the Zoroastrians the name of fire worshippers from superficial observers, also appears to have been a later development. The word Athravan, keeper of the fire, which designates the priest throughout the later Avesta, does not occur once in the Gathas. The priest is there designated by a descriptive periphrase such as master of wisdom, messenger of the law. Now the worship of the elements is a well-known *. See Story of Chaldea, pages 155, 156. L6. Ruin of Hga at Firazabad. 152 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Turanian feature, and as regards specially that of fire, it is quite likely that the Iranians already found it in full force in the region bordering on the Caspian Sea from the west. That maze of mountains and valleys, uniting the foot of the Caucasian range and the head of the Zagros, abounds in underground springs and reservoirs of naphtha, a perfectly inexhaustible wealth of fuel, which a very little labor could bring to the surface by means of pipes, and utilize for entertaining quenchless fires. Thus the institution of sacred fires is absolutely suggested by the nature of the country, and is accordingly intimately associated with that country even in its equal's name Atropatene Azerbaijan to our own day. CP 144. Some few so-called Gebers or fire worshippers still linger among the mountains of Azerbaijan and Upper Kurdistan, attracted by the flame which still glimmers on the top of some of the ancient fire towers, the gigantic Hgas or fire altars constructed in the times of their fathers' glory, unique and most impressive constructions, now mostly in ruins. The sacred flame, kindled in the pure mountain air, high above all defiling contact, drew its nourishment by a pipe that passed straight up through the center of the building, directly from the invisible store below. Truly, few forms of worship appeal more to our imagination and our sense of reverent awe than the homage paid to this purest of symbols on the stainless mountain tops, by white-robed Athravans, raising their voice in song amid the silence of a wild and undesecrated nature. 28 More traces of Turanian influence Mifyat EAS 17. Restoration of the preceding. 154 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Highly be adduced, but they are too indistinct and subtle to allow of discussion in a merely popular work. There is one, however, too peculiar and striking to be passed over. It is the strange transformation undergone by the Fravishis, or glorified spirits of the departed, who, as we can establish clearly, and without straining a point, originally answered to the Pitris of the Veda, see pages 83, ff. That of the host of the good, strong, beneficent Fravishis of the faithful, those of the first and sainted champions of the true faith should be honored with a special reverence, is right and natural, and there is nothing startling in the long litany, over 20 pages, which recalls them all by name, repeating the same form of invocation, beginning with the Fravishi of the holy Zarathustra, who first thought what is good, who first spoke what is good, who first did what is good, who first knew and first taught, and ending with this beautiful proclamation of universal we brotherhood, worship the Fravishis of the holy, men in the Aryan countries, of the holy, women in the Aryan countries, of the holy men, of the holy women in the Turanian countries, of the holy men, the holy women in all countries. From these unsubstantial spirits to the host of heavenly warriors, with helms of brass, with weapons of brass, with armor of brass, who struggle in the fights for victory in garments of light, arraying the battles and bringing them forwards, to kill thousands of devas, who help their own people in their wars, who fight for the waters to be distributed to their clans, the transition, by a bold Bependidad. The lesser Avesta. I-55 touch of anthropomorphism, is easy, the preceding Famihar and thoroughly Aryan. But when, in the same hymn, Yish 13, we find a long string of invocations to the Fravishis of the living, of those to be born, nay, of animals and inanimate objects, when, indeed, Ahura Mazda and the Amishaspentas are said to have their own respective Fravishis, we are no longer in an Aryan world. Here are some of the passages. Of all those ancient Fravishis, we worship the Fravishi of Ahura Mazda, who is the greatest, the best, the fairest, etc. We worship the good, strong, beneficent Fravishis of the Amishawispentas, the bright ones, etc. Worship the souls those, of the tame animals, those of the wild animals, those of the animals that live in the waters, those of the animals that live under the ground, those of the flying ones, those of the running ones, those we of the grazing ones, we worship their Fravishis. Star War, ship the good, strong, beneficent, Fravishis of the most, rejoicing fire, of the holy. Strong Srasha, who is the incarnate word, a mighty spirit and lordly God, that of Mithra, the lord of wide pastures, that of the holy word, Manthraspenta, that of the sky, that of the waters, that of the earth, that we of the plants, that of the bull, sacrifice unto the Fravishis of those that have been, of those that will be, all the Fravishis of all nations, and most friendly to those of the friendly nations. The most powerful amongst the Fravishis of the faithful, O Spidama, are those of the men of the primitive law, or those of the Saviors not yet born, who are to restore the world. F of the others, the Fravishis of the living are more powerful than those of the dead. We see here in the Avesta the beginning of a d***. The soul is to be imagined as distinct from the Fravishi. F in the fullness of time 3 prophets, or saviors, miraculously born from Zarathustra are to appear on earth, to prepare the world for final regeneration. 156 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Development which is worked out far more thoroughly in the Bundhesh and other Pahlavi books of the Sasanian period, and which would be inexplicable but for the AF90 which the student of Chaldean antiquity cannot but instantly detect between these spiritual doubles and those which the primitive faith of the Shumero-Akkads ascribed to every individual, whether human or divine, and to every material object or phenomenon. The influence is unmistakable, though there is far from Turanian goblin worship to the nobler form which the same conception assumed when received and reproduced by the more refined Aryan intellect. In their last development the transformed Fravishis came to be, as one might say, the pre-existing prototypes created in heaven of all that is ever to be born or have visible shape on earth, the abstract form, to be at some time incarnate in a body. The most intelligible and exhaustive definition of this class of beings is that given by Drive E. W. West, perhaps the greatest living Pei Levi scholar. Preparatory creation of embryonic and immaterial existences, the prototypes Frabishi's spiritual counterparts or guardian angels of the spiritual and material creatures afterwards produced FW29. Lastly come to the epiphanities, between Avestan and Hebrew conceptions, which are many and striking. The almost identity of the *C, in Story of Chaldea, the explanation of the expression the son of his God, pages 176 ff, and Turanian spirit worship in the same chapter, pages 151 fff in a note to chapter I of the Bund Hesh. The Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. I-57 menu of Mazdaism with the biblical Satan, as well as the close approach of Ahura Mazda in sublimity and supremacy to Jehovah himself, not Yahweh, the tribal god of the early Hebrews, but Yahweh, the one God and Lord of the great prophets, has long been acknowledged by the greatest scholars, some of whom are much inclined to attribute the similarity to direct Hebrew influences. All that can be said here on this very far-reaching subject is that we have historical evidence of the possibility of contact and intercourse between the Iranian and Semitic minds at least as early as the 8th century BC, since we know that Sargon of Assyria, when he carried Israel away into captivity after the fall of Samaria, sent a number of Jews to the cities of the Medes. Also, the scene of the dramatic story told in the book of Tobit, as occurring in the reign of King Sennacherib, is placed in Ecbatane, a city of Media, and in Rages of Media, Ragi, where are shown Jewish families residing permanently, keeping their law, and transacting the varied business of life. The fiend Asmodeus, with whom young Tobias wrestled for his wife, is no other than the Iranian Ashmetova, very slightly disguised by foreign pronunciation. So if the Jews borrowed from the Medes, the reverse is by no means improbable. Only we must remember that Ahura Mazda stands forth in all his great * foremost among these, indeed too absolutely and sweepingly Friedrich Spiegel, also, within much more reasonable bounds Manager de Harles. FC Story of Assyria, pages 248, 249. 158 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Nes, as the one God, omniscient Lord, the Creator, in the primeval Zoroastrian revelation, as embodied in the Gathas, consequently anticipates by several hundred years the possibility of Hebrew contact and influences. To these, therefore, Mazdaism may have owed some later developments, some finishing touches, but in no case its original and fundamental conceptions. 30 It may have been noticed that in this necessarily condensed, but not therefore incomplete, sketch of the Avestan legislation, as much of it as has reached us, no mention has been made of any penal regulations, or code of punishments. The fact is that, although the Vendidad does contain such a code, it is the most incomprehensible part of the whole book. Its provisions, they have been rightly interpreted, being so wildly extravagant as almost to warrant the severest strictures of Duperon's enemies. The penalty always consists of a certain number of stripes, applied first with one instrument and, in equal number, with another. The names of these instruments, the Ispahayashtra and the Sraslokarana, become very familiar after perusing certain portions of the Vendidad, where they occur at every other line, but no one has ever yet found out what they really were, or looked like. Furthermore, scholars are not yet agreed as to whether the stripes, so many with the one, as many with the other, were to be received by the culprit, or given by him, i.e., given to unclean animals or insects craftstres, in which case so many blows or stripes *ch pronounced as in church the Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. I-59 would mean so many craftstres killed, the act of penance being turned to the profit of the good creation by so much damage done to the bad creation. De Harles, Spiegel, Justy, hold this latter view, while most other Avestan scholars Ainquetil, Hogg, Darmstedter, and several more advocate the other. As long as we have to do with a reasonable gradation of punishment, such as from 5 stripes to 10, 15, 30, 50, 70, 90, up to 200, there do not seem to be any objections on the plea of humanity or possibility, but when it comes to 1,000 stripes, and in one case 10,000, for the killing of a particularly sacred animal, called water dog, but not yet perfectly identified, feeling and reason equally revolt and prompt us to look for some other interpretation. One is that corporal punishment, though extensively used even now among the Parsis, as throughout the East, was very early commuted to the payment of fines, according to a corresponding, strictly graded scale. The Pahlavi commentary, we are told * expressly distinguishes three sorts of atonement: the atonement by money, the atonement by the S7ASCG, and the atonement by cleansing. And further, in later Parsism, every sin, and every good deed, has its value in money fixed, and may thus be weighed in the scales of Rashnu, the angel of justice. It has been calculated that a stripe is equal to about 50 cents of our money. 31 altogether. This is certainly one of the most puzzling and undefying portions of the Avesta, es *Darmstädter, Introduction to the Zend Avesta, Pisa. L60 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Especially when we consider it seems to our modern and uninitiated eyes the preposterous disproportion between offense and punishment. Can understand the infliction of from 5 all the way to 200 stripes for assault and battery, manslaughter and premeditated homicide, according to the injury suffered, from drawing blood to a broken bone, or giving up the ghost, and think the punishment just, and even moderate. We can understand a maximum of 200 stripes for any act that defile sacred things, such as tilling land wherein a corpse has been buried within the year, performing a sacrifice in a house where a man has just died, throwing on the ground a bone of a corpse, etc., because such pollution was believed to affect the whole community, and to give power to the evil ones. But when we find the same punishment 200 stripes awarded for giving bad food to a shepherd's dog, we feel uncomfortable, as Darmstädter says, and when it comes to 500 stripes for killing a puppy dog, 600 for killing a stray dog, 700 for a house dog, 800 for a shepherd's dog, 1,000 for a hedgehog, and 10,000 for the mysterious water dog, otter, we give it up, and are fain to confess our incapability of identifying ourselves with all the workings of our faraway ancestors' minds. A young Avestan scholar, Mr. A.V. Williams Jackson, of Columbia College, New York, thus sums up the proper attitude towards all such special questions. The query as to the 10,000 stripes I do not feel at all certain in answering. I had always held the view that the practice denoted in the Srasho Karana was much the same as has survived in the horrors of the modern Persian bastinado, and that the Vendidad, the Lesser Avesta, L6L32. When, in a preceding chapter, ch4, we attempted to trace out the mythical elements contained in the Avesta and to connect them with the nature myths of a primeval Aryan religion, the illustrations were drawn almost entirely from the Ishts, or hymns, which, with a few fragmentary collections, form the so-called Khorde Avesta, Lesser Avesta. It is therefore unnecessary here to dwell on this portion of the book further than to point out how that, being undoubtedly a late growth, yet unmistakably polytheistic in tendency, it bears witness to that heathen revival, that reaction against the pure spiritualism of the Gathic revelation of which W.C. saw the first indications in the Yasna of 7 chapters, see pages 108, ff, and more decided signs in the Vendidad. No matter that the former gods are now called Yazatas, spirits, and are said to be not only subject to Ahura Mazda, but created by him. The tendency is there and the saving clause is the extraordinary figures 10,000, etc., were little more than Oriental playing with numbers, while, on the other hand, the regular series, 5, 30, 50, 90, 100, 200 might be literally taken. The idea is nearly what is expressed by Darmstädter in the introduction, particularly what he says about the money payments. Yet in spite of that, I now see objections, hence uncertainty. It is hard at best, in the present condition of Avesta subjects, to have decided views. It is more linearal to avoid as yet being dogmatic in this field. Where progress is being made each day, we may think thus and thus nazv, but in a month may learn the errors of our views, and must abandon them. This is the right ground to hold, is nt it? From a private letter. We sacrifice to Varethrakna, made by Ahura. We sacrifice to the awful Havarino, made by Mazda. We orifice unto the powerful Druispa, same as Jashurvan, 162 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Introduced merely as a salve to conscience. As Manager de Harles says in his masterly summing up, Zoroasterism at first attempted a far more radical reform, of which the Gathas give us the measure, but the reaction of the national spirit restored the worship of the ancient genii to its former splendor, and revived early traditions. Later Mazdaism found nothing better than to force the genii into the heavenly hierarchy, proclaiming them to be creatures of Mazda, and the Iranian heroes into the dualistic order of things, rehandling the stories about them as needful. Three grades are distinguishable in this evolution. Iranian religion passed from polytheism to dualism, then rose towards monotheism, to fall back again into spirit worship. Zoroasterism proper belongs to the first or second phase, rather to the second, the movement towards monotheism. 33. It is to be expected that every conception, even the most inherent and deeply rooted in the Iranian spiritual consciousness, must be affected by these successive evolutions before it reaches its final form. Such is the case with the belief in a future life, an existence after death, which is to bring the reward or punishment earned by every soul during its earthly career. This belief is as old as any with which we can credit the Iranian mind. It is continually expressed in the Gathas, but, quite in accordance with the spiritual character of that stage of religious thought, it does not assume there any material features, even though the Chinvat bridge is Recipe 100, made by Mazda and Holy, who keeps the flocks in health. When I created Mithra, the Lord of wide pastures, says Ahura. And again, I have created that star Tishtraya. C. de Harles, Les Origines du Zoroastrisme, pages 317 to 319. The Vendidad. The Lesser Avesta. 163. Peatly mentioned asterisk, the nature of the bliss or suffering which awaits the departed spirit is left vaguely undefined, and sometimes almost seems to be conceived rather as a state of mind than an actual existence with sensations and feelings. Not so in the Vendidad. The ancient Driyari-like speculation has already materialized into the very beautiful and poetical vision which later Mazdaism presents to the faithful, with clear and well-established details, as the revealed picture of the trial and judgment that every soul is to encounter. Nor are heathen features wanting, the mythical dogs that guard the bridge and escort and defend the righteous spirit, the celestial mountain, the god Mithra. Every detail of the thoroughly worked-out vision is real and thrilling in the extreme. It is partly given in the Vendidad, ch. 19, in the consecrated form of a direct revelation to the prophet, and what is wanting there is completed in asterisk, and when they approach there where the Chinvat bridge is, in the lies abode, hell, forever shall their habitation be. Yasna, xlvi, 11. The righteous man's conscience will truly crush the wicked man's, while his soul rages fiercely on the open Chinvat bridge. Yasna, li, 13. The truth is that the mental heaven and hell with which we are now familiar as the only future states recognized by intelligent people, and thoughts, which, in spite of their familiarity, can never lose their importance, are not only used and expressed in the Gathas, but expressed there, so far as we are aware, for the first time. While mankind were delivered up to the childish terrors of a future replete with horrors visited upon them from without, the early Iranian sage announced the eternal truth that the rewards of heaven and the punishments of hell can only be from within. L. H. Mills, Introduction to his translation of the Gathas. 164 Media, Babylon, and Persia. One of the last Yishts, XXII, so that, by combining the two, we obtain a beautifully complete narrative, if such a word may be applied to a vision of the future. Zarathustra asked Ahura Mazda, O thou all-knowing Ahura Mazda! Should I urge upon the godly man and upon the godly woman, should I urge upon the wicked Deva worshipper who lives in sin, that they have once to leave behind them the earth made by Ahura, that they have to leave the waters that run, the corn that grows, and all the rest of their wealth? Ahura Mazda answered, O thou shouldst, holy Zarathustra. O maker of the material world, thou Holy One. Where are the rewards given that, in their life in the material world, they have won for their souls? Ahura Mazda answered, when the man is dead, when his time is over, then the hellish, evil-doing devas assail him, and when the third night is gone, when the dawn appears and brightens up, and makes Mithra, the god with beautiful weapons, reach the all-happy mountains, and the sun is rising, then the fiend named Vezersha carries off in bonds the souls of the wicked Deva worshippers who live in sin. The soul enters the way made by time and open both to the wicked and the righteous. Vendidad, 19. During 3 nights the soul is said, Yisht XXII, to have its seat near the head of the body it has just quitted. If the deceased was a righteous man, his soul in those nights tastes as much of pleasure as the whole of the living world can taste. During these 3 nights the relatives offer prayers and sacrifices to Sriasha, Rashnu, and Vayu. Commentary, every one has a noose cast around his neck. When a man dies, if he has been a righteous man, the noose falls from his neck; if a wicked, they drag him with that noose down into hell. The good and evil spirits struggle on the bridge for the possession of the soul. The Vend/Dad. The Lesser Avesta. 165. At the end of the 3rd night, when the dawn appears, it seems to the soul of the faithful one as if it were brought amidst plants and scents. It seems as if a wind were blowing from the region of the south. A sweet-scented wind, sweeter scented than any other wind in the world. And it seems to the soul of the faithful one as though he were inhaling that wind with his nostrils, and he thinks, whence does that wind blow, the sweetest scented wind I ever inhaled? Yisht XXII. Then, at the head of the Chinvat bridge, the holy bridge made by Mazda, comes the well-shapen, strong, and tall-formed maid. Vend, 19. Fair, white-armed, beautiful of body, of the size of a maid in her 15th year, as fair as the fairest things in the world. Yisht XXII. With the dogs at her sides. Vend, 19. And the soul of the faithful one addresses her, asking, What maid art thou, who art the fairest maid I have ever seen? And she answers him, O thou youth of good thought, good words, and good deeds, of good religion, I am thy own conscience. Yisht XXII. She makes the soul of the righteous one go up above the Hara Barazidi, above the Chinvat bridge she places it in the presence of the heavenly gods themselves. Up rises Vohumano from his golden seat. Vohumano exclaims, How hast thou come to us, thou Holy One, from that decaying world into this undecaying one? Gladly pass the souls of the righteous to the golden seat of Ahura Mazda, to the golden seat of the Amishaspentas, to the Garonmana, the abode of Ahura Mazda, the abode of the Amishaspentas, the abode of all the other holy beings. Vend, 19. In the Yishtid is one of the faithful that had departed before him who welcomes the righteous soul. The south is the auspicious direction, since Mount Arazura, the fiend's mountain, containing the entrance to hell, is in the north. The Devas always come from the region of the north and retire thither when baffled and driven away. 166. Media, Babylon, and Persia. And asks, How didst thou come from the abodes full of cattle and full of the wishes and enjoyments of love? From the material world into the world of the spirit? From the decaying world into the undecaying one? But Ahura Mazda, interposing like a courteous host, who will not have a weary guest disturbed, says, Ask him not, who has just gone the dreary way, full of fear and distress, where the body and the soul part from one another. Let him eat of the food brought to him. 34. After enjoying the exquisite poetry and imagery of this description, it is somewhat of an anticlimax, though quite in accordance with the rules of a system of perfectly balanced dualism, to read the whole over again, word for word, only reversed, for the wicked soul. It tastes as much suffering during the 3 first nights as the whole living world can taste. A foul-scented wind meets it from the region of the north, it is confronted by the man's evil conscience in the shape of a hideous hag, and so on to the end. May be very sure that the beautiful creation is the spontaneous one, and that the ny pendant has been added in the days of symmetry and dogmatic rehandling of older materials. We 35 have now arrived at the end of what may at first sight appear in the light of a long digression. In reality it is not so. If Carlyle's saying be true, that the main fact about a man is his religion, it is truest when extended to nations. For nations are more apt than individuals to act up to their religion. Nation sets up its religion as a stand Avendidad the Lesser Avesta. 167 Art embodying its loftiest and holiest ideals, worked out collectively and unconsciously by its members, and summed up by some great teacher and leader. By those ideals, by that standard, a nation should be judged, its historical mission and influence appraised, not by the fallings off and shortcomings of individuals, just as an individual's intrinsic worth can be fairly estimated only by noting the high water mark his spiritual consciousness reaches in moments of insight and uplifting, not by the shallows and lowlands in which existence drags on, more from necessity or at least feebleness of purpose than choice, nor by the leaps and convulsive starts occasioned by moments of passion and general disturbance. Nor should a religion be judged by the amount of ancient mythic dross clinging to it, or its puerilities of soup-rad theological dogmatism and priestly discipline, but from the amount of pure spiritual food it contains, also the practical help it gives towards righteous and happy living. There are two short Avestan texts, which would alone suffice to atone for all the dross contained in the book, and establish a moral elevation that can hardly be overrated for the people who could think and feel thus. The first is a verse towards the close of the great hymn to the Frabishes, Yish 13. We worship the souls of the holy men and women, born at any time or in any place, whose consciences struggle, or will struggle, or have struggled for the good. The other text is a prayer, in the Lesser Avesta, which, for conciseness, comprehensiveness, and depth of thought, has never been surpassed. 168 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Give us knowledge, sagacity, quickness of tongue, holiness of soul, a good memory, and then the understanding that goeth on growing, and tg at understanding, zvhit cometh 7 iottg learning. Judged by all these tests and standards, the Iranian race and their religion hold a very high standing indeed, and a thorough comprehension of the latter will be of no little help in duly estimating the former's triumphant progress through the ancient world, which we now prepare to follow, taking up the thread of historical narrative where we last dropped it at the fall of Nineveh and the Assyrian Empire. 7. The last days of Judah. 1. While Ashur, the dying giant, lay in the throes of dissolution, the last ebb of animation feebly surging in Nineveh, the still throbbing heart, a stir, as of returning life, passed over the remoter provinces as the pressure of the iron hand that held them down relaxed in death. Of the number was Syria. Once more the procession of familiar names passes before us, Hamath and Judah and Damascus, Moab and Ammon and Edom, specters of former greatness, roused into a brief spell of energy by a draught of that wine of fury, which the last of Jerusalem's prophets was bid to cause all the nations to drink that they might reel to and fro and be mad, one with another, Jeremiah, XXV. Egypt too, with wounds scarce healed, and tottering still, but undaunted and aggressive as ever, appears once more, for the last time, in Asia, on the scene which she had swept triumphant through so many centuries, but was now to abandon, stricken and crestfallen, like an actor hissed off the stage. 2. Samitic, the deliverer of Egypt had been see Story of Assyria, p. 395. Io Media, Babylon, and Persia. Succeeded in 6 Io by his son, Necho II, who immediately set to work to carry out his father's policy with regard to Syria. True, Samitic's long years of warfare had not brought him farther than the Philistine cities, but he had been interrupted by the downpouring of the Scythian and Cimmerian hordes and the necessity of retreating into his own equally open country to be in readiness for an invasion. That obstacle was now removed, interference from Assyria was the last thing to be feared, and a warm welcome from the Syrian princes, judging from precedents, could be counted upon. Necho's plan probably was to assure himself of their allegiance, and, his rear securely covered by a breastwork of tribute-paying friends, to proceed to the Euphrates, to the main business of the campaign, the actual conquest of Assyria itself. There is no reason why this plan should not have been successful, but that others were beforehand with the Egyptian. 3. Moreover, the princes may not have been so ready to welcome him. Now that their colossal foe lay at the last gasp, their dreams must have been of total emancipation, not of exchanging one foreign rule for another, even though probably a milder one. That such was their feeling, and that Necho's progress was not a peaceful one, we may conclude from the fact that it took him 4 years to get to the Euphrates, and from the hostile attitude of one of them, Josiah, king of Judah, recorded *C Story of Assyria, pages 418, 423. The Last Days of Judah. 171 at length in the Bible books, 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles, and Jeremiah. 4. Since the unexpected deliverance from Sennacherib's host in 701 * Judah had, on the whole, with the exception of Manasseh's short-lived rebel lion, and the descent of the Scythians, enjoyed a pretty quiet time. The now reigning king, Josiah, Manasseh's grandson, had come to the throne in 638, a child only 8 years old. Early molded to the double influence of the priests and the prophets, he grew up into a religious reformer, whose holy zeal restored the worship of Yahweh in more than ancient purity and splendor. At the approach of the Egyptian army he roused himself from his peaceful and pious occupations to oppose the invader, an imprudent step, since his material means were unequal to it, and taken, it would appear, against the advice of his wisest counselors. Battle was fought in the valley of Megiddo. Here Abair, 1,000 years before, the great Dudums III had broken the Canaanite League. Fortune again prospered the Egyptian arms. Necho's victory was com IV Vito degree, Jfag V/09B degree dotaplet, and Josiah himself fell on the field. His son and successor Jehoahaz, who came to humble himself at the victor's feet in his camp by the Orontes, found no favor in the Pharaoh's eyes, but was by him deposed and carried captive into Egypt, and there was great mourning for him. Weep ye not * See Story of Assyria, pages 305 to 311. \See Story of Assyria, pages 341, 342. See Story of Assyria, p. 27. 1/2 Media, Babylon, and Persia. For the dead, neither bemoan him but weep sore for him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. Jeremiah, XXII, lo. 5. Having appointed another of Josiah's sons, Jehoiakim, to reign in Judah, and taken much gold and silver out of the land, Necho followed in Dudum's steps, and pursued his way to the Euphrates, probably conquering the countries as he went. In 605 he reached the great river, but here he was confronted by a foe for whom he was little prepared. Things had gone faster than he had expected, and differently. Nineveh had fallen the year before under the united efforts of the Medes under Cyaxares and the Babylonians under Nabopolassar *. It was therefore not the worn-out old lion of Ashur whom the Pharaoh encountered, but the strong and victorious lion of Babel, with threatening fangs and ominous growl. The Babylonian army, commanded not by Nabopolassar, who was old and infirm, but by his young son, Nebuchadrezzar, already a renowned warrior and accomplished general, met the Egyptian force near Carchemish. How Carchemish completely routed it. Necho be returned to the Nile after this disaster, Zan 605 BC. And how long it took him, we have no hint, he is heard of no more. 6. The victory of Carchemish would have been followed up more vigorously and immediately, had not Nebuchadrezzar, soon after he started in pursuit of the routed Pharaoh, been hastily summoned to Babylon. His father, Nabopolassar, had died after * See Story of Assyria, pages 427, 428. The Last Days of Judah. 173. A short illness, and though a competent regent was appointed by the priesthood, the presence of the new king was urgently required, and affairs at home for a time took the precedence over foreign wars. It was a new and vast inheritance which Nebuchadrezzar was called upon to receive and organize. For at the division of spoils which followed on the destruction of Nineveh, the ancient empire of Assur had been pretty equitably divided between the two principal champions, the kings of Media and Babylon. The former, true to the tendency of his people, which had always been drawn on in a westerly direction, retained the long-disputed Zagros region, the land that might be called Assyria proper down to the alluvial line, and such power or claims as Assyria possessed over the entire mountain land of Neri, from the Caspian Sea to the Mediterranean, from the highlands of Eridu to those of Mazios and Amanos, or, in other words, all that lay east and north of the Tigris. This, joined to the Medes' vast dominions in their native Aran, made up the new and, for a short while, powerful Median Empire. The Babylonian Empire was formed of the rest of Mesopotamia, with Chaldea proper, down to the Gulf, and all that lay westward of the Euphrates to the sea. This empire, if inferior in extent to the other, was superior in so far that it was more homogeneous, including countries of one race, one culture, and almost one language, the Semitic. It will be seen that both these empires, in transferring to themselves the possessions and claims of Assyria, burdened themselves with its wars, especially 174 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The southern empire, which could not possibly forego the sovereignty over the lands of Syria, as it was a matter of vital importance to Babylon, both from a military and commercial point of view, to hold control over the two great caravan routes, the one across the desert to the Phoenician cities of the seashore, and the other, from these cities, through Damascus and Carchemish, to Asia Minor. As for Elam, it seems, at this time, to have been already occupied in part by an advanced detachment of a new nation, the Persians, Aryan Arameans like the Medes to whom they were subject. This detachment was commanded by a branch of the royal family of Persia, but not for 50 years yet were they to come forward in any way. Through all this time we never hear of Elam. It is more than probable that it was tributary to Media, and did not court notoriety. We 7. Are not told to whom Judah and the other Syrian princes paid tribute during the 5 years that elapsed between the battle of Carchemish and the surely not unexpected coming of Nebuchadrezzar. One thing must have been clear to them, that the question for them could only be between two masters. Nor would that question be left in doubt long, as it was not likely that the king of Babylon would suffer the rivalry of Egypt one moment longer than he should be kept busy at home. So that his coming in 600 BC was more like that of a sovereign returning to claim his own than the invasion of a conqueror. Jehoiakim of Judah, wisely hastened to tender his submission, and Nebuchadrezzar seems to have spent the next 3 years in Syria, in desultory the last days of Judah. 175 Warfare, graphically described by a contemporary, the prophet Habakkuk. Lo, I raise up the Chaldeans, that bitter and hasty nation, which march through the breadth of the earth, to possess dwellings that are not theirs. They are terrible and dreadful. Their horses are swifter than leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. They fly as an eagle that hasteth to devour. They come, all of them, for violence, their faces are set eagerly as the east wind, and they gather captives as the sand. Yea, he scoffeth at kings, and princes are a derision unto him, he derideth every stronghold. He shall sweep by as a wind. Even he whose might is his God. He taketh men with the angle, he catcheth them in his net, and gathereth them in his drag, therefore he rejoices and is glad. 8. The leading spirit in Jerusalem at this time was the prophet Jeremiah. Like Isaiah, but with infinitely greater violence, he opposed and denounced all plans of resistance. He was profoundly convinced that Judah's only chance of safety lay in abject submission, and discouraged, nay, cursed in the name of the Lord, all attempts which could only bring destruction on the city, death, and ruin on the people. His preaching was considered unpatriotic and was far from popular. Besides, the accusations and invectives which he never ceased to hurl at the wealthy and powerful, not sparing the king himself, reproving their evil ways, made him bitter enemies in the ruling classes. So the policy which he advocated, though it had prevailed under the pressure of imminent danger, was soon abandoned. The same pitiable old farce with the tragic ending was enacted once again. Forlorn hopes centered on promises from Egypt, revolt, then disappointment, as the broken 176 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Reed failed to give support, and retribution, swift and terrible. 3 years after his submission, Jehoiakim appeared in arms and refused the tribute. Nebuchadrezzar, who had other matters on first taking of Jerusalem his one, hands just one then, sent Agams Jtud1 by Nebuchadrezzar bands of Chaldeans, Moabites, Ammon 597 BCites, and other loyal Syrian nations, and only when he had driven out the Pharaoh so thoroughly that he came not again any more out of his lands, and when he had taken, from the river Euphrates to the brook of Egypt, all that pertained to the king of Egypt, did he join the besiegers before Jerusalem. Jehoiakim meantime had died. From a passage in Jeremiah it would appear that there had been a revulsion of popular feeling against him, which had vented itself in indignities perpetrated on his body. They shall not lament for him, says the prophet. He shall be buried with the burial of an ass, drawn and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. Nor had the prophet any but words of wrath for Jehoiakim's son and successor, Jehoiachin, also called Jeconiah, as I live, saith the Lord, though Jeconiah were the signet upon my right hand, yet would I pluck thee thence, and I will give thee into the hand of them of whom thou art afraid. The poor youth, only 18 years old, did not attempt further resistance, but went out to Nebuchadrezzar's camp and gave himself up, with his mother, his princes, and his servants. Jerusalem was not destroyed yet this time, but its population was thinned of 10,000 cap the last days of Judah. Lyjatives, chosen among the mighty men of valor, including 1,000 craftsmen and smiths, all of them strong and apt for war. The prophet Ezekiel was one of this first batch of captives, who were taken to Babylon together with the king and his house. Nebuchadrezzar made an uncle of Jeconiah, Zedekiah, a son of Jehoiakim, king in Judah, entered into a covenant with him, and made him swear the oath of allegiance. Lo! 4 years now passed peacefully enough, but it was a peace fraught with fears, forebodings, and dissensions. The spirit of Judah was not broken yet, and popular feeling was all for revolt. Jeremiah's persistent warnings scarcely sufficed to hold it in check, all the more that they were counteracted by other prophets, who foretold that the yoke of Babylon should be broken and the captives should return after a short interval, some said within 2 years. At times Jeremiah was actually forbidden to speak in public. But the consciousness of his mission was strong within him and banished fear. Bitterly he complains of the persecutions to which he was subjected, curses the day that he was born, the man who brought tidings to his father, saying a man-child is born, making him very glad, but speak he must, even though his life be the forfeit. I am become a laughing-stock all the day, every man mocketh me, the word of the Lord is made a reproach unto me, and a derision all the day. And if I say I will not make mention of him, nor speak, then there is in mine heart as it were a burning fire shut up in my bones, and I am weary. 178 Media, Babylon, and Persia. With forbearing, and I cannot contain. When, in the 4th year of Zedekiah's reign, messengers came from the kings of Moab, Ammon, and Edom, and from those of Tyre and Sidon, to propose a renewal of the usual combination, the prophet opposed their errand with even more than his usual vigor and explicitness. He gave them a charge unto their masters, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. I have given all these lands into the hands of Nebuchadrezzar the king my Babylon, servant. And it shall come to pass that the nation and the kingdom which will not serve the same Nebuchadrezzar, that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish with the sword and with the famine and with the pestilence. And hearken not unto the words of the prophets that speak unto you, saying ye shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie unto you. I have not sent them. Bring your necks unto the yoke of the king of Babylon, and serve him and his people, and live. And when, about this very time, Zedekiah went to Babylon, it was probably by the advice of the cautious prophet, and to clear himself from any suspicion of complicity in a conspiracy which could not be unknown to the king. Not content with preaching in Jerusalem, Jeremiah sent written words to the captives in Babylon, exhorting them to bear their lot in patience and to make the best of it, to build houses and dwell in them, to plant gardens and eat the fruit of them, to marry and multiply and not be diminished. And, he added, seek the peace of the city and pray unto the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. And yet was the prophets the last days of Judah. 179 Soul filled with wrath against the conquerors, and he took comfort in the provision that their turn would come, expatiating on the future ruin of Chaldea with vindictive delight, as the fit retribution for the woes brought on Judah. The last chapters of Jeremiah, written after the final catastrophe had been enacted, breathe this spirit of revengeful exultation throughout, and are full of dire predictions, in the usual lofty strain of prophetic poetry, passages the substance of which can be summed up in the following extract: Israel is a scattered sheep, the lions have driven him away, first the king of Assyria hath devoured him, and last this Nebuchadrezzar king of Babylon hath broken his bones. Behold, I will punish the king of Babylon and his land as I have punished the king of Assyria. And even while preaching resignation and cheerful endurance under the hardships of captivity, even while prevailing on the unwilling king to go to Babylon on his humiliating errand, Jeremiah managed to convey to his captive brethren the assurances of coming retribution. He wrote in a book all the evil that should come upon Babylon, and gave the book to one of the royal officers, bidding him read out all these words when he should have arrived at Babylon, then bind a stone to it and cast it into the midst of the Euphrates, saying, as he did so, thus shall Babylon sink and not rise again. 12 Thus, at his own imminent peril, the prophet succeeded in putting off the evil hour for a few years more. But when, in 589, the grandson of El-8 Media, Babylon, and Persia, Nko 2, Hopfra, the Greeks call him Apries, succeeded to the throne of Egypt and immediately showed signs of meditating Assyrian campaign, the temptation was too strong for the war party in Jerusalem. Zedekiah, perhaps rather unwillingly, but unable to withstand the pressure of popular feeling, openly rebelled. It was not long before Nebuchadrezzar was reported to be on the march. More than ever Jeremiah inveighed against this recklessness, upbraiding the king moreover for his breach of faith, and no messages or inquiries could draw from him any but the one obnoxious advice, submit. Thus saith the Lord, I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and a strong arm. Behold, I set before you the way of life and the way of death. He that abideth in this city shall die, by the sword, and by the famine and by the pestilence. But he that goeth out and falleth away to the Chaldeans, he shall live. 13 Egypt, as usual, was not ready in time. Before her army had crossed the frontier, Nebuchadrezzar already stood under the walls of Jerusalem. The pharaoh, however, now made up for lost time by rushing onward with such energy and swiftness as to claim the Chaldeans' immediate attention, so that they raised the siege of Jerusalem in order to hasten southwards with undivided forces. Great was the joy in the doomed city, but Jeremiah sternly chid all hope, saying to those who were sent from Necho had died in 594 and been succeeded by his son Samedic II, who did not come out of Egypt at all during his short reign. The last days of Judah. El-8 the king to inquire of him, behold Pharaoh's army, which is come forth to help you, shall return to Egypt, to their own land. And the Chaldeans shall come again and fight against the city, and they shall take it, and burn it with fire. And to a secret message from the king, asking, Is there any word from the Lord? He replied, There is, thou shalt be delivered into the hands of the king of Babylon. In vain his life was threatened almost daily, in vain he was lowered by cords into a noisome dungeon filled with mire, by order of the princes of the city, who said, This man weakeneth the hands of the men of war that remain in the city, and the hands of all the people, speaking such words as these, for he seeketh not the welfare of the people, but the hurt. When secretly rescued by the command of the king, and brought into his presence, he steadfastly repeated the same message in the same words. At last the king, unable to protect him otherwise, bade him remain in the palace, and there he stayed in the court of the guard, until Jerusalem was taken, when Nebuchadrezzar ordered him to be treated with honor and set at liberty. 14 For it came to pass according to the prophet's words. The host of Egypt was struck destruction d. On at 1b, l. And 1 JNTNE 1 Book 1 Ad 1 Rezar of Yerusalem by Nebuchad returned with all his army and besieged Rezar-686 BC Jerusalem, establishing his own headquarters, however, at some distance, at Riblah on the Orontes, in the land of Hamath, whence he could not only overlook the operations against Judah, but keep an eye on all the lands of Syria and the cities 182 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Of the sea coast. The siege lasted nearly a year and a half and the horrors of it pass description. According to the account given by Jeremiah, in the Lamentations, hunger was the worst. The priests and the elders, he writes, gave up the ghost in the city, while they sought them meat to refresh their souls. The young children and the sucklings swoon in the streets of the city, they say to their mothers, where is calm and wine? When they swoon as the wounded, and their soul is poured out into their mother's bosom. Her nobles were purer than snow, they were whiter than milk. Their visage is blacker than a coal, their skin cleaveth to their bones, it is withered, it is become like a stick. They that be slain with the sword are better than those that be slain with hunger. The hands of the pitiful women have sodden their own children, they were their meat in the destruction of the people. At last a breach was made in the wall, and the Chaldeans gained possession of one of the gates. The king and his men of war then made a bold sally and attempted to cut their way through the besiegers. They had actually broken through the lines, out into the open country, but were pursued, overtaken, and scattered. As to King Zedekiah, he was taken before the king of Babylon, to Riblah, where he suffered the most barbarous treatment. His sons were slain in his presence, after which his eyes were put out and he was carried in chains to Babylon, there to end his days in prison. The walls of Jerusalem were broken down, the temple and the royal palace built by Solomon were burned entirely, as well as the houses of the wealthy inhabitants, and all their treasures and works of art were carried away, those that were cumbrous by reason the last days of Judah. 183 of their size, like the pillars of brass and the brazen sea, were broken in pieces. All the people of Jerusalem were carried into captivity, with the exception of the very poorest, who were left behind to be vine dressers and husbandmen. We 15. Have already seen that the Hebrew prophets, although deeply versed in the politics of their times, and foretelling with unerring insight the ruin which, in the course of history, was inevitably to overtake the various states, great and small, which formed their political world, were sometimes misled, by their eager impatience to see the wrongs they were powerless to avert avenged on their rivals and enemies by a higher power, into appointing too early a date for their destruction. Ezekiel especially repeatedly falls into this error. Thus the defeat inflicted on the pharaoh Hopher did not result in the Chaldean invasion and total destruction which he depicts in his otherwise magnificent dirge over Egypt. Ezekiel, chxxxii, and other passages. No less premature is his eloquent prophecy of the fall of Tyre, chxxvitziel, which Nebuchadrezzar proceeded to blockade as soon as he had done with Judah. The Jews suspected the proud queen of the seas of being at heart rather pleased than grieved at the disaster which struck them from the roll of nations, and their captive prophet accordingly denounces her and calls down destruction on her head, because that Tyre hath said against Jerusalem, Aha! She is broken that was the gate of the peoples, I shall be replenished now. See Story of Assyria, p. 429. 184 Media, Babylon, and Persia. That she is laid waste, therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I am against thee, Tyre, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyre, and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her, and make her a bare rock. For behold, I will bring upon Tyre Nebuchadrezzar king of Babylon, king of kings, from the north, with horses and with chariots, and with horsemen. CHXXVI, 2-14. That the Phoenician capital suffered severely is most probable, since the siege is said to have lasted nigh on 13 years. On the other by Nebuchadnezzar's hand, the very fact that it could la.st so 585-5 T3 BC long and not end in conquest even then, shows that the blockade could not have been very close. How should it, when the sea remained open? It seems to have ended in a capitulation, the people of Tyre acknowledging the king of Babylon's overlordship and accepting a new king from his hands, in place of the rebel who was deposed. 16. The prophet Ezekiel, seeing his prediction, for the time being, only half fulfilled, takes a peculiar view of the event. He appears to have considered the sack of Tyre as a reward due to the king of Babylon for the work he did as instrument of the Lord's vengeance against Judah, and speaks in a tone of disappointment of his being deprived of it. Nebuchadrezzar, king of Babylon, caused his army to serve a great service against Tyre, every head was made bald, and every shoulder was peeled. Yet had he no wages, nor his army, from Tyre. Then the prophet promises the conquest of Egypt as a compensation, by the long friction, the helmet and the shield strap. The last days of Judah 2. 18. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will give the land of Egypt unto Nebuchadrezzar king of Babylon, and he shall carry off her multitude, and take her spoil, and take her prey, and it shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt as his recompense for which he served, because they wrought for me. But Nebuchadrezzar never invaded Egypt. Though a good general, he was not a conqueror after the pattern of the Assyrian kings. He was a statesman as well, inclined by preference to works of peace, and gave the most unslackening attention to the establishment of his home rule at Babylon on broad and solid bases, an object which could be best achieved by a continuous personal residence in his own native state, Chaldea, and its capital Babylon. War, therefore, was always with him a matter of necessity, not of choice, and he strove to ensure general peace even by acting as peacemaker between his neighbors. 8. Lydia and Asia Minor, the balance of power in the East. A1. Glance at the map shows that the doom of Judah and the other Syrian states was inevitable. Their position made it a necessity for whoever ruled in Mesopotamia to take and to hold them. They really were part and parcel of the Assyrian inheritance, and when the founders of a Chaldean monarchy at Babylon entered into that inheritance, it was but natural that they should reach out for the seashore and keep a heavy master's hand on all that lay between. The case was different with such countries as were separated by natural barriers from what may be called the Semitic and Canaanitic regions, such as lay in and beyond the highlands of Taurus and Neri, i.e., in Asia Minor and the mountain land between the Black and Caspian Seas. Two of these countries some had been only partly subject to Assyria, like the kingdom of Van and the other principalities of Euryto on one hand, Cilicia and Cappadocia on the other, while some had never been subject to it at all, but only endangered by its nearness. These were the countries of that advanced part of Asia Minor, of which the course of the river Lydia and Asia Minor 18/. Halys, the modern Kizil-Irmak, according to Herodotus' just remark, almost makes an island. 4. It is very certain that the Assyrians never saw the Aegean Sea, that part of the Mediterranean which flows amidst the Greek islands and along the Ionian shores, any more than the Black Sea. And if Lydia, at a moment of sore distress, exchanged her independence against Assyrian protection, the submission was only temporary and almost immediately repented of. We 3. Saw that soon after that passing triumph, Ashurbanipal became too much engrossed with vital struggles nearer home against Chaldean Babylon and Elam and the advancing Medes to repress the risings of his outlying subjects and vassals. Much less were his feeble successors able to attend to anything but their most immediate interests, and while the Scythian invasion was acting on the tottering empire as an earthquake on an already ruinous building, changes were taking place in and beyond its northern boundaries, which it is impossible to trace in those unrecorded years, but which we find accomplished when the darkness is lifted and some degree of order restored. Thus we hear no more of Eridu. It is certain that, in the course of the 7th century BC, the Hittite Alarodayans were supplanted by that Thraco-Phrygian branch of the Aryan race, which is represented in the enumeration of the Japhetic family given in chapter X of Genesis, as Togarma, son of G6 Meref, and has been familiar under the name of Armenians ever since *. See Story of Assyria, pages 378-3s2. \Ibid, pages 367, 30 sixs. 188 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The Greek writers introduced them to the world by that name. For Lydia, from its greater remoteness, was still in more favorable conditions, and, being governed by a wise and enterprising royal house, made the best use of her opportunities, enlarging her territory at the expense of her neighbors. This dynasty was that of the Mermnadi/E, the founder of which, Gugu, Gyges, we saw calling in Assyrian help against the Cimmerians, and who fell in the struggle. The Mermadi were a native Lydian family who had been raised to the throne by a revolution. Gyges murdered Candaeules, the last king of the Prekting dynasty, which had ruled the country through several hundred years, and probably married the murdered man's widow, to create for himself a claim, not neglecting, however, the support of some troops from the adjoining land of Caria. The story of this revolution is told in several ways, one more unbelievable than the other. The favorite version, and also the least improbable in itself, though there is absolutely no real authority for it, is given by Herodotus. He tells us, in his usual discursive but always charmingly entertaining way, how Gyges was Candael's bosom friend, and how the king, being violently in love with his own wife, and thinking her beauty peerless among women, was so anxious to convince his friend that his praise of her was no exaggeration, that he insisted on placing him behind the door of her apartment, so that he should see her through the chink when she disrobed at night. In vain Gyges protested against being forced Lydia and Asia Minor. 189 into an action which, if discovered, must bring on him the queen's deadly vengeance. For, adds the narrator, among the Lydians, and indeed among the barbarians i.e., the Orientals, it is reckoned a deep disgrace, even for a man, to be seen unclothed. Gyges had to comply, and as he was gliding out at a moment when the queen's back was turned, she just caught sight of him, but had the presence of mind to make no sign. The next morning, however, she sent for the unwilling culprit and placed before him the alternative, either to die on the spot, or to kill the husband who had so beyond pardon affronted her, then to marry her and reign. After some hesitation and entreaties to spare his foolish and unfortunate friend, he chose life and crown for himself. The deed was done that very night, and the new king proclaimed the next day *5. Herodotus adds that the people at first flew to arms, to avenge their king, but the matter was referred for arbitration to the oracle of the Greek sun god Apollo, in his own shrine at Delphi. The oracle was given in the usurper's favor, only adding that vengeance should come in the 5th generation of prophecy, says the historian, of which neither the Lydians nor their princes took any account until it was fulfilled. Of all the more or less fabulous incidents which Greek historical gossip has reported in connection with this revolution and change Herodotus, Book I, ch. 8-14. A very popular tradition gives Gyges an invisible making ring, which he uses on the occasion, but is a little too quick in turning on his finger, so the queen sees him. The miraculous finding of the ring on a dead giant's finger in a cave, is also reported. 190 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Of dynasty, this last statement is the one which there is least reason to doubt. For Lydia, like most of the adjacent countries of Asia Minor, was at this time already deeply permeated with Greek influences and culture, indeed their population was much mixed with Greek, or, at any rate, Aryan elements. 6. There are few regions of which the early history is so inaccessible as this of Western Asia Minor. Literary sources we have none, save Greek histories and legends written down so late as to be much posterior even to the period at which we have now arrived. Monuments have been discovered, not a few, but of a peculiar nature, and offering a deplorable want of variety. They are, firstly, those rock sculptures, with inscriptions in a hitherto undeciphered language, which have been mentioned in a preceding volume *. Secondly, a large number of tombs. Of these, some, like the tombs of the kings of Lydia, are constructed in the primeval form of high mounds or barrows, containing a good-sized sepulchral chamber in solid masonry. The rest and such are found in bewildering numbers in Lycia, are hewn in live rocks. These tombs are real works of art, and unlike any others in the world, being elaborate imitations of the dwellings of the living, which, as we can see from these reproductions, were of wood, of well-joined timberwork. The tomb usually represents the front of a house porch, pillars, door, windows, roof gable closely copying the joining, even the dovetailing of the timber and the protruding *. See Story of Assyria, pages 362 to 366. Face page IQO/Lydia and Asia Minor. 191 ends of the beams that run through the building. The copy is perfect in every detail, thus where a closed door is represented, not only are the panels indicated, but frequently the nails also that studded the original, even the knocker. See IL 19. One door, or, if large, part of one, is left open, to serve as V19. Lycian rock tomb at Tel Messus. Entrance into the grave chamber behind, which, from the height at which these excavations are hewn in the quite, or nearly, perpendicular rocks, can have been reached only by means of ladders, except where steps have been cut for the purpose. There is no doubt but that the entrance was closed with a well-fitting slab or block, but the rapacity of generations of IC, to Media, Babylon, and Persia. Plunderers and conquerors was sure to be attracted by these retreats of the dead, which might well be supposed to contain valuables of various kinds, and in no case have the modern explorers found the rock 20. Lycian rock tomb at Tel Messus. The block has been detached at some time, and slid down to the foot of the mountain, chambers occupied by their silent tenants. These rock-hewn house fronts vary much in elaborateness, ranging from plain timberwork, see IL 19 and 20, to highly ornamented porches, the architectural Lydia and Asia Minor. 193 character and figure decorations of which betray a late and thoroughly Greek period of art. See IL 21 and 22. It is easy to see that these differences cover a span of many centuries, nor can one help surmising that each particular rock tomb may have been a conscious imitation of the deceased's own dwelling. This original variety of sepulchral monuments found imitators not only among the Greeks, but among the Persians. See further on, Chap 13. Some of these monuments stand isolated, presenting copies of entire wooden houses, not facades only, see IL 18, left side, or assuming the form of towers. Such is the famous tower-shaped monument at Xanthus, in Lycia. It rises above the graves, which, though rock-hewn, have been cleared by cutting away and removing the blocks immediately surrounding them, and the four sides are aired with sculptures referring to the fate of the soul after death. The winged death goddesses, the harpies, carry the soul away in the shape of a newborn child, and above the opening of the grave chamber we see the sacred cow, the emblem of life-giving nature, a grateful and consoling reminder. See IL 23. Some few of the isolated tombs represent a sarcophagus, the model being, like the houses, evidently of wood. The sculptured lid shows four handles, in the shape of lion heads. See IL 24. It seems scarcely credible that a certain style of building should endure in the same locality through thousands of years, yet that such is the case in Lycia, is proved by IL 25, 26, and 27, representing rural and excessively rude constructions, but of a character unmistakably identical with that of the dwellings reproduced in the earlier rock tombs. 2OZ2, 22. Koktameli at Mica. Figures outside the house sculptured in the rock, those inside the porch painted a fresco. 196 Media, Babylon, and Persia. 7. Interesting and important as these sepulchral monuments are, they do not supply us with what we seek. Find no clue to help us date the most archaic of them, as these are not generally furnished with inscriptions. Many of the late ones, indeed, make up for it by presenting us with a double set, what has been called bilingual inscriptions, i.e., inscriptions in two languages, the native, and Greek. From these we see that the alphabets used for the two languages have much resemblance. The same remark applies to such Phrygian inscriptions as have been discovered. The languages of this group of nations, i.e., such scraps as the few inscriptions have preserved, although they can be deciphered with but little difficulty, owing to the familiar alphabet, have not been reconstructed to any satisfactory extent, mainly from scantiness of material. Even these slender resources, however, establish the existence of at least two different groups among the languages of ancient Asia Minor in historical times. Those of Phrygia, Mysia, and others in the west and the northwest are found to incline towards a very ancient Aryan philological type, the Pelasgic, from which the Greek language is descended, where there is great uncertainty about those of Lycia and the neighboring Caria *8. It is evidently impossible, from such slight and scattered data, to gather materials for anything that could be called history, yet perhaps not quite. Professor A.H. Sayce, in one of his latest works, positively declares that the Lycian language is not Aryan, in spite of all the attempts that have been made to show the contrary. 198 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Practicable to reconstruct, in very broad outlines, the periods of formation through which Asia Minor must have passed before it stands out in the full light of history, with its division into numerous more or less independent states, its mixed population, its complicated combination of religions and cultures as different as the races which originated them. The oldest traditions, repeated by the writers of classical antiquity, represent all Western Asia, of which Asia Minor is undoubtedly a part, as having been occupied, in immemorial time, during a number of centuries, by Turanians, a report which modern science sees little reason to dispute. The immense chasm between this remote, misty past and the dawn of recorded historical times, though still greatly mixed with myth, we can partly bridge over, owing to Professor Sayce's Hittite discoveries. He has shown, by a comparative study of the peculiar rock sculptures at Baghazkayi in Cappadocia, at Ibras in Cilicia, at Karabel, near Smyrna, and in many more places of Asia Minor, with their inscriptions in characters identical with those found at Hamath, that this powerful and gifted Hamitic race, the Hittites, at one time covered and ruled the whole of the region between the Black and Mediterranean seas, as far east as the Halys, and probably somewhat beyond, leaving their traces not only in those sculptures, but in several sanctuaries of their religion, devoted to the worship of the nature goddess common to them and their Canaanitic and Semitic brethren, and whose *C Story of Chaldea, Chapter 2, especially pages 136 to 139, FC Story of Assyria, IL. 5, p. 36. N*6. 3xt24. Sepulchral monument at Xanthos, marble. Lydia and Asia Minor. 20 temples, with their crowds of ministering women, gave rise to the Greek legend of the Amazons. The fabled empire of these much-famed warrior women, the headquarters, so to speak, of the legend, was placed on the banks of the Thermodon, at no very great distance from the present ruins of Baghazkayi, and we know that the goddess, here named Ma, had one of her principal temples served by no less than 6,000 women, in that same neighborhood, at Kaomana in Cappadocia, a province which in very olden 26 granary in modern Lycia times stretched farther towards the Black Sea than at a later, classical period. The Amazons were said to have founded cities. Wherever this is the case, we may be sure that ancient Hittite sanctuaries existed. Ephesus, Smyrna, Kyme, and several other places along the Ionian coast come under this head. F9. It is probable that the Hittite rule and culture reached their widest westward expansion soon after *C Story of Assyria, pages 30, 36, 205, 206, and 360 to 367. FCAH Saist's Ancient Empires of the East, p. 430. 202 Media, Babylon, and Persia. The 15th century BC, and maintained their supremacy until about the year Luba BC, at least in Asia Minor, as in Syria the land of Kati of the inscriptions, they had already begun to recede before the aggressive advance of Assyria, and the pressure of Semitic elements generally. But even in Asia Minor the great Thraco-Phrygian migration had overspread the forgotten Turanian subsoil and Hittite cultivated ground with an Indo-European top layer, and apart from this movement, during the century ranging from somewhere in the 10th IE to Granary in modern Lycia. Soon after Luba BC to the middle of the 9th or later, Asia Minor was subjected to a continuous flow of Indo-European influences from a far more congenial and civilizing quarter, the continent and islands of southern Greece and Peloponnesus. Lo! An important revolution was then slowly, but by no means peacefully, changing the face of the rather motley assemblage of small states, republics, and free cities which was a couple of hundred years later to glory in the common name of Hellas. The *C story of Assyria, pages 360 and 367 to 369. 204 Media, Babylon, and Persia. People, whose differences and hostilities were to be merged in the proud and all-embracing nationality of the Hellenes, whom we have learned from the Romans to designate, less correctly, as Greeks, were as yet broken up into a variety of tribes, all highly gifted, and all descended from the old stock of the Pelasgal. Two of these, the Ach/Enes and the Lonians, were in possession of the Peloponnesus and of a considerable strip of sea coast north of the Isthmus of Corinth, including the peninsula of Attica. A third tribe, the Dorians, had, 4 times untold, dwelt in the higher belt of Epirus and Thessaly, mountain lands where they developed the stern and rugged temper, the love of war, and contempt of trade and crafts so generally characteristic of Highlanders. Sometime about Luba BC, there was a great stir among them. Moved by awakening ambition of conquest and power, perhaps also crowded by their increasing numbers in their numerous but narrow valleys, they began to descend southward, into the milder, more beautiful land by the sea. Where they passed, they appropriated the soil, enslaving its former owners, who were now expected to work it for the conquerors. In cities they established an iron rule, and wherever they met resistance, they waged war, even to extermination. It took this movement, known in history as the descent of the Dorians, about 100 years to reach the Corinthian Isthmus, that short and narrow causeway which alone prevents Peloponnesus from being an island, torn from the Greek mainland, as Sicily is from that of Italy. They poured into the 206 Media, Babylon, and Persia, peninsula through this entrance, and also in ships, across the long and narrow gulf, and there their advent produced the effect of a heavy body falling into a vessel filled with liquid. There is a splash, a spurt, and the liquid overflows on all sides. There was no getting rid of the Dorians, for they were no commande invaders. Their genius for war made them proceed after a uniform and systematic fashion that crushed resistance, while, being equally possessed of the qualities that organize governments and ensure the duration of states, their watchfulness and energy fled conspiracies and made popular risings hopeless. The ancient Achaean commonwealths and more recent Ionian confederations of free cities had but one alternative before them: submission or self-banishment. Thousands of people, led by noble families of oldest and most firmly established standing, chose the latter, and the age of colonies began. Greek ships bore away detachment after detachment of exiles, of all stations in life and all pursuits, and landed them at innumerable points along the shores of the surrounding seas, at various parts of Sicily and southern Italy, on the coasts of Illyria and Epirus on one side, of Macedon and Thracia on the other, as far as the mouth of the Bosporus, nay, the inside of the Black Sea itself. Many such detachments stopped on this or that of the many islands which seemed scattered broadcast over the blue waters on purpose to receive them. And wherever a handful of sad-faced emigrants raised their huts and tents, bearing with them out of the old life nothing but a few family relics, a little of their native earth, Lydia and Asia Minor. 20 and a spark of the sacred fire, kindled at the old city hearth, there, in an amazingly short time, blossomed and prospered first a settlement, then a thriving city, the colonies becoming so many stations of Greek commerce and Greek culture. So that after a while it became customary for Greek cities to send out colonies without any mournful occasion, simply to extend their influence and increase their own prosperity, by opening out new channels of trade and enterprise in distant and only partially explored countries. Many, indeed, were founded by the Durians themselves. Two of all these outposts of Hellenic culture, none rose so rapidly or prospered so luxuriously as the colonies, founded chiefly by fugitive Ionians, along the shores of Asia Minor, to which they gave their name. The movement, an immediate consequence of the Dorian conquests, began soon after Lua BC, and continued through more than 2 centuries. The emigrants selected the sites of their settlements with admirable skill, mostly at the mouth of rivers the Hermus, the Caister, the Meander at the foot of sheltering mountains, on commanding promontories, on points that invited commerce, yet ensured defense and seclusion if necessary, by no means a secondary consideration, since the newcomers did not plant their tents in waste and unclaimed lands, but in the midst of populous and already civilized countries, where they could not expect to obtain a firm footing without encountering resistance on the part of the native people. Both the Lydians and Carians were nations renowned in war, and were not 208 Media, Babylon, and Persia likely to allow strangers to have possession, unopposed, of their choicest territories, their seacoast, and the mouths of their rivers. Yet we have no positive knowledge of the wars which must of any necessity have accompanied the establishment of the Greek settlers. Nor do they appear to have been as long and fierce as might be expected, for when real history begins, it shows us the Greek cities clustered in well-organized confederacies, individually flourishing, mutually protected, and apparently unmolested by the surrounding population, with which they seem to have, to a great extent, mingled by intermarriage and social intercourse. Even religion does not appear to have formed any impas 30. Statue OK the Artemis of Ephesus. For the Kerubi 2 winged bulls heads within the disk, compare Story of Chaldea, p. 164, able barrier between them. At Smyrna, Kyme, Myrina, Ephesus, the Greeks found sanctuaries of the ancient Hittite nature goddess, with the Lydia and Asia Minor. 209 to them so novel, Amazonian worship, and unhesitatingly adopted the deity, merely changing her name to the familiar one of their own Artemis*. The oriental origin of the conception embodied in the goddess is sufficiently shown by the uncouth but transparent symbolism of her statue in her great temple at Ephesus, foreign to all Greek principles of beauty in art, Seal 30, yet so expressive of what it is meant to convey, the idea of nature as the source of all life and nourishment. The sun god of the Asiatics, too, in his different aspects, the Greeks easily identified with their own youthful and radiant god Apollo, or their toiling, traveling semi-human solar hero, Heracles, himself an inheritance of Phoenicia and Chaldea, a revised edition of the Syrian Melkart and the Babylonian Isdubar. The Lydian name of the sun god was Sandon, and he had a highly revered national sanctuary near the place where the Greeks built Miletus, the queen of Ionian cities. This sanctuary was served by a native hereditary priesthood of the family known as the Branchid. When the Greeks came, they at once adopted the sanctuary, which became as famous as that of the Ephesian Artemis, under the name of Temple of Didymean Apollo, and was left in the charge of its highborn guardians. Nor were the people of Asia Minor at all unwilling to acknowledge the spiritual kinship on their own side, and so it came to pass that, being moreover attracted by the surpassing loveliness of Greek culture and myth, they fell into the *C above, p. 208, and Story of Assyria, pages 365, 366. FC Story of Assyria, p. 90, Arifal Story of Chaldea, ch. 7. 2 Iomedia, Babayan, and Persia. Habit of sending presents to the most renowned centers of Greek worship, and consulting the Greek gods through their oracles, i.e., through those of their ministers who were considered to possess the gift of divine inspiration and to deliver the messages of the god or interpret the signs sent by him. The temple and oracle of Apollo at Delphi was the most widely famed and revered, and became a favorite resort of the barbarians, whose lavish offerings greatly enriched its treasure houses. This is why we may consider the report of Gyges referring his claim to the Lydian throne to the arbitration of the Delphic Apollo as the least doubtful of the statements made concerning the revolution which transferred the royal power to the dynasty of the Mermati. Herodotus specifies the gift sent by Gyges to the Delphic shrine. In gratitude for the verdict which confirmed his title, they consisted in a large quantity of silver and a vast number of vessels of gold. Gyges, according to the same historian, was the first of the barbarians whom we know to have sent offerings to Delphi with the exception of a certain king of Phrygia who, even before his time, sent thither and dedicated to the god the royal throne whereon he was accustomed to sit and to administer justice, an object, Herodotus adds, well worth looking at. 12. In point of material civilization, the Lydians were probably far ahead of the newcomers, at the early period of Greek emigration. They were possessed of great skill in various industrial arts, especially those of dyeing wool and weaving, and Lydian 31. Ruins of the Temple of the Didymian Apollo, near Miletus. 212 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Carpets and rugs enjoyed a reputation which we see surviving even to our own day, after so many ages and vicissitudes, in the great demand for Smyrna rugs. The influence, then, must have been mutual, more spiritual on the Greek side and more material on that of the Lydians. The country, moreover, abounded in precious metals, and that led to an invention which opened a new era to social and international intercourse and made a revolution in the commercial ways of the world, the invention of coining money. It is most probably to Gyges, the first of the Mermati, that the credit of this invention is due, so simple in its principles, yet so portentous in its results. 13. Even so late as this, the 7th century BC, a vast proportion of the active trade between nations was still carried on the primitive basis of barter, i.e., exchange of one commodity for another, of raw materials for manufactured products, of art luxuries for the necessaries of life, or other luxuries, etc. This must have necessarily been the case especially in the commercial transactions between civilized nations and savages or semi-civilized peoples, to whom direct exchange was the only intelligible and safe financial operation. But in the transactions between merchants of the same nation or of different equally civilized nations, the need of some less cumbrous means of doing business had long been felt, and supplied. It consisted in substituting /z/rr/ for barter, i.e., exchanging merchandises, not against other merchandise, but against something of equal value, convenient in shape and volume, which at any 214 Media, Babylon, and Persia moment could be in its turn exchanged for whatever wares the owner needed. Of course the intrinsic value of such a medium of exchange must be a universally acknowledged one, determined by general agreement. It has from times immemorial been found expedient to invest with such standard value the so-called precious metals, gold, and silver. Once the positive value of a given weight of the metal had been settled, it only remained to divide masses of it into a great many smaller pieces, each weighing a certain fraction of the standard weight, and consequently representing a certain, well-defined fraction of the standard unit value. Henceforth the merchant who sold a rug, or a dagger, or a vessel of fine glass, was not forced to take in payment a number of live sheep, or of sheepskins, or of measures of grain, or a wagon load of hay, or any other ponderous and cumbersome wares that his customer might happen to have on hand, nor need a farmer, disposing of his surplus stock or grain, take in exchange for it articles that, perhaps, were not at all what he wanted. Or a certain number of rings of gold or silver did the business much better and could be put away and kept till needed for a purchase. The facility thus offered for transfer of bulky property such as land, houses, etc., was immense, and how early it was made use of, we see from that curious statement in Genesis, ch. XXIII, which shows us Abraham, a contemporary of the Elamite Kujer Lagamar * paying his Hittite hosts, for the field he requested of their courtesy, 400 shekels of silver, such as are current with the merchants * see Story of Chaldea, pages 222 to -224. Lydia and Asia Minor. 2114. Gold and silver, used in this manner with a well-defined unit weight of standard value divided into corresponding fractional weights, evidently answered the purpose of money in commercial transactions. Can, then, those bars, ingots, and rings be called money? They might, but for one thing, who they are not warranted, is to assure the seller who receives them in payment, of the fullness of the weight and the purity of the metal? No one. Accordingly we see that Abraham weighed out the 400 shekels which he pays for the field. After this manner by weighing were all payments made, and the quality of the metal was tested by means of a touchstone. And it remained with the seller to accept or reject the bars or rings, according as he thought the weight full or short, the quality pure or inferior. Now we do not weigh the coins we pay and receive, nor are we allowed to reject them. We take them on trust. Are bound so to take them, because they are warranted of good weight and standard purity, by our governments, who, in token thereof, stamp each coin with a certain device and legend which private persons are forbidden to use. Guarantee and trust: this is the mutual contract between ruler and ruled, which at once converts a mere merchandise into money or state currency. There was just this one step to take, and it seems strange that the Phoenicians, those matchless traders, should have missed it. Nor can we well account for the fact that so momentous an improvement should have been made in Lydia rather than anywhere else, except by the large quantities of precious metals which this 2L6 Media, Babylon, and Persia country yielded, almost for the trouble of picking them up. Not only were easily accessible veins of precious ore worked in the principal Lydian mountain ridges, Tmelos and Sipylos, but the sands of the river Pactolos, which flowed through the capital, Sardis, carried along a bountiful per 33. Early and later Lydian coins. Centage of a peculiar kind of pale gold, largely mixed with silver, obtainable by the easy process of washing. This mixture, in which the proportion of silver ranges from 20 to over 40 per cent, is known under the special name of electron, whether Lydia and Asia Minor, 21/natural, as found in Lydia, or imitated artificially, as it has been at various times. Of this electron, which was considered inferior in value to gold, but superior to silver, the first Lydian coins were made. Number bears of them, and also of pure gold and silver coins, have been found within a circuit of 30 miles round Sardis, and very rude they were, showing only the square punch mark. Only after a series of gradual improvements, we see the well-drawn device of royal Lydia, a lion's head, or a lion and bull, make its appearance, under Gyges' fourth descendant, the celebrated Croesus. The invention, however, has remained associated with the name of the former, and late Greek authors speak of ancient coins which they call * gold pieces of Gyges. Thus it is that of the half-dozen great inventions which, each in turn, can be said to have changed the face of the world, the alphabet, coining, printing, gunpowder, the use of steam and electricity, we owe to remote antiquity and to Oriental nations. * 15. When the dynasty of the Mermati came to the throne in the person of Gyges, the change made itself felt at once in the greater energy, ambition, and sounder statesmanship which were exerted, both in foreign and domestic affairs. Steady policy of territorial aggrandizement was inaugurated by the annexation of Mysia. The blunder that had been made by former kings, in suffering the Greek settle * several writers, both ancient and modern, claim the invention of coining for the Greeks and attribute it to a Greek tyrant, Phaedon of Argos, who seems to have been a contemporary of Gyges. The probabilities are that Phaedon was the first to appreciate the new invention and to introduce it into his own country. 21 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Merits to extend their chain of many links all along the seacoast, was to be retrieved, and Gyges began a systematical attack against the Greek cities, commencing with those nearest to him, with the firm intent of making them subject to Lydia, that the country might repossess itself of the mouths of its own rivers and the harbors of its own sea coast. But the cities had become populous and strong, and valiantly held their own. Moreover, the operations were unexpectedly interrupted by that Cimmerian invasion of which we know the fatal issue for the Lydian king *I6. His son Ardes, however, and his grandson Sadeates, when freed from the inroads of the obnoxious freebooters, resumed the thoroughly national war against the Greek cities. Some they took, others repulsed them, and Miletus especially, which had defied Gyges, was still as unconquered as ever half a century later, under Sadeates, actually sending out colonies, and generally living its busy, prosperous life under the very eyes of the besieging Lydians. Then Sadeates, not to weary his soldiers' strength and patience, invented a new and most ingenious mode of warfare, which is best described in Herodotus' own entertaining narrative. When the harvest was ripe on the ground, he marched his army into Miletia to the sound of pipes and harps and flutes. The buildings that were scattered over the country he neither pulled down nor burnt, nor did he even bear away the doors, but left them standing as they were. He cut down, however, and utterly destroyed all the trees and all the corn throughout the land, and then returned to his own dominions. It was idle for his army to sit down before the place, as the Milesians were masters of the sea. The reason *See Story of Assyria, pages 378 to 381. Lydia and Asia Minor. 219 That he did not demolish their buildings was, that the inhabitants might be tempted to use them as homesteads from which to go forth and till and sow their lands, and so each time he invaded their country he might find something to plunder. In this way he carried on the war for 11 years, in the course of which he inflicted on them 2 terrible blows. 17 of these 11 years, 6 only fall to the reign of Sadeates, the other 5 belong to that of his son Alyattes. This was the greatest of the Lydian kings. Under him the dynasty of the Myrmidas, which was to end so tragically already in the next generation, reached its culminating point of glory. The Lydian monarchy had gradually absorbed all the surrounding countries of Asia Minor as far as the river Halys, which now marked its eastern boundary. There, however, it was confronted by the newly formed Median monarchy, which had reached the same line moving towards it from the opposite direction. There can be no doubt that each potentate was anxious to cross the slight dividing line and therefore looked grimly and threateningly on the other, and that the only question was, which of the two would find a plausible pretense for aggression. Chance gave this advantage to Cyaxares of Media. A body of Scythian soldiers, probably a picked guard composed of survivors of the massacre which delivered the Medes from their troublesome guests, who had been some time in Cyaxares' service, left him secretly, being discontented with something or other, and, crossing the Halys, sought the protection of Alyattes. Cyaxares demanded that the desert Ers should be sent back to him, and, on the Lydians' refusal to do so, declared war. 220 Media, Babylon, and Persia. I8. Alyattes was ready for him, having some time before closed the conflict against the Greek cities, in a manner, on the whole, satisfactory to himself. The smaller cities had submitted to Lydian supremacy and agreed to pay tribute, but with the proud and unconquerable Miletus he had been fain to make peace and to enter into a treaty of friendship and alliance. He was therefore free to give his whole attention to a war from which perhaps he was not averse in the beginning, but which soon grew into a vital conflict. It is probable that he found in the young and aspiring power of the Medes a more formidable foe than he had counted upon. Still Lydia stood her ground most bravely, and the success of the war kept evenly balanced between the two adversaries through 5 whole years, but the final victory was about to incline towards Cyaxares, and he would surely have annexed at one stroke the whole of Asia Minor, but for the timely interference of neighbors, who saw great danger to themselves in the sudden aggrandizement of their rising and battle of the cliffs. Jjvi. Unlooked for accident gave them a possible opportunity. Great deah of BC battle was fought, which would probably have been decisive, when the sun suddenly was obscured, and such darkness set in that the day was turned into night. An eclipse of the sun was even then no very terrible thing, and the Greeks claim that this particular one had been predicted by one of their wise men, Thales of Miletus. But the Medes, on one side, were very much behind their time in knowledge of all sorts, and so, for that mat Lydia and Asia Minor, 221 was the bulk of the Lydian army. So there was a general panic, and both armies refused to continue an engagement begun under such disastrous auspices. Here was a chance for peacemakers to be heard. Nebuchadrezzar of Babylon and Cynesis, king of Cilicia, a country that had recovered its independence by the fall of Assyria, and maintained it, like Lycia, against all comers, undertook the task of reconciliation. They seem to have spoken to willing ears, and arranged a marriage which was to cement the friendship between the two kings who had learned, at all events, to respect each other, and to prefer an alliance to further hostilities. Arianes, the daughter of Alyattes, was given in marriage to Astyages, eldest son of Cyaxares and heir presumptive to the Median Empire. As Cyaxares' daughter, Amytis, or Amuhia, was already queen of Babylon *, these three great powers Media, Babylon, and Lydia, now formed a triple alliance, which could not but carry all before it, and against whom any small principality had little chance indeed. Western Asia was now pretty evenly divided between them, for what might be wanting to Lydia in mere extent of territory, was amply made up for by the extreme fertility of her dominions, her flourishing trade and boundless natural resources, as well as by her dense population and the exhaustless wealth of her cities, among which she now numbered most of the Greek colonies. Thus a real balance of powers was established in the East, the first known instance of that jealous policy which has now for so see Story of Assyria, p. 428. 222 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Long been the leading principle of European statesmen. 19. The date of the Battle of the Eclipse has been the subject of unending discussion, because, unfortunately, there have been several eclipses about that time, within some 30 years, and it was found very difficult to determine which was the one predicted by Thales. Scholars, however, influenced by various historical and chronological considerations, at present generally incline to give it the latest possible date, which would be 585, as Cyaxares died in 584. 9. Babylon the Great, the House Egypti. Where possessions and power are nicely balanced by common consent, the natural consequence is mutual watchfulness and suspiciousness. An association is formed, the members of which agree to be content with what they have and not to seek aggrandizement at one another's expense. But even as they make the agreement, each knows perfectly well, judging from his own inclination, that they will all keep to it just as long as they will think proper, or until a tempting opportunity offers, and not one moment longer. For this opportunity each of the associates watches with a double eagerness, not to miss it himself and to prevent any of the others availing himself of it. Moreover, as a balance of power is more frequently organized for the unavowed purpose of restraining the excessive growth of some alarmingly vigorous and enterprising neighbor than simply on general principles, there is usually a sense of danger impending from some particular quarter, which quarter naturally becomes the object of more jealous supervision and suspicion. Usually, too, all the watching and fencing serves but little in the end, for where strength is, it will be put forth and prevail by 224 Media, Babylon, and Persia. A necessity as unfailing as the law of nature which makes the greater weight draw down the scale. And if there is a lesson which history teaches more glaringly than another, it is that races and nations have their turns, and that when a race's turn has come, all the opposition in the world could no more hinder it from taking it and running its appointed course, than the same race could be kept alive by all possible propping and supporting once its day was done and its possibilities exhausted. 2. It was the Iranians' turn now in Western Asia. The race was in its prime of vigor, adventurous recklessness, and youthful curiosity to see and take more lands, and more still. Fresh from its long migrations, which could not be said to be ended even yet, their forward push was irresistible and could be restrained only temporarily. No one felt this better than Nebuchadrezzar of Babylon, the far-seeing, the wary, who, with a wisdom born of age, the age of his race rather than his own, forswore the delights of conquest for its own sake, drew the line at invasion, and centered all his care on the consolidation of the empire which he never doubted but he would transmit to a long line of descendants, if only he could guard it from Media, of whose eventual advance he felt so sure that he spent his life preparing against it. Cyaxares was dead, the great organizer and conqueror, who, though by no means the first Median king, was considered by posterity the founder of the monarchy. His son and successor, whom the Greeks have called Astyages, we find his name given as Ishtuggo on cuneiform Manu Babylon the Great. 225. Merits, was Nebuchadrezzar's brother-in-law and not formidable in himself, being as inferior to Cyaxares, as great men's sons usually are to their fathers, yet the Babylonian never relaxed in his vigilance. Ever alive to the danger from the north, he sought to avert it by works of fortification on a gigantic scale, and skillfully combined them with works of public utility and adornment. 3. He first of all undertook to fortify Sippar, the most northern of Babylonian cities, exposed to become a dangerous center of operation in an invader's hand, and did so in a way which at the same time furthered commerce and agriculture. With this view he not only had the half-choked-up canals of ancient kings cleaned out and their sluices and dams repaired and put into working order, but created a new system of canals, for he cut across land, to unite the Tigris and Euphrates, each wide and deep enough to carry merchant ships, and branching into a network of smaller canals and ditches for irrigating the fields. In order fully to control the increased mass of waters which he thus obtained, he had a huge basin or reservoir dug out near Sippar, on the left bank of the Euphrates, some 35 miles in circumference and as many feet deep, provided, of course, with an elaborate and complete set of hydraulic works, to fill or empty it as needed. To complete the subjection of the mighty river, the course of its bed was slightly altered, being made to wind in a sinuous line by means of excavations made *. These are the figures given by Herodotus, they are more moderate and seem more probable than some given by later writers. 226 Media, Babylon, and Persia. At some distance from one another. This broke the force of the current, which is very great in the high water season, and not only made navigation up the stream easier, but gave fuller control of the river, when a great part of its waters had to be diverted into the basin of Sippar in times of inundation. Thus, by the same act which remedied the evils of spring floods, a provision of water was laid up for distribution in times of drought. So admirably were these various forces calculated and balanced, and so perfectly did they work together, that when Nebuchadrezzar built his celebrated bridge across the Euphrates in Babylon, he could empty the bed of the river, so as to allow his workmen to construct the mighty buttressed piers of quarry stones clamped with iron and soldered with molten lead, and to line the banks with masonry of the best kilburned brick. 4. It is evident that these waterworks, the 4 canals and the reservoir at Sippar, were at the same time part of a very efficient system of defense against possible invasions from the north. Not only did they present obstacles which it would take time to overcome, but in a case of desperate emergency whole regions could be flooded and thus made inaccessible or untenable. But even this did not seem a sufficient safeguard to the king's anxious foresight. The boundary so slightly marked by the alluvial line * had never been much respected, and he determined to strengthen it by the more tangible addition of a wall, which he built across the valley, from river * see Story of Assyria, P.I. Babylon the Great. It. To river, somewhat below that line, but above that formed by the canals and the now well fortified city A of Sippar. Wall, childish as the contrivance may appear in our time of scientific warfare, was no mean defense, if sufficiently strong and properly manned, before the days of artillery, and several centuries later we see the Romans, the finest strategists of antiquity, build walls across the narrow part of Britain as a defense against the inroads of the northern tribes. This of Nebuchadrezzar's was built entirely of burned brick held together by asphalt cement, and Xenophon, who saw some portions of it standing still and calls it the Median Wall, values its height at 100 feet, its thickness at 20. 5 In all Nebuchadrezzar's inscriptions that have been found, and we have a great many, he especially glories in his constructions. He seems to have repaired almost every great temple in the land and built not a few new ones. From the detailed account he gives of the condition in which he found the Temple of the Seven Spheres at Borsip and of the work he did there, it is evident that he considers the completion and adornment of this his patron's ziggurat and shrine, Temple of Nebo, as one of his best claims to fame and the favor of the gods. But what he did at Babylon not only surpasses all his other works, but eclipses those of all former kings, even those of Sargon at Dur-Sharrukin, not so much in splendor as in the vastness and originality of his conceptions, an originality due probably to that *C story of Chaldea, p. 72, pages 280 to 283, and p. 293. 228 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Besetting idea of coupling adornment with military requirements, which consistently underlies most of the public works he undertook. In this, however, he appears to have followed a line traced out first by his father. Of some of his greatest constructions, such as the new palace, the great city walls, and the embankments of the Euphrates, he especially mentions that they were begun by Nabopolassar, but left unfinished at his death. Babylon, sacked once by Sennacherib, then rebuilt by Esarhaddon, had gone through a conflagration when besieged and taken by Ashurbanipal, and must have been in a sad condition when the Chaldean usurper made it once more the seat of empire. Hence, perhaps, the thought of reconstructing it in such a manner as would make it a capital not only in size and magnificence, but in strength. It was to be at once the queen of cities and the most impregnable of fortresses. 6. The last time that Babylon had been taken it had been reduced by famine. This was the first contingency to be guarded against. For this purpose the city was to be protected by a double enclosure of mighty walls, the inner one skirting its outlines narrowly, while the outer was moved to such a distance as to enfold a large portion of the land, which was to be cultivated so that the capital could raise enough grain and fodder for its own consumption. This vast space also would serve to shelter the population of the surrounding villages in case of an invasion. It has not been possible to trace the line of this outer wall, which received the name of Nlmt*C Story of Assyria, p. 396. Babylon the Great. 229 Ti Bel, nor consequently to determine how many square miles it protected, and the reports of ancient writers are somewhat conflicting, as none of them, of course, took exact scientific measurements after the manner of our modern surveyors. Herodotus gives the circumference as somewhat over 50 English miles. Large figure certainly. But it has been observed that it scarcely surpasses that yielded by the circumvallation of Paris, and besides the arable and pasture land, it must have embraced suburbs, not impossibly Borsip itself, which was also well fortified at the same time. This is the highest estimate. The lowest, and later, gives 40 miles. The Ni-Midibel rampart was protected on the outside by a wide and deep moat, which at the same time had supplied the material for the wall. In mentioning it Herodotus stops to give a very faithful and vivid account of the local mode of construction, now so familiar to us, but which, when described to him, seems to have considerably astonished him, and here I may not own it to tell the use to which the mold dug out of the great moat was turned, nor the manner wherein the wall was wrought. As fast as they dug the moat, the soil which they got from the cutting was made into bricks, and when a sufficient number were completed, they baked the bricks in kilns. Then they set to building and began with bricking the borders of the moat, after which they proceeded to construct the wall itself, using throughout for their cement hot bitumen, and interposing a layer of wattled reeds at every 30th course of the bricks. The reports about the height and thickness of this celebrated wall vary still more considerably. Herodotus says it was 350 feet high *, apparently include * calculation of Mr. J. Oppert, Athenaeum Franges, 1850, p. 370, 230 Media, Babylon and Persia. The height of the towers, which were built at regular intervals on the top of it, with a thickness now of 75 feet. No effort of imagination, even with the knowledge that the walls of Babylon were number-beared among the 7 wonders of the world, can well make us realize a city wall, nigh on 50 miles long, surpassing in height the extreme height of St. Paul's of London. The estimates of various later writers range all the way between that exorbitant figure and that of 75 feet, very possibly too moderate. For the fact remains undisputed that the Nineveh BCL rampart was stupendous both in height and in thickness, that towers were built on the top of it, on the edges, 2 facing each other, and that there remained room between for a 4-horsed chariot to turn. And the contemporary Hebrew prophet, Jeremiah, speaks of Babylon as mounting up to heaven, of the broad walls of Babylon and her high gates. Of these there were 100 in the circuit of the wall, according to Herodotus, and they were all of brass, with brazen lintels and side posts f7. This outer wall Herodotus calls the main defense of the city. The second or inner wall, named Imgurbel, he described as being of less thickness than the first, but very little inferior to it in strength. Then there were the walls which enclosed the 2 royal palaces, the old one on the right bank of the *C.G. Rawlinson's Herodotus, 3rd edition, 1875, vol. I, p. 299, note 9. / probably cased with worked brass, like the gate of Balawud. See Story of Assyria, p. 190 and ill. Number 34. Babylon the Great. 23 Euphrates, and the new one on the left, and made of each a respectable fortress, for it was part of the plan of reconstruction that the city should be extended across the river, to gain a firmer seat and full control of this all-important thoroughfare, and an entire new quarter was built on the left bank around a new and magnificent palace. And as it was desirable, both for convenience and defense, that the 2 sides should be united by permanent means of communication, Nebuchadrezzar built the great bridge mentioned above, p. 226, but so that it could be kept open or shut off at will, as a further safeguard against surprises. This was effected by means of platforms made of beams and planks, which were laid from pier to pier in the daytime, and removed for the night. Of course one solitary bridge could not suffice for the traffic of a population which can not have been under 500,000, and the river was gay with hundreds of boats and barges darting with their load of passengers from bank to bank, or gliding down the current, or working against it. There were many landing places, but no quays or broad paved walks bordered with handsome buildings, such as in our ideas appear as the necessary accompaniment of a beautiful river in a great city. The Euphrates flowed along imprisoned between a double wall, of burnt brick like the others, which followed its course on either bank and close to the edge from end to end of the city. Only where the streets abutted on the river and these were disposed at regular intervals, in straight lines and at right angles there were low gates to allow pedestrians to 232 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Descend to the landing places. The general effect must have been peculiar and rather gloomy. 8. The site of Nebuchadrezzar's own palace. The new palace has been fully identified. It is the mound known as the Kasra, one of the first explored, and which drew travelers' attention by its exceptionally handsome, neatly molded and stamped TWHSFC 34. Brick of Nebuchadrezzar. 1 foot square, thickness, 3 inches, bricks, as well as by the cement which join them, and which is considered the finest in the world, not excepting the best that England produces in our day. What best served the purpose of identification was the accumulation in the rubbish of countless fragments of painted and glazed tiles, showing portions of figures, human and animal, here a lion's Babylon the Great. 233 Pa, there a horse's hoof, there again a bit of curly beard or filleted hair. As we are told by ancient writers that the outer walls of the palace were adorned with hunting scenes in many colors, the inference was not difficult to draw. Some of these fragments are large enough to show the number near the top and part of the inscription white, on blue ground. The Jewish historian, Josephus, who lived in the 1st century AD, has a short memorandum to the effect that the palace was built in 15 days, a statement which appeared so palpable an exaggeration that not much attention was ever paid to it. What, then, was the amazement of the decipherers when on a cylinder of Nebuchadrezzar, now in London, they read these words: "In 15 days I completed the splendid Zeurki, even supposing all the materials to have been brought together, all the artwork to have been done beforehand, and only placed and put together in this space of time. What a command of human labor does not such a statement represent?" 9. The most characteristic of Babylonian mounds, from its well-defined flat-topped outline, is also the only one that has retained the old name, and is still known as Babil*. For a long time it was supposed to be the ziggurat of the celebrated temple of Bel Marduk, although oriented, contrary to custom, with its sides to the cardinal points, not with its angles. But the researches undertaken by Mr. H. Rassam a few years ago, 1883–84, with such rich and varied results, have somewhat shaken that belief. He thinks *C Story of Chaldea, Ill. 4F Ibid, pages 2s4ff 234 Media, Babylon and Persia. That the constructions entombed in this mound were of a very different nature. Sloping towards the river and on two sides, while the back presented a perpendicular wall, probably not much lower than that of the city, this mass of solid brick masonry, according to him, represents one of the few truly poetical creations of the age, poetical alike in its nature, and in the circumstances which gave rise to it, the famous Hanging Gardens. It is said that Nebuchadrezzar's Median queen, Amidus F. pined for the mountains of her native land, with their cool shades and verdant bowers, in the wearisome flatness and prostrating sultriness of the Chaldean lowlands, whereupon her royal lord, with a chivalrous gallantry that would have done honor to a far later time, ordered the construction of an artificial hill, disposed in terraces, which, being covered with a layer of earth, were planted with the handsomest trees, amidst which, on the topmost terrace, a villa-like residence was erected for the queen, where she could enjoy, not only purer air and pleasant shades, but a vast and beautiful prospect. If this pretty legend be true, and why should we deny ourselves the pleasure of believing it, since there is nothing to disprove it? The woman so loved might well feel compensated even for the loss of her native scenery in the Zagros wilds, for which, of course, her terraced bower, some 500 feet square, could be but a poor substitute. *C Assyrian und Babylonian, p. 76. A.F. Daughter of the Great Kyaxares. See Story of Assyria, p. 28. 236 Media, Babylon and Persia. 10. Yet, poor as it may have been when compared to nature's own mountain architecture, as a piece of human art it was a marvel which the Greeks thought worthy of a place among their 7 wonders, along with the walls of Babylon, the temple of Bel, that of Artemis at Ephesus, and a few other monuments. The terraces are described by Greek and Roman writers to have been borne on arched vaults supported by pillars, all of well-cemented bricks. On the topmost terrace was the pump house, with the hydraulic machinery for raising the water through pipes from the Euphrates, or rather, from canals which brought the water within easy reach, and so that the contrivance should not be noticed from the outside. Mr. Rassam found some of the pipes, cut through limestone, and having cleared one of the rubbish that choked it, actually came upon water which still partly filled it. It is said that the earth was carted up in loads and spread out on a layer of plates of lead, for the protection of the masonry from the destructive action of the moisture which had to be kept up around the roots of the trees. The terraces were 4 in number, the pillars 60 feet apart, and 22 feet in circumference, as could be verified from the remains. On the whole, this parade isos, as the Greeks called it, disposed somewhat on the principle of the ziggurat, was not an innovation, and we have seen in a preceding volume that similar constructions, terraces upon arches, bearing groves or gardens and forming artificially watered slopes, have been portrayed long before Nebuchadrezzar on Assyrian wall sculptures, the Atus OC 238 Media, Babylon and Persia. Type of both ziggurat and hanging gardens having been carried north in remote antiquity from Chaldea, where, beyond doubt, it originated, and was closely connected with the religious traditions of the Holy Mountain and Sacred Tree. *2. If the Mound of Babil has been correctly identified as the site of the Hanging Gardens, that of the Great Temple of Bel Marduk will have, until further discoveries, to remain doubtful. Both temple and ziggurat, the latter with a chapel on the top stage, are thus described by Herodotus. The sacred precinct was a square enclosure 2 stadia, 1,200 feet, each way, with gates of solid brass, which was also remaining in my time. In the middle of the precinct there was a tower of solid masonry, a stadion, 600 feet, in length and breadth, upon which was raised a second tower, and on that a third, and so on up to 8. The ascent to the top is on the outside, by a path which winds round all the towers. When one is about halfway up, one finds a resting place and seats, where persons are wont to sit some time on their way to the summit. On the topmost tower there is a spacious temple, and inside the temple stands a couch of unusual size, richly adorned, with a golden table by its side. They declare, but I for my part do not credit it, that the god comes down in person into this chamber, and sleeps on the couch. In the same precinct there is another temple, in which is a sitting figure of Zeus, i.e., Bel Marduk, all of gold. Before the figure stands a large golden table, and the throne whereupon it sits, and the base on which the throne is placed, are likewise of gold. Outside the temple are 2 altars, one of solid gold, on which it is lawful to offer only sucklings, the other a common altar, but of great size, on which the full-grown animals are sacrificed. It is also on this great altar that the Chaldeans burn the frankincense, which is offered every year at the festival of the god. See Story of Chaldea, pages 274 to 280, and IL. 68 / See Story of Chaldea, IL. 70, Ziggurat restored. Babylon the Great. 239–400 years later the Great Temple was only a memory. In the middle of the city, the historian, Diodorus of Sicily, reports * used to stand the sanctuary of Bel. As different writers have said different things about it, and the building itself has broken down with age, nothing certain can be found out concerning it. On one thing, however, all agree, that it was of stupendous height, and that the Chaldeans used to take astronomical observations from the top of it, as the height of the structure made it convenient for them to observe the rising and setting of the stars. Alexander of Macedon, who lived only 100 years after Herodotus, we already found the temple a ruin. Are told that he intended to repair and rebuild it, but could not spare the time and the labor on the work, as the removal of the rubbish would alone have employed 10,000 men during 2 months. And besides, the young conqueror died before he could accomplish even so much. It was thus that all these costly and stupendous, but unwieldy and perishable structures collapsed and literally crumbled to dust and rubbish the moment they were left to themselves, even when the work of destruction was not accomplished or helped by the hand of man, as was too often the case in these countries, exposed as they were to continual invasions and change of masters. The wonder is that Herodotus should have found Babylon still so much the city that Nebuchadrezzar left it, for, in the 100 years that separated him from that *, Herodotus died about 425 BC, and Diodorus was a contemporary of Julius Caesar and of Augustus. 240 Media, Babylon, and Persia. Monarch, the great capital had been taken thrice by force of arms, once after a long siege. 12 It is curious that the works which we know to have been carried out by Nebuchadrezzar should have been credited by the Greeks of almost the next generation not to him, but to 2 queens, one of them entirely fabulous, even mythical, and the other, if not exactly unreal, still more or less apocryphal. The legend of Semiramis, see Story of Assyria, p. 198, ascribes to her the building of Babylon.